So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter was what if Necromancer Harry summoned for founder. So this will be movie, and if you want more movies like this and videos like this, then please leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to check out my other videos on this channel, so please do check out. Let's jump right into the video.
The first thing Harry learned about death was that everyone lied about how quiet it was. They spoke of peace, of rest, of a stillness that descended like mercy. But as he stood before the white marble tomb beside the Black Lake, Harry Potter heard nothing quiet at all. He heard the crack of Dumbledore's body falling from the astronomy tower every time the wind touched the water. He heard the frantic pounding of his own heart as he had stood frozen under the invisibility cloak, trapped by magic, forced to watch. He heard the scream he had never properly let out, still tearing through the back of his throat like glass. And beneath all of it, buried under grief and rage and the polite murmur of mourning witches and wizards dressed in black, he heard something else. A pull, not a voice, not words, just a pull, deep and cold like a current beneath dark water. Harry stood rigid among the gathered crowd and stared at the white tome until his eyes burned. He barely noticed the funeral ending, barely noticed the line of mourners dispersing, barely noticed the soft crying of younger students, or McGonagall's drawn face, or Hagrid wiping his eyes with hands the size of shovels. He only noticed one thing clearly. Dumbledore was still dead. That truth sat in his chest like iron. Not sleeping, not gone somewhere noble and distant. Dead. And Harry was so tired of dead people being spoken of as though they were merely absent from the room. His parents were dead, Sirius was dead, Dumbledore was dead. And every single time, the world kept moving as though the loss itself should be borne with dignity, as though pain became prettier if it was silent. Harry hated it. He hated the sunlight on the lake, hated the hymn Fawkes had sung from somewhere beyond sight, the haunting notes fading into the summer air, like even grief itself refused to stay, hated the calm expressions people wore when they clasped his shoulder and said things like, "He would have wanted you to live," or "He is at peace now." At peace. Harry's hands clenched at his sides. What if he did not want peace? What if peace was just another word the living used when they were too weak to drag the dead back where they belonged? Harry. Hermione's voice reached him gently, carefully, as though she feared he might shatter if spoken to too loudly. She and Ron had lingered behind the others. Both looked wrecked. Ron's eyes were bloodshot. Hermione's face was pale and pinched, her grief pressed into self-control so tight it looked painful. "They're going back to the castle," she said softly. "McGonagall says we can stay at Hogwarts tonight, then. I'm not going back in there yet." His own voice sounded strange to him. Flat. Distant. Ron exchanged a look with Hermione. "Matey." Harry kept staring at the tomb. He knew he was dying. Neither of them answered. Of course they knew what he meant. Dumbledore had arranged things too carefully these past months. His lessons. His sudden urgency. The ring. The cave. The hunt for Horcruxes. All of it had the shape of a man setting his affairs in order. And still he had told Harry almost nothing. Harry laughed once, a sound with no humor in it. He knew. And he still kept things from me. "Harry," Hermione said, "was trying to protect you." Harry turned then, and the anger in his face made both of them flinch. From what? He demanded. From the truth. From being useful. From making choices with all the facts for once. "That's not fair," Ron said, but there was no heat in it. He sounded tired, grieving. "Dumbledore trusted you." "No," Harry said. "He used me." The words landed between them like a curse. Hermione's eyes widened. "You don't mean that." He did and he didn't. That was the worst part. Dumbledore had loved him. Harry knew that. Knew it in the shattered, aching way people know things too late. But love had not stopped the old man from moving him across a board only Dumbledore could see. Love had not stopped him from dying with answers still locked behind his teeth. Love had not kept him alive. Harry looked back at the tomb. White marble. Sealed stone. Something dark stirred low in his thoughts. A childish impulse. Maybe. A horrible one. Break it open. Drag him back. Demand the truth from his own mouth. Harry recoiled from the thought as soon as it formed, sickened by himself, but it did not truly leave. It lingered. A stain in the mind. A possibility. He became aware that Hermione was watching him too closely. "Harry," she asked quietly. He forced his jaw loose. "I'm fine." Hermione, who had known him too long, almost said, "No, you're not." He saw it in her face, but she swallowed the protest. At last Ron stepped forward and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Come on. We shouldn't stay out here." Harry let them lead him a few paces up the sloping lawn. But halfway to the castle he stopped again and glanced back. The white tom gleamed under the late afternoon sun, brilliant as bone. And for one impossible second, Harry felt certain that something beneath that marble was listening. That night Hogwarts did not feel like a school. It felt like a house after a death. Every corridor seemed too long, every torch too dim. The portraits whispered instead of bickering. Even Peeves was quiet, as though chaos itself understood it was unwelcome. Harry lay awake in his four-poster bed long after Ron's breathing had deepened into exhausted sleep. Moonlight cut pale bars across the hangings. Somewhere outside, the lake moved softly against its shore. He should have been thinking about Horcruxes, about the locket they still had not found, about the impossible task Dumbledore had left him, about the war that would now swallow Britain whole. Instead, he could only think about dead faces, Cedric in the graveyard, Sirius vanishing through the veil, Dumbledore falling, his mother in the mirror, his father by the lake, shades, echoes, always almost, always not enough. The old ache rose in him again, but tonight it had teeth. There had to be more. Magic could turn bones to birds and memories to silver strands and souls into broken fragments hidden in objects. It could tear minds apart and knit flesh back together. It could send voices through fireplaces and images through the air. It could make a man live off half a soul and a snake's venomous hatred. And yet every time anyone spoke of death, they acted as if that was the one line magic could not cross. Harry no longer believed that. Not fully. Not after the graveyard. Not after the priori incantatum shades that had stepped from Voldemort's wand. Not after the archway in the Department of Mysteries, where voices whispered from behind a veil older than reason. Not after the stone basin in Dumbledore's office, where thoughts could be re-entered and relived as though time itself were a thing to be dipped into by hand. Death, Harry thought, was not absent in magic. It was everywhere. People just feared looking at it directly. He rolled onto his back and stared upward into darkness. Then maybe, he whispered to no one, someone should. The words should have sounded melodramatic, childish even. Instead, they settled in the room like a vow. Sleep did not come at all after that. The days that followed were full of departures. Students left with their trunks in tear-swollen eyes. Protective wards were strengthened. Ministry owls arrived and departed in flurries. Teachers spoke in tight, practical voices about safety and uncertainty and the possibility that Hogwarts might not reopen. Harry moved through it all like a ghost among the living. Ginny tried to speak to him once near the entrance hall, her face pale but stubborn, and for a terrible moment he nearly told her everything crowding inside him. The anger, the fear, the dark, hungry thought that had rooted itself beside Dumbledore's tomb. Instead he kissed her once, softly, and ended what little they had begun. It hurt. He hated himself for it. But he could not bear to tether anyone else to what he felt himself becoming. By the time Ron and Hermione boarded the train home, Harry had made one quiet, secret decision. He would still hunt the Horcruxes, but he would do it on his own terms. No more blind faith, no more following a trail of hints dropped by dead men. If Dumbledore had left anything hidden, anything at all, Harry would find it, and he would not stop at the boundaries Dumbledore had obeyed. Especially not those. Number 4, Privet Drive, felt less like a house than an insult. The Dursleys had always made him feel unwanted, but now the place felt offensively small. Its tidy walls and clipped hedges seemed ridiculous when the world beyond them had cracked open into war. Aunt Petunia's drawn face, Uncle Vernon's bluster, Dudley's awkward attempts at civility, none of it touched him anymore. He was only passing through. The protection anchored there would break when he turned 17. After that, the house would mean nothing. Harry spent the days in his room pretending to pack, while actually tearing through every scrap of parchment, note, and memory he possessed from Dumbledore. His old school books formed unstable towers on the floor. His trunk stood open beneath the window. The fake Horcrux locket lay wrapped in cloth at the bottom of one drawer, its presence a constant accusation. On his bed were Dumbledore's old lessons, as Harry remembered them, scribbled in messy, frustrated notes: gaunt ring, Marvolo Peveril, stone symbol, triangle circle line, questions, always questions. Hermione wrote often, usually several pages at a time, full of research suggestions, warnings not to do anything reckless, and earnest promises that they would figure it out together. Ron's letters were shorter, mostly updates from the Burrow and fierce declarations that Harry wasn't allowed to go saving the world alone. Harry answered both, but only partly. He did not tell them how badly his thoughts had begun to circle. He did not tell them that, late at night, he found himself staring at the old family photograph album Hagrid had given him, and wondering what precise magic separated memory from spirit, image from soul. He certainly did not tell them about the dream. It came on his last night at Privet Drive. Not a Voldemort dream, not the usual burning, scar visions full of rage and red eyes. This one was colder. Harry stood in a forest he somehow knew was forbidden, not because of creatures or curses, but because the very air there felt ancient and watchful. Black trees rose like pillars into a sky with no stars. At the center of the clearing stood four shadowed figures around a broken circle of stone. One held a sword, one wore a crown of ivy and wheat. One was all sharp lines and silver light. One had eyes like green lamps beneath a hood of darkness. They did not speak. They only looked at him. Then all four lifted their heads at once, not toward him, but toward something behind him. Harry turned. Dumbledore stood at the edge of the clearing, not smiling, not serene, not wise. Just sad. He opened his mouth as though to warn Harry. Before he could, the earth split open between them and a hand of white fire rose from the crack, clutching a black stone ring. Harry woke with a cry, his scar throbbing and his sheets damp with sweat. The room was dark except for moonlight. And on the desk by his bed, where he was certain he had not left it, lay the golden snitch Dumbledore had bequeathed him in his will. Harry stared. His pulse hammered so hard it hurt. He snatched up his wand. Lumos. The snitch glimmered in the wand light, innocent and metallic and impossible. He had left it locked in his trunk after Scrimgeour's visit. He knew he had. He remembered the irritation of being denied its secret, remembered tossing it away in anger, because eye open at the close meant nothing. Now it sat before him like an answer, or a challenge. Harry moved slowly toward the desk. Every board creak sounded too loud. He stopped when he reached the chair, staring down at the tiny golden ball with its delicate silver wings folded shut. No note. No sign of forced entry. No indication that anyone had been in the room at all. A charm, or some magic triggered by time, or the dead had begun to answer. His mouth went dry. He reached out, then stopped an inch away. Cold prickled down his spine. It was absurd to be afraid of a snitch, yet fear was exactly what pooled low in his stomach. Not of being harmed, of being right. Harry touched it. The metal was not warm, as it should have been after lying in a summer room. It was cold as river water in winter. The snitch shuddered in his palm. Then, with a faint click, a seam appeared across its middle. Harry sucked in a breath as it slowly unfolded. Inside was not a note, not a key. A stone ring lay hidden in the hollow center, black and cracked, set with the ugly triangular mark Harry had seen once before in Dumbledore's damaged hand, and half a dozen times since in frantic sketches and memory. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Harry picked up the ring with trembling fingers. The instant his skin touched the stone, the room vanished. He was standing somewhere else, not physically. It felt like a memory forced over reality or a vision rising through his nerves. He stood in a great chamber of rough, hewn stone, older than Hogwarts, older than anything he had ever seen. Torches burned blue in iron brackets. The air smelled of ash, damp earth, and old blood. At the center of the chamber, carved into black rock, was a circular ritual floor inscribed with runes so ancient they seemed to move when he tried to focus on them. There were words, too. Not English, not Latin. Something older. He should not have understood them. and yet he did. The dead may answer blood, debt, and name, but what is called must be carried. What is carried must be paid for. Harry's breath came faster. The ring burned colder and colder in his hand. Then he saw someone standing at the far side of the circle. Not Dumbledore. A man broad-shouldered and stern, with dark hair to his shoulders and a sword strapped across his back. His face was indistinct, flickering like a reflection in disturbed water, but Harry felt the force of him like heat from a forge. The figure looked directly at him and spoke. "One will is not enough." The vision shattered. Harry staggered backward into his desk so hard the lamp rattled. The ring fell from his hand and struck the wood with a sharp metallic knock. The room was his room again. Moonlight, dust, silence. But the silence was no longer empty. Harry stared at the ring, breathing hard. "One will is not enough," he repeated hoarsely. His mind raced. The resurrection stone, that was what it had to be. Dumbledore had hidden it inside the snitch. Not a weapon. Not exactly one of the Hallows. The one that called the dead. Harry had once used it already, though he had not fully understood. He had turned it in his hand in the forest and seen his parents, Sirius, Lupin, not restored. But there. Close enough to steady his feet on the path to sacrifice. A comfort. That was how the tales always framed it, as temptation, consolation, madness for the grieving. But that vision had not felt like comfort. It had felt like instruction. Harry crouched and picked the ring up again, more carefully this time. Nothing happened. The stone remained cold, cracked down the center like a wound that had never healed. He turned it over in his hand. The stories were wrong, or incomplete. Dumbledore had known. Of course he had known. Harry sat down heavily on the bed, the ring clutched in his fist, and anger rose in him so suddenly it almost made him dizzy. Even now, even dead, Dumbledore had hidden things inside riddles and expected Harry to piece them together. Even now the old man had left him symbols and half-revealed truths instead of simple answers. But beneath the anger there was something else now. Not just grief. Direction. Harry reached for the nearest bit of parchment and a quill. He wrote down everything he had seen before the details could fade. Blue torches. Ancient chamber. Circle of runes. Blood debt. Name one will is not enough. He stared at the last line until the ink blurred. One will is not enough. Meaning what? One person could not do it alone. One dead soul could not be called by one living will. Or one death could not answer another without greater force behind it. The questions should have overwhelmed him. Instead, for the first time since the funeral, Harry felt something cold and steady settle into place inside his chest. Purpose. Not hope. Something harsher than hope. He rose and went to the window. Outside, Privet Drive slept under a washed-out moon. The tidy houses and parked cars looked frail, temporary, irrelevant. Somewhere beyond them, Voldemort was building a kingdom out of fear. Somewhere beyond them, the Ministry was collapsing into rot. Somewhere beyond them, Dumbledore lay in marble and all the dead stayed dead, because everyone agreed they should. Harry closed his fingers around the resurrection stone until its jagged edges bit into his palm. "No," he whispered. The word fogged the glass faintly. He said it again, stronger. No, to grief, to passivity, to every noble little speech about sacrifice and acceptance and moving on. He had moved on every time they told him to. From his parents, from Cedric, from Sirius, from Dumbledore. And all moving on had ever done was leave the dead where they had fallen and the living to clean up the ruin. Something in him had broken at the White Tom. Something else was being born in its place. Harry pressed his forehead against the cool window pane and looked out into the night, as though he could see the whole of Britain from this one miserable room. "If death can be called," he murmured, "then I'll call it." The ring seemed to pulse once in his hand. Not warmth, recognition. By dawn, Harry had not slept. He had packed his trunk, hidden the stone in the moleskin pouch Hagrid had once given him, and filled 3 sheets of parchment with every question he intended to answer. What was the original purpose of the resurrection stone? What did Dumbledore know? What was the chamber in the vision? And most of all, if shades could answer once, how much farther could they be pulled? When the sun rose over Privet Drive, thin and pale and ordinary, Harry Potter no longer felt like a boy preparing for a hunt. He felt like someone standing at the edge of a locked door, with the first stolen key in hand, and behind that door waited not just Horcruxes or war or destiny. Behind it waited the dead. The burrow should have felt alive. It was everything Privet Drive was not. Crooked, noisy, overfull, imperfect in all the ways a real home ought to be. The kitchen smelled of bread and wood smoke. Gnomes rustled in the garden. Old clocks ticked. Family voices drifted through thin walls and open windows with the rough warmth of people who belonged to one another. But to Harry, the place felt like a shoreline he was already leaving behind. He arrived under heavy protective escort, along with Ron and Hermione, just as the summer evening dimmed to copper over the fields. Mrs. Weasley hugged him so tightly his ribs protested, then drew back to cup his face as though checking he was real. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She said nothing about Dumbledore, nothing about the funeral. Only, "You're safe here," with such fierce insistence that Harry nearly believed her. Nearly. Because safety had begun to sound like another lie adults told children while the world sharpened its knives elsewhere. He smiled for her anyway. That first evening passed in a blur of too much food, too many worried glances, and the strange effort of pretending to be ordinary. Fred and George arrived briefly from the shop, both uncharacteristically subdued. Ginny sat across from Harry and spoke little, though he felt her watching him when she thought he would not notice. Mr. Weasley listened to the wireless with a face growing grimmer by the minute as reports of disappearances, strange arrests, and isolated disturbances spilled from the ministry's carefully trembling mouthpieces. All of it sounded far away. Harry answered questions when spoken to, ate because everyone else did. Even laughed once, faintly, when Ron complained that Hermione had already reorganized half his room in preparation for the hunt. But through all of it, he felt the moleskin pouch against his chest like a second heartbeat. The resurrection stone, cold, hidden, waiting. By the time the house fell quiet and the last lights dimmed, Harry's pulse had become too loud for sleep. He lay in Ron's room, staring up at the slanted ceiling, listening to the gull in the attic thump overhead and Ron's breathing deepen beside him. One will is not enough. The words had not left him since Privet Drive. A vision, a memory, a warning. He still did not know. But he knew this much: whatever the stone truly was, it had purpose beyond summoning shadows for comfort. Dumbledore had known it. The Peverells had probably known it. Somewhere, buried under centuries of fear and fable, was the truth. Harry turned his head slightly and looked across the room. Hermione had insisted they keep all the materials for the Horcrux hunt together, so piles of books, parchment, and protective equipment had begun colonizing every available surface. On the desk sat a crooked tower of titles Hermione had borrowed or bought or bullied from obscure corners of magical Britain. Most concerned defensive enchantments, ancient lineages, concealment, blood wards. But one spine near the bottom caught the moonlight: obsequies and oaths, funerary traditions of the old houses. Harry watched that title for a long moment. Then he slipped silently from bed. The burrow after midnight creaked like a ship. Harry moved slowly down the stairs, careful to avoid the third step that groaned, the narrow board near the landing that clicked under weight. Moonlight spilled in through the kitchen window and silvered the scrubbed wooden table. On it sat a half-finished basket of laundry, a chipped teapot, and one of Mrs. Weasley's knitting projects lying abandoned in a spill of red wool. Harry stood in the doorway, listening. Nothing but the wind outside and the old house settling around sleeping people. He crossed to the table, lit his wand with the barest murmur, and began searching through the stack of books Hermione had left there for sorting tomorrow. Most were useless. Defensive burial rites in Northern Europe, household hauntings and benign spirit activity, the ethical disposal of cursed remains. Harry's jaw tightened. The wizarding world was full of books about death as ritual, death as danger, death as inconvenience. Nothing about death as power. He was reaching for the last volume when another hand closed over it first. Harry whipped around, wand half raised. Hermione stood there in an oversized jumper and socks, her hair half plaited and half escaping in every direction. She did not look startled, only tired. "I thought I might find you down here," she said quietly. Harry lowered the wand. "You should be asleep," So should you. Neither moved. The book between them remained trapped under both hands. Hermione glanced down at the title and her expression changed. Not fear exactly. Something closer to resignation. You've been looking at the stone, haven't you? She asked. Harry went still. That decided it then. She knew him too well. He released the book and stepped back. I don't know what you mean. Hermione's eyebrows lifted in exhausted disbelief. Harry! The silence stretched. At last Harry pulled out a chair and sat. You know what Dumbledore left me. The snitch? She said. And what was in it? Her face paled. There really was something inside. Harry put the moleskin pouch on the table. He did not take the stone out yet. The ring. The one from the Gaunts. The one that injured Dumbledore. Hermione sat across from him very slowly. The resurrection stone. He nodded. She closed her eyes for a moment, as though bracing herself against a blow she had expected but still dreaded. When she opened them again, they were intensely sharp. Harry, she said carefully, whatever you're thinking of doing, I need information first. That isn't reassuring. It's honest. Hermione pressed her lips together. You used it once already. Harry looked up sharply. Color rose in her face, but she did not look away. Not physically. I mean in the forest. When you walked to Voldemort, you told us enough afterward. Your parents. Sirius. Lupin, you saw them because of the stone. The memory hit him with sick, luminous clarity, the cold sphere in his fingers, the sudden nearness of the dead, the steadying love and voices that should not have existed on that path. For one piercing instant he almost regretted bringing any of this up. Almost. That's what everyone thinks it does, Harry said. Show shades. Echoes. Consolations. Hermione frowned. That's what the tale says. The tale is a children's story. It's also often based on distorted truth. Exactly. He drew the stone from the pouch and set it between them on the table. Even in dim wandlight it seemed wrong. Too black, too still. The crack running through it caught the light like a split in a night sky. Hermione stared at it with equal parts fascination and revulsion. It looks damaged. It is? Dumbledore used it while it was cursed. Harry nodded again. I think the curse cracked the housing, but not the core enchantment. Hermione looked at him sharply. Housing? Harry hesitated. Then, because he had come down here for answers rather than secrecy, he told her about the vision, the chamber, the runes, the words on the stone floor, the warrior-like figure in the distance, the sentence, one will is not enough. He told it plainly, sparing nothing. As he spoke, Hermione's face lost its irritation and took on the tense, analytical stillness it wore when she encountered a puzzle far older and more dangerous than expected. When he finished, neither of them spoke for several seconds. Finally, Hermione whispered, That wasn't an accident. No. That wasn't just the stone showing you dead people. No. She looked down at the ring again. You think it's a key. I think it's part of something bigger. And you think Dumbledore knew. He had to. The kitchen clock ticked loudly in the silence. Hermione folded her arms. Then the question is why he didn't tell you. Harry laughed once, but there was no humor in it, because Dumbledore never told me anything until it was almost too late. Hermione flinched. Not because she thought he was wrong, but because she knew part of him still hated saying it. She looked back at the stone. Then, very reluctantly, she said, There are old branches of magic that don't survive in the standard curriculum because they were either outlawed, lost, or deliberately buried. Ritual magic. Royal house magic. Sacrificial binding rites. Things based less on individual wand work and more on place, blood, and inherited authority. Harry leaned forward. And necromancy. Hermione's gaze snapped to his. The words seemed to darken the room. No, she said at once. Harry held her stare. That quick? Yes, that quick. You haven't even heard the argument. I know enough to reject it. He felt anger spark. Because it's dark? Because it's dangerous? So are Horcruxes. That is not helping your case! Her voice rose, then cut off abruptly as both of them glanced toward the stairs. No movement. No signs they had woken anyone. Hermione exhaled through her nose and lowered her tone. Harry, she said, There's a difference between studying death and commanding it. Eyes there? Yes. Voldemort crossed that difference. And look what it made him. Harry's expression hardened. Maybe that's because he did it wrong. Hermione stared at him as though she no longer recognized the sentence spoken in his voice. It hurt. More than Harry expected. He looked away first. I'm not trying to become him, he said, quieter now. But I'm done pretending the line he crossed doesn't exist just because it scares people. If death can be bent, then someone else has bent it before. Maybe better. Maybe older. Maybe without shredding their soul. Hermione said nothing. Harry reached into the stack of books and pulled free obsequies and oaths. He flipped it open, turning pages too quickly at first, then slowing when dense columns of text and diagrams emerged. Funeral masks, tomb seals, ancestral braziers, processional staves marked with sigils older than modern ministries. Here and there Hermione leaned in despite herself. Look at this, Harry murmured. A passage described the oldest pure, blood burial customs not as disposal, but as continuance of contract. The dead remained legally and magically bound to their house for a period after death, especially during times of succession crisis, war, or unfulfilled blood debt. Hermione read over his shoulder. That's not resurrection. No. It's more like retained magical authority. Harry turned another page. More diagrams. More references. One word repeating often enough to snag his attention. Anchor, he stopped. Here. The passage was brief, almost frustratingly so, as if later editors had removed more than they left intact. In elder practice, the high dead could not be compelled by grief alone. The foolish sought comfort and received only phantoms. To call a will entire required 3 concordances: blood, burden, and anchor. Lacking these, the dead remained dream, shade, or torment. Harry's pulse quickened. One will is not enough, he said softly. Hermione was already thinking ahead. Blood, burden, and anchor, she repeated. Blood I understand. Burden may mean obligation or sacrifice. But anchor, place, Harry said, or person. Something that binds a summoned will to the world. Hermione's hand tightened on the edge of the table. Harry. He looked at her. That's what I am. The words were barely above a whisper. For a moment Hermione did not answer. Then she said, very quietly, maybe. Harry sat back. He had suspected it. Hearing it aloud made it colder. Not just user of the stone, anchor, carrier price. He should have been appalled enough to stop. Instead, something terrible inside him clicked into clearer shape. Not excitement. Not exactly. Recognition. Hermione saw it happen and her expression filled with alarm. Harry blinked. What? I know that look. What look? The one where you decide something dangerous is now inevitable. He almost smiled at that, but it died before reaching his face. I don't know enough yet for inevitability. Then let's keep it that way. Harry pushed the book toward her. You read that passage. You know there's something here? I know there's history here. Hermione snapped. That does not mean we dig up the worst branch of magic in Britain during a war because Dumbledore left you one cursed relic and a cryptic phrase. It's not cryptic anymore. It's still awful. Harry rose abruptly and crossed to the window over the sink. Outside, the orchard was black and silver under the moon. The burrow's crooked outline reflected faintly in the glass. Tell me something honestly, he said. Hermione was quiet behind him. All right. If there was a spell, Harry said, a real spell, and it would let me ask Dumbledore what he knew, what he left out, where the Horcruxes are, how to stop Voldemort properly. Would you never even consider it? He heard the chair scrape as she stood. When she answered, her voice was raw. That isn't fair. Because you would consider it. Because everyone would. Harry turned. Her eyes were bright now, angry and hurt and exhausted all at once. That's why these things are dangerous, she said. Not because only monsters want them. Because ordinary people do. Grieving people. Desperate people. The ones who just want one more conversation, one more answer, one more chance to fix what they lost. That's how dark magic gets in, Harry. Not through cackling evil, through love twisted into permission. The words struck hard because they were true. Harry hated that they were true. He looked down at the stone in his hand. Cracked black surface. Ancient promise. Silent demand. Love twisted into permission. Was that what this was? Or was that only how frightened people described any power they could not control? Hermione stepped closer, gentler now. Please don't do this alone. Harry closed his fingers around the ring. That depends on whether you're saying don't do it at all. Her silence was answer enough. He exhaled and tucked the stone back into the pouch. Then yes, he said. I probably will. Hermione shut her eyes briefly. When she opened them, her expression had changed again. Not approval, never that, but the grim acceptance of someone who knew trying to chain Harry Potter to safety had never once worked. Then we research first, she said, properly. If there's hidden material on the Peverels, old funerary rites, ritual anchors, or necromantic theory buried under euphemisms, we find it before you attempt anything. Harry stared at her. You're helping. I'm preventing you from being stupider than necessary. A faint, startled laugh escaped him. Hermione did not smile. Don't look so pleased. If I find something that proves this magic destroys the caster, corrupts the soul, or opens a doorway you can't close, I'll spend the rest of the summer making sure you never get near it again. That sounds more like you. I should hope so. For the first time since they sat down, the air between them eased a fraction. Only a fraction. Hermione reached for another book, thicker than the others, bound in dark blue cloth, Genealogies of the Sacred 20, 8 and their elder claims. She opened it to the index and began scanning rapidly. Harry resumed his seat. Together they worked in tight silence, pages turning under low wand light, the kitchen shrinking to paper and ink, and the steady pressure of discovery. Most of what they found was fragmentary. The Peverels were mentioned often, but rarely clearly. Modern texts reduced them to legend, then to bloodline footnotes. Older references hinted that the family had not merely possessed strange artifacts, but acted as ritual mediators between death and dynastic continuity. One scholar, writing 3 centuries earlier, dismissed them as grave, kings whose line mistook mourning for sovereignty. Harry underlined that at once. Another text referred to the Black Branch inheriting funerary formulae through the female line, which sent both of them into immediate attention. The Blacks, Hermione murmured. Of course, Harry's thoughts jumped to Grimmauld Place, to old cupboards, locked cabinets, dust-choked libraries full of things Sirius had hated and never bothered fully cataloging. The Black family was ancient enough to have kept dangerous material long after better people would have burned it. He could almost feel doors opening. Then, from the back of obsequies and oaths, a folded scrap of parchment slipped loose and drifted onto the table. Harry caught it before it fell. It was not part of the book. The parchment was older, its edges brittle, its handwriting sharp and slanted in faded brown ink. Hermione leaned in. What is that? Harry unfolded it carefully, not a full letter. More like copied notes, perhaps hidden there by a previous reader. There were only 6 lines. The Hallows are vulgarized in tale and sermon. The stone is not for recall, but for covenant. Shade is mercy for children. Will is burden for kings. None may raise the mighty dead by yearning alone. To summon a founder, saint, or sovereign requires a throne of power beneath them. Peverel blood remembers what Britain buried. For a long moment the kitchen seemed to go utterly still. Hermione took the parchment from him with trembling fingers and reread it twice, as though hoping it would mean something less terrible on the second look. It did not. Harry's voice was very quiet when he said, "Founder." Hermione looked up sharply. That could be metaphorical. "Founder, saint, or sovereign," Harry repeated. "It's a classification. It could still be symbolic. Do you believe that?" She did not answer. Harry's heart had begun to pound so hard that every beat felt like a step taken closer to a cliff. A founder. One of the people who built a magical institution so old and saturated with collective belief that even modern Hogwarts still bent itself around their memory. If ancient ritual magic worked through blood, burden, and anchor, then Hogwarts itself might be the throne of power the note described. He saw it all at once in fractured flashes. The castle, its stones, its ghosts, its wards, its lineages, The buried chamber of secrets, the sword of Gryffindor, the lost diadem, the cup, founder relics scattered through history like shattered seals. Not just objects, keys. Hermione must have followed some of the same path, because her face had gone bloodless. No. Harry stood so quickly the chair nearly toppled. The school? Harry, don't. Hogwarts is older than the Ministry, older than half the laws they use now, maybe older than. That does not mean you can use it as a necromantic battery. He dragged a hand through his hair. I'm not saying now. I'm saying that's what the note means. A throne of power beneath them. There isn't a stronger magical foundation in Britain. Hermione clutched the parchment. That line could refer to symbolic continuity, legacy, institutional memory. Harry held out a hand. You don't believe that any more than I do. She did not hand him the note back, but she didn't deny it either. The truth loomed between them, hideous and magnificent. Peveril Blood remembers what Britain buried. The kitchen clock struck 2 in the morning. Far above them, the burrow groaned softly in its sleep. Harry looked at the dark window, but what he saw was not the orchard. It was the White Tom, the forest from his dream, the chamber of runes, the feel of the stone in his hand. To summon a founder, not a ghost, not a memory, a will entire. The thought should have broken him with fear. Instead, it ignited something immense and cold behind his ribs. Not because of power, not only power, because Voldemort had built his war on theft. Theft of souls, theft of names, theft of legacies. He wore Slytherin like stolen skin, defiled ancient magic and called it mastery, twisted death into mutilation and called it immortality. What if Harry did the opposite? What if instead of mutilating the dead, he called the greatest of them to witness what had become of their world? What if Voldemort's empire faced not frightened children and collapsing ministries alone, but the rage of those who built Hogwarts in the first place? Hermione saw his face and looked suddenly horrified. Harry, she whispered. He forced himself to breathe, forced the vision back. We still need proof, he said. Hermione stared at him, unconvinced by his calm because she knew how false it was. Yes, she said at last. Proof? Grimmauld Place? Harry said. If the Blacks inherited funerary formulae, it'll be there, hidden somewhere Sirius never checked or never understood. And even if it is, we read first? Hermione hesitated. Then, with visible reluctance, she nodded. Raid first? She echoed. No rituals, no experiments, no using the stone. Harry did not answer quickly enough. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Harry, read first, he said. It was not the same as a promise. They both knew it. Still, Hermione folded the parchment and handed it back. Harry tucked it into his pocket, feeling as though he had just accepted a second inheritance alongside the stone itself. Not property, not wealth. Knowledge. Buried, dangerous, and waiting for the right blood to remember it. At last Hermione gathered the books into a smaller pile. We should sleep. Harry almost laughed at the impossibility of that. Instead, he helped her stack the volumes. Their hands brushed once over the cover of obsequies and oaths, and both drew back instinctively, as if the book itself had become charged. At the foot of the stairs, Hermione stopped. When she turned, the kitchen's dim light made her look older than 16. Harry, she said softly, whatever this becomes, don't let it turn into something you can't come back from. He wanted to reassure her. Wanted for one weak and human moment to say he would be careful, or that he knew where the line was, or that he was still himself enough to stop. But he had already learned too much to lie well. I'll try, he said. Hermione's face tightened. She gave one small nod and went upstairs. Harry remained alone in the kitchen. For a long time he stood without moving, listening to the old house breathe around him. Then he drew out the stone once more. It lay in his palm like a piece of midnight broken into shape. Covenant, he murmured, not recall, not comfort, covenant. A bond between the living and the dead, a burden for kings. Harry closed his fingers around it and felt, unmistakably this time, a pulse answer from deep within the cracked black center. Not warmth, not magic in the ordinary sense. Recognition. As though some ancient mechanism, dormant for centuries, had just sensed the first true turn of its key. Outside, the wind moved through the orchard, and the burrow's windows gave a faint shiver. Harry lifted his gaze toward the darkness beyond the glass, toward Britain sleeping uneasily beneath gathering war. Somewhere ahead lay Grimmauld Place, old black secrets, and whatever terrible architecture of death the Peverills had hidden beneath fairy tale and bloodline. And somewhere farther still, waiting under stone and memory, was Hogwarts, not merely a school, a throne of power. Harry slipped the stone back into the pouch and extinguished his wand. The kitchen plunged into darkness. In it, his voice sounded almost like someone else's when he whispered, "Then let Britain remember." The weeks after that night in the burrow passed in a tension, so tight it seemed to hum beneath everything. On the surface, life continued in the fractured, desperate way it still could. Mrs. Weasley planned Bill and Fleur's wedding with the rigid determination of someone refusing to surrender joy to fear. Ron grumbled over dress robes. Ginny moved through the house with a quiet sharpness that told Harry she understood more than he wished she did. Order members apparated in and out at odd hours with grave faces and half-finished reports. The wireless spoke of disappearances, raids, administrative restructuring, and ministry confidence in public stability, which in practice meant the country was beginning to rot faster than anyone wished to admit. Underneath all of it, Harry, Ron, and Hermione worked. Not openly. Never openly. The real research happened in fragments stolen between meals, late at night in Ron's room, or whispered behind layered muffliata charms while the ghoul in the attic groaned overhead. Hermione built lists in tiny, furious script. Ron fetched books, maps, and whatever else they needed with a loyalty that no longer required understanding first. Harry read until words blurred and ancient names tangled in his head like roots. And slowly, the shape of the truth deepened. The Peverells had not merely been the owners of strange relics, they had been custodians of a tradition so old that later wizarding Britain had buried it beneath morality tales and frightened euphemisms. Not resurrection. Not exactly summons of authority, rights of continuance, posthumous sovereignty. Every ancient text called it something slightly different, as if even the scholars who recorded it had feared naming it too plainly. But all the sources circled the same forbidden center. The truly great dead could not be dragged back by grief. They could not be possessed, imitated, or cheaply revived like the obscene fragments of Voldemort's soul. To call them with their minds, memories, and magical identity intact required three things: blood, burden, anchor. Blood gave permission, burden gave cost, anchor gave form, and the greater the dead, the greater the anchor required. The note hidden in obsequies and oaths had not lied. To call a founder, saint, or sovereign required a throne of power beneath them. Harry found the phrase again 3 days later, copied in harsher wording inside a half-decayed black family ledger Hermione uncovered in a trunk at the top of Ron's wardrobe, something Aunt Muriel had apparently sent years ago and Mrs. Weasley had never sorted. The handwriting was cramped and old-fashioned, squeezed between inventories of dores and bloodline annotations. Lesser dead cling to memory, greater dead answer only office. A house may call its lord, a kingdom may call its king, a school of true foundation may call its maker, if the living anchor survives the asking. Harry read that line so many times he could see it when he shut his eyes. A school of true foundation may call its maker. Hermione tried to argue it was theoretical. Ron tried not to argue at all, which was worse somehow. Harry said very little. But inside him something cold was taking clearer form. The move to Grimmauld Place happened under the cover of wedding preparations and order anxiety. Officially, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were only gathering supplies for the Horcrux hunt. Unofficially, Grimmauld Place had become the center of a second, darker search, one not even the Order could be allowed to glimpse. The old black house welcomed them like a swallowed breath. Its corridors were dimmer than Harry remembered, as if the place had sulked in Sirius's absence, and was now sinking deeper into its own ancient resentments. Dust thickened the corners. The portraits muttered. Creature moved through the gloom with unnatural silence, obeying Harry with a fervor that still felt wrong to witness. The house was a mausoleum pretending to be architecture, which, Harry realized within 2 days, made it perfect, because the Blacks had kept everything, not neatly, not safely, but thoroughly. They found books sealed behind false panels, ward diagrams stitched into the linings of formal robes, family grimoires whose indexes had been burned away, funeral tablets stacked in locked cabinets, a hidden drawer in Sirius's mother's writing desk containing old correspondences with other ancient families, several of which used phrases like posthumous regency, ancestral enforcement, and the old covenant beneath castle law. Hermione's expression worsened with every discovery. Ron coped by swearing at increasingly creative intervals. Harry read like a starving man. 3 nights into their search, they found the map. It was hidden inside the back cover of a black genealogy volume, whose pages had been hollowed to conceal a roll of blackened parchment. When Harry touched the ribbon sealing it, the parchment uncurled by itself. Hermione caught her breath. Ron said, "Blame me." The map was not a Britain as it existed now, it was older. Stranger. The land drawn not by county lines or roads, but by magical concentrations. Lee intersections, druidic remains, fortress, circles, battlefields, drowned shrines, and ancient educational seats. Some points were marked with sigils they had already seen in funerary texts. Others bore small crown, like symbols or swords or eyes or serpents. At the center of one section, enclosed by a ring of dark runic script, was a castle profile unmistakably meant to be Hogwarts. Around it spread the Forbidden Forest, and on the western edge of that forest, just outside the school's oldest boundary lines, a single black mark had been added later in thinner ink. Beneath it, in the same hand as the note from the burrow, were 6 words first summons must be made outside. Hermione swore then, very softly and very unlike herself. Harry's heartbeat had become thunder in his ears. Ron looked between them. "That means what I think it means, doesn't it?" Hermione did not answer. Harry did. "It means the first rite can't happen inside Hogwarts." Ron stared at him. "You said that like you've already decided there's going to be a first rite." Harry kept his eyes on the map. "There is?" Hermione rounded on him at once. He looked up. "No," he repeated. "No." Her face had gone white with anger. "Research is not consent, Harry. Finding a map in this cursed house does not mean you immediately sprint toward necromancy. It means we found proof."
It means we found instructions.
"Yes. As and don't follow them." Harry laughed once without humor. "That's never been how magical history works, and you know it." Hermione stepped forward so sharply that even Ron straightened. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Turn this into logic instead of what it really is." "And what is it really?" She jabbed a finger toward the map. "You're grieving. You're furious. You feel powerless. And now you've found a branch of magic that promises power over the one thing you've never been able to fight. That is exactly how people destroy themselves." Harry stood very still. Ron rose more slowly, looking as if he wished with all his might not to be in the room. For a moment none of them spoke. The old house creaked around them. Somewhere downstairs, Creature was muttering at a teacup. Dust floated through a shaft of thin gray light from the high window, and in it the map seemed darker than ink ought to be, as if it had been drawn from ash. At last Harry said, quietly, "Then why are you still helping?" Hermione's mouth tightened. Because that was the question neither of them had wanted voiced, because if she truly believed all knowledge of this path should be buried forever, she would have burned the books by now. Harry knew her. She knew herself. After a long silence, she said, "Because if you're determined to be reckless, I'd rather know exactly how reckless than guess after you've vanished." Harry looked back at the map. It was enough. Not approval. Never that. Enough. Ron scrubbed a hand over his face. "Can I just ask one thing before this gets even madder than it already is?" Neither answered, which Ron took as permission. "If we do this," he said, and the words came out tense, reluctant, but steady, "what exactly do you think happens?" Harry's gaze did not leave the black mark on the map. "The stone opens contact," he said. "The blood gives claim. The burden is the cost paid by the caster. The anchor," he tapped the Hogwarts symbol in the center, "the anchor is bigger than me. Bigger than a grave. Bigger than a family house. It's the oldest magical institution in Britain, built by the people we're trying to call." Ron looked deeply unhappy. "Right. That bit I understood. I meant, what do you think happens to you? That answer took longer. At last Harry said, probably something bad. Ron made a rough sound halfway between a laugh and a groan. Brilliant. Hermione sat down hard on the edge of the desk, as though some last reserve of argument had drained out of her all at once. When she spoke, her voice was low and measured, which meant she was more afraid than when she shouted. If this is truly an old sovereignty right, she said, the first summons will not be full manifestation. It'll be contact. Assessment. Maybe partial response. Ancient magic doesn't just obey a name shouted into the dark. It tests. It weighs. It looks for fraud. Harry nodded once. Good. Hermione stared at him. That is not a comforting reaction. It means there are rules. Rules aren't the same as safety. No, Harry said. But rules are better than chaos? That, infuriatingly, shut her up for a second. Ron looked at both of them and muttered, I hate when he says mad things that sound sensible. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Then he rolled up the map. We go tonight. Hermione was off the desk at once. Absolutely not. Tomorrow night, then, Harry said, already adjusting. Or the night after. But soon. Harry, Voldemort is moving now. The Ministry is folding now. And every day we spend reading about old magic instead of using it as another day he gets stronger. Ron flinched at the familiar truth of that. Hermione did not. She only crossed her arms and held Harry's gaze with desperate fury. Then we prepare properly. Protection. Containment. Exit strategy. Wards around the ritual site. And I'm coming. No.
Nope.
Yes. Ron pointed between them. I feel like there should be a middle ground before one of you explodes. There isn't. Both said at once. They glared at each other. Then Ron sighed. Right? So I'm coming too. Harry turned. Ron. Don't, Ron said. And to Harry's surprise, there was steel in it. You don't get to go play with death in a cursed forest, while Hermione and I sit here, hoping you come back mostly alive. Either we're in this together or we're not. The words landed harder than Harry expected. He looked at Ron's pale, stubborn face. Hermione's furious one, the map in his hand. And for one dangerous moment he imagined going alone anyway. Slipping out under disillusionment, taking the stone, making the attempt without witnesses or opposition. But even now, at the edge of this new darkness, some piece of him still recoiled from doing this entirely alone, so he gave one short nod. Hermione looked like she wanted to object even to that. Instead, she said, then we do this with actual preparation, not Harry-style preparation, which is running directly at the worst possible thing with a wand and blind faith. Harry thought of the chamber, the graveyard, the Department of Mysteries, the cave. That's a bit unfair. Ron let out a short bark of laughter. No, it isn't. They left Grimmauld Place the following night, not by flu, not by main roads, not by anything the Order would easily trace or question later. Hermione insisted on layered concealment, so they apparated in stages, changed direction twice, and ended in the outskirts of a dark, abandoned field several miles from Hogsmeade under a moon hidden by cloud. Wind bent the long grass in restless waves. The air smelled of wet earth and summer rot. Harry felt the stone against his chest from the instant they arrived, as if distance from the Black House had sharpened its awareness. The closer they came to Hogwarts, the colder it grew. None of them said much as they walked. Ron carried a pack stuffed with ropes, potions, and things Hermione insisted might matter. Hermione kept the map in one hand and her wand in the other, checking bearings, muttering direction charms, and looking around every few minutes as though she expected the night itself to betray them. Harry led where the stone tugged. Hogsmeade slept uneasily in the distance, its windows shuttered, its lanes empty. Beyond it loomed the dark mass of the Forbidden Forest, immense and old and listening. The first time Harry had entered it, he had been 11 and frightened of things with claws. Now he walked toward it with a resurrection stone over his heart and the intention of calling the dead. He was no longer certain claws were the worst thing there. By the time they crossed the final tree line, the wind had died. The silence inside the forest was not true silence. It was layered with hidden life, rustles in the undergrowth, the far cry of unseen creatures, the groan of ancient trunks shifting against one another. But beneath all that, Harry sensed the same undertow he had felt beside Dumbledore's tomb. A pull, as if death here did not lie still. Hermione stopped twice to lay warning wards behind them. Ron nearly trod on something pale and root-like that shifted away from his boot far too quickly to be a root. None of them mentioned it. They followed the map's markings and the stone's pressure for nearly half an hour before the trees thinned around a circular clearing unlike anything else in the forest. No grass grew there. The ground was black, not with ash, but with a darkness soaked into the soil itself. Flat stones jutted from the earth in a broken ring, each one carved with symbols so eroded they seemed less written than worn into being. At the far edge stood a single dead yew tree, leafless and bone, white under the clouds. Harry stopped so abruptly that Ron nearly walked into him. "This is it," he said. Hermione looked at the clearing and went still. "How do you know?" Harry touched the moleskin pouch. The stone was freezing now, because it does. They stood at the threshold without crossing. The clearing felt wrong in the way ancient things often did. Not evil exactly, but uninterested in human comfort. The air in it was colder than the rest of the forest. The broken stones around its edge seemed to lean inward ever so slightly, as though still forming a boundary after all these centuries. Hermione swallowed. "This place is old." Ron peered around uneasily. "How old?" Hermione shook her head once. "Older than the castle, maybe, or tied to its earliest boundaries." Harry stepped forward. Hermione caught his arm. "Wait." He looked down at her hand. She let go immediately, but not before he felt it tremble. "If this turns wrong," she said, "you stop." He could not promise that, so he said, "Do the wards." Her eyes flashed because she heard what he had not said. But she drew a breath and nodded. "Ron, perimeter with me." While they worked, Harry moved into the center of the clearing. The black soil was dry underfoot, but when he knelt and pressed his palm to it, a violent chill ran straight up his arm and into his chest. His breath hitched. For an instant he saw, not with his eyes but with some older, stranger sense, a series of overlapping impressions. Torches at the tree line, robes gathered in a ring, blood on stone, a crown lowered, a sword raised, something vast being asked to return. The vision vanished the moment he jerked his hand back. His heart was pounding. This place had been used before, not once, not twice, many times. And then abandoned. Hermione and Ron finished the perimeter and approached. Hermione's face tightened when she saw his expression. "What happened?" Harry looked at the soil. "Memory. That's not a normal answer." "I don't think this is a normal place." Ron shifted from foot to foot. "Right. So, before anyone loses their mind, what exactly are you doing?" Harry pulled out the stone. Moonless dark seemed to gather around it. Hermione went pale despite herself. Harry said, forcing calm into his voice, "The first rite is contact through name, blood, and intent. Not a full summons. Just opening the way." "That is not reassuring phrasing," Ron muttered. Hermione set down the pack and began extracting what they had prepared: chalk infused with mooncough silver, a small knife sterilized and warded against curse residue, 2 stabilizing potions, powdered rowan, and a strip of old parchment on which she had copied the safest reconstructible version of the invocation from 3 separate sources. "Safest," Ron repeated hollowly as he looked over her shoulder. Brilliant word choice. Harry took the parchment. The language on it was not modern and not fully original. Hermione had transliterated where possible, annotated where necessary, and crossed out 2 lines she declared blatantly fatal. The central structure remained name, blood, burden, petition, not command. That mattered. Harry read it once, twice, then crouched and used the moon, silver chalk, to redraw the circle the way the map indicated, connecting the broken old stones into a single intact boundary. He marked 4 points at equal distance around the rim: north, west, east, south. 4 stations, not yet 4 anchors, but enough, perhaps, for the first asking. Hermione watched every line as if memorizing how to undo it. Ron held the lantern low, though its flame burned oddly blue the moment Harry completed the circle. No one remarked on that either. At the center, Harry set the stone on the ground. For a second nothing happened. Then frost spread outward from the cracked black ring in thin white veins across the black soil. Ron swore. Hermione's voice was thin. Proceed. Harry took the knife. It was sharper than it looked. A bright line opened across his palm before pain fully arrived, and blood welled dark in the blue lantern light. He let it fall into the circle. The reaction was immediate. The frost flared black, not disappearing, darkening as if the cold itself had found depth. Wind moved through the clearing, though the trees beyond remained still. The dead yew at the far edge creaked once, like an old hinge opening. Harry's scar burned. He nearly dropped the knife. "Harry!" Hermione took half a step forward. "I'm fine." He wasn't, but the ritual had already begun. He picked up the parchment with his uninjured hand and started to speak. The words were difficult in a way ordinary spell work never was. Not because they were long, but because each syllable felt like lifting weight through freezing water. The language scraped his throat and hummed in his teeth. Halfway through the invocation, the circle beneath him lit faintly. Not gold, not silver, but the dark red of old garnets held to fire. Harry kept going. "I call not shade," he said, voice roughening, "nor comfort, nor dream. I call will by blood and burden. I call the makers by the house they raised, by the bond they swore, by the throne that remembers them." The clearing shuddered. Ron stumbled back a step. Hermione's ward line around the perimeter flashed and held. Harry's scar was blazing now. His palm dripped steadily onto the black earth. He looked at the first empty point on the circle. His voice dropped lower. Godric of the Blade and Oath. The northern point ignited in red gold. Helga of Hearth and Field. The western point glowed amber-green, Rowena of Thought and Star. The eastern point lit blue-white, Salazar of Depth and Secret. The southern point flared a sick, beautiful emerald. The forest reacted. Every sound stopped. No leaves, no insects. No distant animal cries, nothing. Harry could hear only his own breath and the roaring of blood in his ears. Then the stone cracked audibly. Hermione made a sharp sound of horror. A fracture of pure darkness opened above the circle. Not a tear in space exactly, but something worse, because it looked less like a wound and more like an eye beginning to open. Cold crashed into the clearing hard enough to steal breath from all three of them. Harry almost fell to his knees. Out of that darkness came presences. Not bodies, but wills, 4 of them. The first felt like a drawn sword held point, first at the throat. Hot, direct, mercilessly alive despite death. The second was the weight of harvest earth after rain, vast and patient and capable of either feeding armies or burying them. The third was a winter sky full of wheeling stars, so sharp with intellect it hurt to stand beneath. The fourth was green water over black stone, ancient and depthless and full of things that did not fear the dark. Harry's vision blurred. The pressure of them hit him all at once, and the world lurched sideways. He heard Hermione shouting his name from very far away. The 4 lights at the edge of the circle rose upward and elongated. For a heartbeat, one impossible, freezing heartbeat, he saw outlines. A man with a sword across his back, a broad woman crowned in wheat and stone, a tall figure robed in pale geometry and stormlight, a hooded shape with eyes like emerald fire and a skull of shadow. Then all 4 turned toward him, not as summoned servants, as judges. Harry's knees hit the ground. Pain jolted through him. The blood loss, the scar, the cold, everything was suddenly too much. He braced himself with one hand inside the circle and forced his head up. He would not look away. The sword presence spoke first. Not aloud. The voice struck through the clearing and his bones at once. "W.H. Kalals Duberchal F.H. Round." The words slammed into him like a physical blow. Harry opened his mouth. Only frost came out. The second presence. Helga, he somehow knew it had to be Helga, moved closer, and with that movement came sorrow so deep it bordered on unbearable. Akishi LD. Recognition. And something like pity. The third presence cut through both. No, Nauto and LVKHEL, blue-white light sharpened around it. Mark, Ham. The fourth said nothing at first. Green fire burned behind the shadow of its face, scanning him in one long, penetrating silence. Then Barark Alenso. Parcelchuar. Parcel Jui. Harry's stomach turned over. They saw everything. Not surface. Not wand. Not name. Everything. Hermione tried to cross the circle then. The ward at its edge threw her back with a burst of sparks. Harry! Ron caught her before she hit the stones, but neither could reach him now. The ritual had sealed. Harry planted his bleeding hand harder against the ground and forced words through a throat gone numb. "My name," he said, and his voice sounded pitifully human in the face of them, "is Harry Potter." The sword light surged. "Putty the BL ode. W-U-W-L." The question cut deeper than any blade. Harry had no prepared answer for it. The cold was worsening. It felt as though ice were filling his ribs from the inside. Every instinct screamed at him to stop, to break the circle, to flee the clearing, and never speak of this again. But he had not come for comfort, so he lifted his head and answered the truth as best he knew it. "I am the one left." Silence. Then the earth-heavy presence spoke again, softer than before. "Now T-N-O-U-H." Harry's chest heaved. "Then tell me what is." The blue, white light brightened. "Th Rowena, O-F-I-C, Memory Manistioen." The emerald shadow added with quiet scorn, "Now T-S Bardar, not T-S-W and the Woods." Harry understood at once. The clearing was only a threshold, a place of first contact, a testing boundary. Not the true seat of their return. He swallowed blood and cold. Hogwarts, all four presences sharpened. Not agreement exactly, recognition. The sword light stepped closer until it towered above him in blazing outline. "Ef Yallo USTR, BOAU Qualiar ITS Elef." Harry's hand trembled against the earth. "There's already a war." The emerald shadow made a sound that might once have been laughter. "Titus Namar." "Titus Rorot." For the first time anger rose stronger than fear in Harry's frozen chest. "Then help me stop it." The four presences went still. Beyond the circle, Hermione had gone deathly pale. Ron's face was white with terror, but neither made a sound now. Even they understood that something vast had tilted in the clearing. An interruption would be suicide. The wheat, crowned presence bent, and where its light touched the blood on the ground, Harry felt warmth for the first time since the ritual began. "Buhy shold Fiji forthe aving doichio farjish tam," because that was the question, wasn't it? Not can they return, not even will they.
Why should they?
Harry's vision wavered. The cold was taking too much from him. He felt the burden now, truly felt it. The life being drawn through the ritual as payment, the stone acting not as a mere key, but as a hungry hinge. Another minute, and he was not sure his heart would survive it. So he gave them the only answer he had. "Because he's wearing your name." The emerald eyes flared. Harry pushed on, teeth chattering. He turned Slytherin into fear, Hogwarts into a battleground, death into mutilation. He split his soul and calls it power. He made your school a hunting ground. The sword light blazed hotter. The star-white presence tilted, suddenly intent. Harry's voice cracked, but he forced the last words out. "You built something meant to outlive you, and he's poisoning it. All of it. The school, the houses, the world that came after. If you won't return for me." He looked from one impossible presence to the next, then returned for that. The clearing shook, not violently, like a great thing taking breath. The four presences turned away from him then, not leaving but looking past him, beyond him, as though through the miles of dark forest and stone and magic to the castle sleeping at the heart of Britain. Harry followed the line of their attention without moving, and for one impossible instant he felt Hogwarts' answer. Not in words, in memory, bell towers, flagstones, the first classrooms, firelight on new-built walls, children entering from every corner of Britain. Vows spoken in languages nobody used anymore. A school not yet burdened by legend, only purpose. The sensation hit so hard tears sprang to Harry's eyes. He had never before understood that Hogwarts remembered itself. The blue, white presence spoke with terrible clarity. "The sword light theot remains. The earth light theert hes buvundd. The shadow light ant arius fels." Then all four turned back to Harry together. The pressure doubled. Harry screamed. It tore out of him without dignity, without control, as their regard pinned him in place and drove through flesh into soul. He felt them weighing the scar, the blood, the grief, the defiance, the terrible new shape his will had begun to take. Saw flashes that were not his own steel striking dragonfire, vast kitchens beneath stone, an observatory open to winter stars green, lit caverns and serpent song, The founding of houses, the first sorting, the first betrayal, the first death. So much age. So much power. Too much. Harry's sight dimmed at the edges. Some distant part of him heard Hermione sob his name. Then the star, white presence pronounced H-E Mabr. The earth light answered H-E Ma. Isor light teacher Laki Eos Brianage. The shadow light last of all Elas USF Ram ESI art of Ada Bui might. An Bui sail JG a J I fail Andy Wewell Ifidi Stone UIT Urabif Ela. The darkness above the circle convulsed. The four lights collapsed inward all at once, not vanishing but condensing into four marks branded briefly across the edge of the chalk ring. Sword, sheaf, star, serpent, before sinking into the black soil like embers drowned in ink. The cold broke. Harry pitched sideways onto the ground as the circle shattered. Sound came crashing back into the forest. Wind, leaves. Someone shouting. The world spun so violently he thought he was dying after all. Hands caught him. Ron's arms under his shoulders. Hermione pressing something to his mouth. Drink. He coughed, swallowed potion, nearly choked, and forced his eyes open. The clearing was empty. The stone lay in the dirt beside him, split further down its center than before. Hermione's face hovered above his, streaked with tears and fury. You complete idiot, she said shakily. You complete, impossible idiot. Did you hear them? Harry croaked. Ron let out a laugh that bordered on hysteria. Hear them? Harry, I think half the forest heard them. Hermione pressed another potion into his hand. Don't move. He tried anyway and immediately regretted it. Every part of him felt wrong, too cold, too light, too scraped hollow. His scar throbbed. His cut palm had stopped bleeding, but the blood on the ground had not dried. It had sunk into the clearing as if taken. Harry turned his head. At the broken edge of the ritual circle, barely visible now, were four faint scorches in the earth. Sword, sheaf, star, serpent. Not hallucination then, not dream. He closed his eyes briefly. They had answered. Not fully. Not yet. But enough. Ron was still half holding him upright. Please tell me you got something useful out of nearly dying. Harry laughed once, weakly, because Ron sounded so offended by the possibility of pointless suffering. Hogwarts, Harry whispered. It has to be Hogwarts. Hermione went very still. I know, she said. Her voice had no argument left in it now. Only fear and certainty. Harry looked at the stone in the dirt. The crack through it now seemed almost like a mouth forced wider. Call us from the heart of what we made. The founders had not rejected him. That was somehow worse, because now the path ahead was real, no longer theory. No longer old parchment and hidden notes and arguments in the night. Real and waiting. The dead yew at the edge of the clearing groaned once more in the wind. The forest around them felt changed, as if it had witnessed something, and would remember it long after they were gone. Harry tried to stand. Ron and Hermione stopped him together. No, Hermione said. We're leaving. Ron added. Now. Harry did not resist this time. He let them haul him to his feet, one arm over each of their shoulders. The stone shoved hastily back into the mokeskin pouch. As they stumbled from the clearing, he looked back only once. The ring of ancient stones was already fading into shadow, becoming merely part of the forest again. But at its center, where his blood had fallen, a frost-rimmed shape remained visible for just a moment longer, 4 points around a single hollow throne. Then the trees swallowed it. They did not speak until they had left the forest behind, and the first lights of Hogsmeade glimmered weakly in the distance. Even then, it was Hermione who found her voice first. They judged you, she said. Harry nodded. They saw the Horcrux. Another nod. Ron looked sick. Brilliant. So even dead legendary founders think you're complicated. Harry managed a tired, crooked smile. Then Hermione said the thing none of them had wanted to say aloud. If we do this again, she whispered, we won't be calling shadows. Harry looked toward the hidden castle beyond the hills, toward the place where ancient memory had stirred an answer and 4 impossible wills had recognized the wound in what they built. No, he said. His voice was still hoarse from the ritual, but steady. We'll be calling war. They returned to Grimmauld Place just before dawn with frost still clinging to Harry's sleeves. The old house seemed to notice at once. The front door did not merely unlock under Hermione's wand. It opened with a long, reluctant groan, as though the place sensed they had brought something back with them. If not a spirit, then a disturbance. Dust stirred in the entrance hall, the ancestral portraits muttered in their sleep behind velvet drapes. Somewhere deeper in the house, a pipe rattled sharply and fell silent. Ron half dragged Harry inside. Hermione shut the door with more force than necessary, and threw 3 locking charms over it, before turning on him with a face so white and furious that he almost preferred the Founder's judgment to hers. "You," she said, voice shaking. "Her going to sit down." Harry opened his mouth. Ron cut in immediately. "For once, do exactly what she says." That was how Harry found himself deposited at the kitchen table with 2 blankets around his shoulders, a mug of something foul and restorative steaming in his hands, and Hermione pacing so hard the hem of her jumper kept snapping around her legs. Creature had appeared the moment they entered, taken one look at Harry's condition, and vanished again without a word. He returned less than a minute later with dried herbs, a basin of hot water, and a cracked black glass jar filled with something that smelled like grave soil after rain. Hermione eyed it warily. "What is that?" Creature bowed stiffly to Harry. "Old house restorative for magical depletion, master. For overdrawn blood and cold on the soul." Ron, who looked as though the phrase cold on the soul had personally offended him, muttered, "Brilliant. Exactly what I wanted to hear before breakfast." Harry, however, was staring at the elf. "Creature," he said slowly, "how do you know what magical depletion from ritual cold feels like?" The elf's lined face did not change, but something old flickered in his eyes. "Black family did not always practice little modern spells," he croaked. "In ancient days, noble houses kept rites. Bound their dead, asked counsel. Guarded thresholds, most forgot. Some were made to forget." Hermione stopped pacing. Ron groaned. "Oh, come off it. Even the house elf knows about this." Creature turned his head slightly, as if Ron's ignorance was not worth the full use of his neck. "House elves remember what houses bury." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Founder's ritual, because that was the pattern, wasn't it? Not lost. Buried. Not legend. Suppression. He set the mug down and leaned forward despite the protest of every muscle in his body. "Creature, have the blacks ever called someone like them?" The elf's eyes narrowed with something like caution. "Not founders," he said at last. "Never founders. Too great, too costly, too proud to answer lesser halls. But great-grandmothers, warlords, old ladies of the line, yes, once in plague year, once in rebellion, once when the ministry first came asking old families to kneel." Hermione looked horrified. "You mean this was normal?" "No," Creature said. "Not normal. Necessary." That single word landed like stone in water. Harry looked at the old elf for a long moment. Then he asked the question that mattered most. If someone wanted to call founders from Hogwarts. For the first time since entering the kitchen, Creature truly looked alarmed. He took one involuntary step back. Then Master must not do it badly. Ron threw both hands into the air. "That's your warning. Not don't do it, just do it properly." But Harry barely heard him, because Creature's fear was real, not dismissive, not skeptical, practical, which meant the path ahead was possible enough to frighten creatures that remembered older things than wizards did. Hermione sat very slowly in the chair opposite Harry. "Tell us everything you know." Creature's mouth pulled downward, but Harry was still master of the house, and old magic cared about that more than his personal reluctance, so the elf spoke. "The Black family," Creature explained in his thin, dry voice, "had once kept a hidden archive below the house. Not the library Sirius hated, nor the formal records in the drawing room, but an older chamber meant for rituals the family would never admit to in daylight. Most of it had been sealed generations ago, when respectable society and ministry law had turned against ancestral practices. Some of it had been looted, some burned, some warded so tightly that even Sirius never stumbled upon it. There is a door, Creature said, that opens only for black blood or black mastery. Harry felt Hermione's eyes on him at once. Mastery count, show me, Harry said. Hermione made an outraged noise. No, absolutely not. You can barely sit upright. Creature said the archive is sealed. We don't need to do anything tonight, but look, you almost died tonight. I didn't. You screamed like you were being torn apart? Ron nodded emphatically. That bit's true. Harry rubbed at his eyes. Exhaustion dragged at him, but beneath it the ritual still burned. The founders had answered. Their words echoed through him like iron bells. Call us from the heart of what we made. Every hour now mattered. He lowered his hand and looked at Hermione. If the next step really is Hogwarts, then we need to know what the ritual demands before we even think about trying it. Hermione's jaw clenched. And if the archive contains a way to stop you from doing it, then you'll be pleased. She glared at him. He held the look. Finally Ron, whose head had been turning between them like a very tired spectator at a tennis match, said, Can we compromise before sunrise? Please? My soul feels wrinkled. Hermione let out a breath that sounded like surrender dragged over broken glass. 1 hour, she said. We look. Only look. Then Harry sleeps. Harry nodded immediately. That made her narrow her eyes. You agreeing that fast is suspicious. It means I'm tired. It means you're plotting around the wording. He almost smiled. Ron groaned. See, this is why dark magic is exhausting. It's never just doom. It's doom with technical arguments. The hidden door lay beneath the house. Not in the cellar Harry already knew, but deeper still, through a narrow corridor masked behind the old pantry wall. Creature led them there with a single lantern whose flame burned greenish in the dark. The passage smelled of damp brick, dust, and the long closed breath of old stone. The farther they descended, the quieter Grimmauld Place became above them, until the house itself seemed very far away. At the bottom of the last staircase stood a blank wall of black masonry. No handle, no keyhole, no seam. Creature pointed one clawed finger toward the center. Command it. Harry stepped forward. At first he saw only reflection, himself, pale and tired, the lantern, light warped across polished stone. Then he noticed the faintest engraving sunk into the wall's surface, a circle intersected by a line, almost invisible unless the light struck it side on, a variation of the Hollow's mark, or older than it. He placed his hand flat against the center. The stone was freezing. By what authority? Said a voice from nowhere. Ron yelped. Hermione flinched. Creature did not react at all. Harry's mind raced. Blood, name, mastery. He chose the truest. Be blood of the House of Peveril, he said, and mastery of the House of Black. The wall shivered. A line of silver fire appeared beneath his palm, raced outward in a circle, then split downward. Stone folded inward without sound. The chamber beyond smelled like old parchment, dried herbs, and the kind of magic that had once been used so often it had soaked permanently into brick. Shelves lined the walls. Cabinets of dark wood stood under dust cloths gone brittle with age. At the center of the room lay a sunken ritual platform, engraved with concentric rings and 12 outer stations. The air over it shimmered faintly, as though some long, dormant enchantment had stirred at the opening of the door. Hermione whispered, "Oh God!" Ron looked like he would rather be back in the clearing with the founders. Harry stepped inside. Immediately, something in the room reacted. Not violently, more like recognition. A dozen runes around the sunken platform lit one after another in dull red, then faded. Harry's scar prickled. The mokeskin pouch against his chest turned cold. Creature bowed his head once. The room knows a threshold worker. Hermione snapped toward him. A what? But Harry had already moved toward the nearest shelf. The archive had been organized according to a logic older than subjects and titles. Tablets stood beside codices. Scrolls lay in sealed bone tubes. Some books had no names on their spines at all, only symbols: crown, key sword, tomb serpent, star. On one high shelf sat 4 empty niches as if waiting for objects no longer there. Founder relics, Harry thought immediately. Or representations of them. Ron picked up a bronze plate inscribed with spiraling writing and immediately put it back down when the metal hissed at his touch. Right. Lovely. Everything in here hates me. Hermione, by contrast, had gone very still in the way she did when confronting a library that could alter the course of civilization. Harry, she said faintly, pulling a volume from a shelf near the ritual platform, I think this is a summoning register. Harry joined her. The book was massive, bound in cracked gray hide and clasped with tarnished silver. When Hermione opened it, the pages exhaled a scent like funeral incense. Columns of names filled the first leaves. Not dead people in general, but categorized ranks. House dead, Covenant dead, Burden dead office. Bearers kings of place. Harry's pulse jumped at the last one. Hermione turned more pages. Several had been ripped out, others bore annotations in different hands across different centuries. At last she stopped. The heading on the page read, "On the recall of founding intelligences." For a long second, no one breathed. Ron broke first. "That sounds bad." Hermione ignored him and read silently, eyes widening line by line. Then she handed the book to Harry. The script was archaic but legible enough. Founders may not be raised in flesh, for flesh is not theirs. Nor may they be bound as shades, for shades are beneath office. Therefore let the making dead be recalled as revenant intelligences, housed in covenant, form and anchored to foundational stone. The rite requires 1. A living sovereign anchor of blood, debt, and burden. 2. 3. A seat of original authority still inhabited by successor purpose. 4. 5. At least one relic, mark, chamber, or oath surviving per intelligence called. 6. 7. Consent or provocation sufficient to awaken office. 8. 9. A fourfold geometry if the makers were co-founders rather than singular rulers. 10. Know this: what returns is neither ghost nor life, but will-wearing memory. It shall judge the age into which it is called. If it finds the house false, it may break the collar first. Harry read the passage twice, then once more. Hermione's voice was tight. Revenant intelligences. Anchored to foundational stone. Harry murmured. Ron leaned over his shoulder and read enough to go pale. It actually says may break the collar first. Why does every old book sound smug about murder? But Harry was barely listening, because the chapter did not merely confirm possibility. It gave structure. Not corpses. Not resurrection in the crude sense. A covenant form, anchored to foundational stone, will-wearing memory. This was why the founders in the forest had felt neither alive nor dead in any ordinary way. Why their presence had been too vast for human shape. Why they had demanded Hogwarts itself. They were not to be dragged back into bodies, they were to be given forms of office. Harry turned the page. There, at last, were the founder-specific instructions, or what remained of them. Half the text had been deliberately blotted centuries earlier, but enough survived. For the Red King of Battle, steel once sworn in his name, or a hall that remembers his courage. For the Green Lord of Depth Chamber, serpent, path, bloodline speech, or subterranean seat. For the White Lady of High Thought Tower, instrument, theorem house, or diademic trace. For the Golden Mother of Hearth, kitchen, fire, cup, field, root, cellar, or feeding stone. Hermione whispered. Oh! Ron looked between them. What? Harry answered without looking up. It's Hogwarts. That should have been obvious by now, but this was more than confirmation. This was architecture. The sword, Harry said. The Chamber of Secrets, Ravenclaw Tower, the kitchens. The castle still holds pieces of all of them. Hermione nodded reluctantly, mind already racing ahead. And not only that, original authority still inhabited by successor purpose. The school still functions. Students still sort into houses. The castle still teaches. The institution never died. Harry felt something dark and electric tighten under his skin. That was why Voldemort had been wrong all along. He split souls, mutilated magic, stole relics, infested history. But he never understood institutions. Never understood that some places remembered their makers more faithfully than bloodlines did. Ron rubbed both hands over his face. So this is it then. Hogwarts is the throne. Harry turned another page. More warnings this time. Fourfold recalls are unstable when offices stand in mutual grievance. Let the anchor mediate or be torn by conflict. If one founder is called without adequate acknowledgement of the others, imbalance follows. If all are called, the school itself shall awaken as witness. Harry froze on that sentence. Hermione read it over his shoulder and visibly shivered. The school itself shall awaken as witness, she repeated. None of them knew exactly what that meant, which made it worse. Creature, who had remained respectfully near the door until now, said in a low voice, Castle magic is older than headmasters. Older than ministry. If founders return, house remembers house. Ron stared at him. Can you please stop making this sound poetic and horrible at the same time? Harry, however, was already moving. He carried the book to the ritual platform and crouched beside the engraved rings. 12 outer stations, a central basin, 4 cardinal points slightly deeper than the others, and around the edge, if you looked carefully, the faint marks of symbols matching those scorched into the forest floor after the first right sword. Sheaf, star, serpent, not identical in art, identical in purpose. This room had never hosted a founder's summoning. It was too small, too tied to a house rather than an institution, but it had preserved the pattern. It had remembered. Hermione joined him reluctantly. What are you thinking? That the Blacks tried to keep a smaller version of the same geometry. Why? Because old families imitate older power, Harry said. If they couldn't build a Hogwarts, they built a chamber. Hermione frowned. And then she saw it too. The platform was not merely inspired by the founder rite, it was an echo of it. A household shadow of a school-born throne. Harry placed his hand near the central basin. Again the room stirred. Red sparks crawled briefly along the nearest rune. The mokeskin pouch turned colder. Creature made a small choking sound. Master should not seat himself there unless calling. I'm not. Yet, Hermione muttered. Harry ignored that and looked back at the book. We need more than the castle, he said. We need surviving marks per founder. Relics, chambers, oath sites, traces. The sword is one, Hermione said immediately. The chamber, Harry added. Ravenclaw Tower, maybe, she said. Or something tied to the diadem. The kitchens for Helga, Ron put in. Or the cup? Harry glanced at him, and Ron shrugged awkwardly. I do listen sometimes. Harry gave him a brief nod. Then Hermione straightened sharply. No. Harry looked up. No, she repeated, stronger now, as if the act of listing requirements had suddenly shown her the full enormity of the plan they were building toward. I know that look on both of you. We are not leaping from we found the ritual to let's do it at Hogwarts tomorrow night. Ron, to Harry's irritation, nodded quickly. Yeah. I'm with her on the no immediate ancient insurrection thing. Harry rose from his crouch. I didn't say tomorrow night. You were thinking soon. Wes. Too soon. Harry held up the book. Hermione, they answered already. They told us where the next call must happen. I know. Her voice cracked across the chamber hard enough to wake faint echoes in the walls. For a second nobody moved. Hermione's breathing was shallow now, anger stripped down to fear. I know, she said again, quieter. That's exactly why I'm afraid. Harry's grip tightened on the old register. She took a step toward him. Do you understand what this says? Not just that it's possible, but that if you do this, you don't get a helpful conversation with historical figures. You get 4 ancient magical intelligences, each powerful enough to judge the entire modern age and anchored into the oldest school in Britain.
Yes.
And you still want to proceed.
Yes.
Her eyes searched his face, maybe looking for hesitation, maybe begging for it. She did not find any. Ron looked miserable. Could we all maybe admit this is a bit mad before it becomes our entire plan? It already is our plan, Harry said. The silence that followed was brutal, because now it was spoken, not research, not possibility, plan. Hermione shut her eyes. When she opened them, she had gone frighteningly calm. Then we do it properly. Harry exhaled once, slow. That had been harder to win than any argument tonight. But Hermione held up a hand at once. That is not victory. Listen carefully. He did. We gather every requirement first. We confirm the castle's current magical condition. We identify founder, linked anchor points. We determine what covenant form actually means, because I am not letting you improvise bodies for dead medieval geniuses. We also work out how to dismiss them, because if we can call them, we need a way to let them go. Harry had not thought far enough ahead to dismissal. That realization unsettled him more than he liked. Hermione saw it and pressed the advantage. Exactly. And one more thing. What? If the ritual truly requires a living sovereign anchor, then we need to know what happens when the anchor is already carrying a soul fragment. Ron went pale at once. Harry's scar prickled. He looked down at the register and forced himself not to shut it. because that was the question coiled beneath all the others, wasn't it? The founders had seen the Horcrux in him immediately. If he called them fully at Hogwarts, that fragment would not stay hidden. It might even react, or be torn loose, or use the right in some catastrophic way none of them yet understood. Harry said quietly, "Then we find out before the final ritual." Hermione nodded. Wes. For the first time tonight, all three of them were aligned again. Not safe, not happy, but moving toward the same terrible horizon. Harry glanced once more around the black archive. Shelves of buried rites, hidden memory. A family's attempt to preserve power after the age that birthed it had already died. It all seemed suddenly smaller than what waited at Hogwarts. Because now he understood something he had not before. The ritual was not about raising the founders to help Harry. It was about forcing the modern wizarding world to answer to the people who made it. And that was a far more dangerous idea than simple resurrection. Creature approached hesitantly with a small iron coffer Harry had not noticed before. "Master may want this," he said. Inside lay 4 objects wrapped in separate black cloths. Harry unwrapped the first. A fragment of very old red, enameled steel no larger than 2 fingers. The second held a polished green stone carved faintly with a serpent eye. The third contained a silver instrument arm, perhaps once part of an astrolabe, etched with tiny star measurements. The fourth was a small disc of warm yellow ceramic stamped with a stylized sheaf of grain. Harry looked up sharply. Creature bowed his head. Black family collected echoes of older seats. Not relics of founders themselves. Too grand for them, but pieces touched by traditions descending from those houses. Hermione stared. "Proxy anchors,"
Yes!
Harry said. His voice had gone quiet again. Because while these would never be enough for the full ritual at Hogwarts, they proved once more that the old world had not fully vanished. It had scattered into fragments, imitations, surviving traces, enough to guide reconstruction. He rewrapped the objects carefully. "We take the register," he said. "And these?" Hermione nodded. Ron didn't argue. Even he knew this was no longer the moment for pretending the archive should remain politely untouched. As they turned to leave, Harry paused at the threshold and glanced back once. The ritual platform lay silent again, its runes dark. Shelves loomed in the lantern light. Dust drifted down through stale air. But at the center of the chamber, just for an instant, he thought he saw 4 faint reflections standing where no one stood at all. A warrior, a mother, a scholar, a king in shadow, watching. Then the lantern guttered and the illusion vanished. Harry did sleep after that, though only because his body gave up before his mind did. He woke late the next afternoon with a pounding head, aching bones, and the sure knowledge that the world had shifted while he lay unconscious. Ron was snoring in the next bed. Grimmauld Place groaned softly around them. Somewhere downstairs, Hermione was already moving through books with the purposeful violence of someone attempting to research destiny. Harry sat up slowly. The moleskin pouch rested on the bedside table. Beside it lay the copied page from the register, set there by Hermione in neat handwriting. At the bottom she had added 3 words of her own, "Do not rush." He stared at the note for a long time. Then he reached for the stone. It was colder than before, and deeper in the crack that split it, for the briefest flicker, Harry thought he saw not darkness, but torchlight reflected in a hall of ancient stone. Hogwarts, not as it was, as it had been. His fingers tightened. The first ritual had opened the threshold. The archive had given it form. The next step was no longer theoretical. It was a structure waiting to be built. A 4-fold geometry, a sovereign anchor, founder marks, the heart of what they made. Harry rose, dressed, and went downstairs. Hermione was exactly where he expected at the long dining table, surrounded by open books, loose parchment, and the 4 wrapped proxy objects from the coffer. She looked up the moment he entered, exhaustion etched under her eyes, but focus burning through it. Ron stumbled in a minute later, hair even worse than usual. No one said good morning, because none of them were in a world where mornings felt ordinary anymore. Hermione slid a parchment across the table. At the top she had written, in sharp black letters, Phone DRSKL Arquirements File Manifeste. Below it, item by item, the road ahead had begun to take shape. Harry read the list in silence. By the time he reached the bottom, he already knew the truth. The Founders were no longer an idea. They were a coming event. And Hogwarts, ancient, wounded, waiting, was already drawing breath for their return. The wedding burned in Harry's memory like a page half, scorched and never fully put out. One moment there had been lantern light in the Weasleys' garden, Fleur's silver, white dress moving through summer dusk, murmured vows, music, and the stubborn, fragile illusion that joy could still be defended by enough candles and determination. The next, patronesses had burst over the hedge line. Ministry fallen. Scrimgeour dead. They are coming. After that everything became motion. Apparition. Panic. Tottenham Court Road. Questions shouted over pounding hearts. Grimmauld Place swallowed in haste and wards. Yaxley at the door. Flight again. And through all of it, like a second current beneath survival, the knowledge of the Founders' first judgment remained lodged in Harry's chest. Call us from the heart of what we made. The Horcrux hunt still mattered. Voldemort still had to be unmade piece by piece, but the old path, the one Dumbledore had left behind in hints, memories, and impossible burdens, no longer felt like enough on its own, because now Harry understood something Dumbledore perhaps never had, or perhaps had refused to attempt. Voldemort's war was not only about one man's immortality, it was about the corruption of every institution meant to resist him. The Ministry had folded. The Daily Prophet had become a mouthpiece. Families were breaking under pressure. Hogwarts itself, the one place Harry had always thought of as permanent, was now in the hands of Severus Snape and the Carrows. That changed everything. Not tactically, symbolically. If Hogwarts became Voldemort's school, then Britain would follow. And if the Founders were ever going to return, they had to see what had been done to the place built in their names. So the plan changed, not abandoned. Reforged. The trio still hunted clues, still moved from safe house to safe house, still carried the locket and the weight of everything Dumbledore had not finished. But threaded through all their movements now was a second project, darker and more impossible than the first. They were preparing a throne. It took 6 weeks to gather what the ritual demanded. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough. From Grimmauld Place they took the old register, the proxy markers from the Black Coffer, and every copied fragment Hermione trusted enough not to burn. Creature located 2 more buried references in family ledgers, one of which described castle, sympathy, as the tendency of great magical institutions to amplify old covenant rights when their founding principles were threatened. Hermione hated that passage immediately, which to Harry made it more likely to be true. They used the locket mission as cover for other aims. While hunting traces of Regulus Black and the false Horcrux, Harry paid attention to older currents the stone could feel, echoes in places where the Founders' magic had once brushed the world. Most led nowhere useful. Some nearly killed them. One abandoned hill chapel in Derbyshire still held a ward pattern descended from Hufflepuff's agricultural sanctums. Hermione copied it before the stones collapsed inward on themselves. In a flooded cellar beneath a ruined manor, Harry found a serpent, carved drain tunnel older than the house above it. He could not prove Salazar had ever touched it, but the Parseltongue runes along the inner wall answered when he whispered into the dark. For Godric, the answer was easiest and most dangerous. The sword, it remained in the headmaster's office, or somewhere within Hogwarts' protections, and therefore beyond them for now. But the register had said steel once sworn in his name, or a hall that remembers his courage. Hogwarts itself held that memory. The dueling chamber, the old Great Hall, even the battlements where generations of students had stood in fear and defiance. For Helga, there were kitchens and cellars en route, stone chambers beneath the school older than any modern map acknowledged. For Rowena, Ravenclaw Tower remained, but more importantly the castle's ward lattice still followed a geometrical philosophy attributed to her earliest designs. Hermione spent 3 nights proving that from half, burned diagrams and one surviving essay by a dead unspeakable who had gone mildly mad trying to model Hogwarts as a living enchantment. For Salazar, there was the chamber. That alone would have sufficed. But Voldemort had defiled even that, leaving behind the corpse of the basilisk and the memory of Tom Riddle moving through stone with stolen grandeur. Harry thought Salazar would care about that. He hoped he would be furious. That left one final problem: the school. Getting in was difficult. Understanding its present magical state was worse. They learned most of what they could from stolen prophet clippings, terrified whispers in hiding places, and one furious message smuggled through Lupin's network from Ginny before communications became too dangerous. Snape ruled as headmaster. The Carrows taught punishment as curriculum. Detentions had become blood and broken fingers. Students disappeared into the forest for discipline. House points were no longer a game but a weapon of humiliation. The castle still stood, but its daily life had curdled into something meaner, thinner, less human. Every report made Harry's resolve harden. By the end of October, Hermione had stopped trying to argue them away from Hogwarts entirely. By November, she was only arguing timing. By December, after one failed attempt to approach the grounds ended with the stone going so cold Harry nearly blacked out, she admitted the truth in a hollow voice. "The castle is under strain," she said one night as they sheltered in a roofless shepherd's hut under disillusionment charms and freezing rain. "Not broken. Strained. Something in the governance is wrong enough that the older enchantments are resisting." Ron drew his cloak tighter. "Meaning?" Hermione stared into the dark where Hogwarts lay many miles away, hidden by distance and winter. "Meaning the founders might answer more strongly now than they would have in peace." Harry said nothing. He did not have to. They entered Hogwarts on the first moonless night of January. Not through the front gates. Not through Hogsmeade. And certainly not by permission. The passage began in a dried cistern half a mile from the school's outer grounds, accessible only because Harry could hiss open a rock seam masked by centuries of ivy and soil. The tunnel beneath it smelled of wet stone, roots, and something older than earth. Castle runoff mixed with the residue of magic used in one place for 1,000 years. Ron had asked twice how Harry even knew it was there. Harry had not been able to answer honestly, because the truth was that the stone had shown him in dreams. Not complete maps, not instructions spoken aloud, just flashes old builders walking torchlit underways, water routes beneath the kitchens, serpent-scribed inspection passages connecting forgotten foundations. He had followed those visions carefully and only told Hermione about them when their usefulness outweighed how much she would hate them. She had, indeed, hated them. Now, as they moved through the tunnel in silence, she still hated them, but she did not deny their value. The passage sloped upward for a long time. At last it widened into a brick-lined chamber with a rusted iron grate above. Through the slits they could see torchlight flicker across stone flooring. Harry held up a hand. Above them, footsteps crossed. Slow, heavy, armored. A pause. Then the footsteps moved on. Ron exhaled shakily. "Please tell me that wasn't normal school security." "It wasn't," Hermione whispered back. "That sounded like patrol rotation." Harry looked up through the grate. The corridor above was not one he recognized at first. Too narrow, too low-ceilinged. But when the patrols passed, and they pushed the grate aside from beneath, he realized where they were. The old lower corridor behind the kitchens. Helga's domain. The irony struck him hard enough to make his throat tighten. Once, students had come here in secret hoping for cakes or a second supper. Once house, elves had bustled through these halls carrying warmth and food to every table in the castle. Now the corridor was cold and under watch, and distant screams, faint enough to doubt, real enough to sicken, echoed somewhere high above through old ventilation shafts. Hermione heard them too. Her face went white. Ron swore under his breath. Harry climbed out first. The stone under his boots thrummed. That was the only word for it. Not metaphor, not imagination. The castle knew him, or rather, it knew what he carried. The stone against his chest pulsed once in answer. Deep in the walls, a low vibration passed like the shift of an enormous sleeping thing. Hermione caught the movement at once. "Did you feel that?" Harry nodded. Ron looked between them. "I don't like when both of you say, 'Did you feel that?' in ancient places." Harry knelt and pressed his hand flat to the corridor floor. The sensation hit immediately, not vision this time, recognition. The lower stones of Hogwarts were unlike any other magic he had touched. Not wild like the Forbidden Forest, not tightly personal like the Black Archive. This felt layered, composite, vast. 1,000 years of oaths, lessons, quarrels, meals, punishments, triumphs, tears. The school was not alive in the simple sense of creatures and breath. It was alive the way a nation can be alive. A structure of memory so dense it had become presence, and right now that presence was uneasy. Wounded, watching. Hermione crouched beside him. "Harry!" He opened his eyes. "It's ready." That was not a comforting sentence. Her face made that clear. They moved in deeper. The road had been chosen carefully. Hermione's notes, Harry's dreams, and scraps of old castle diagrams had all suggested the same thing. If they wanted the founders to answer fully, they had to begin from the oldest central nexus of the school, rather than from a single house domain. Not the Great Hall, not with patrols and public traffic, not the headmaster's office, not while Snape occupied it, not even the chamber alone, which would tilt the balance toward Salazar too strongly and risk collapse. Instead, they were heading for the one place all four founders had indisputably shaped together. The original Foundation crypt beneath the central stair. At least, that was what the oldest records called it. In practice, nobody knew it existed anymore. Nobody except, perhaps, the castle itself. The path there twisted through forgotten service passages, sealed classroom backs, and stairwells so old their steps had sunk crooked under centuries of weight. Twice they hid from patrols. Once from a Caro. Amicus, Harry thought, from the smell of cheap wine and cruelty that seemed somehow visible in the torchlight around him. He stood laughing with two older Slytherin boys outside a locked room from which soft sobbing could be heard. Ron's hand tightened so hard on his wand that the knuckles clicked. Hermione grabbed his sleeve before he could move. "Not yet," her eyes said. Harry had never wanted to kill a man more cleanly in his life, but not yet. They left the corridor in silence, carrying the sound of those sobs with them like a fresh wound. By the time they reached the inner stair shaft, none of them were under any illusion about what the founders were about to see. The final door stood behind a stretch of blank wall halfway down a dead and landing beneath the third-floor staircase. No visible latch, no hinges. Only four shallow carvings worn almost smooth with age, a sword, a sheaf, a star, a serpent. Hermione stared. "That's impossible." "No," Harry said quietly. "It's just old." He stepped forward. The moleskin pouch had gone so cold against his skin it bordered on pain. This time there was no voice asking authority. Only silence. Harry laid one bleeding fingertip, cut fresh for the purpose, against each carving in turn. Nothing happened for 3 heartbeats. Then the wall folded open soundlessly into darkness. Air breathed out from within, warm, dusty, ancient. The three of them stood motionless at the threshold. The chamber beyond was round and lower than Harry expected, carved not from finished school stone, but from raw rock deliberately shaped, and then left partly visible. 4 great columns ringed the space, each with a different style worked into its surface. Knotwork and sword lines, grain and root patterns, constellations and runes, coiling serpents disappearing into dark water motifs. Between them ran channels cut into the floor, all leading toward a central dais shaped like an empty seat with no back and no legs, more symbol than furniture. A throne not for sitting. A throne for naming. The Foundation crypt. For a long moment nobody spoke. Then Hermione whispered, "This is where they did it." Harry nodded. Not because he knew logically. Because he knew. The castle knew this room. The stone knew it. And the air in here felt thick with ancient expectation, as if for centuries this chamber had remained empty, only because no one daring enough, or foolish enough, had remembered the old language needed to wake it. Ron looked at the center and swallowed. "I'd like it officially noted that this is the worst room we've ever voluntarily entered." Harry almost smiled. Then the smile vanished. Because the nearer he moved to the dais, the more the castle's distress sharpened around him. The school's magic was not calm. It was compressed, held taut beneath layers of newer governance and older resistance. He felt pain in it, shame, fury, defiance. Hogwarts knew it was being misused. That was why the founders would answer. Not because Harry had the stone. Because their house was calling for judgment. Hermione unpacked the ritual materials in complete silence. She no longer tried to talk Harry out of it. That frightened him more than any argument had. Ron positioned the proxy markers at the 4 cardinal points, as instructed. Temporary acknowledgements only. Not true relics, but enough to complete the geometry. Hermione overlaid them with copied runes from the Register and Castle, sympathy stabilizers adapted from Hufflepuff field wards. Harry stood in the center with the stone in one hand and his wand in the other, though he suspected the wand would mean very little once the rite began. Last chance, Hermione said without looking up. Harry glanced at her. She was pale, Ron paler, both frightened, both still here. He understood then that there would be no better moment than this, and no safe one at all. If they waited, the school suffered longer. If they failed, the cost was beyond calculation. But if they succeeded, Harry looked around the chamber of raw rock and ancient columns. If they succeeded, the age itself would answer. Begin, he said. Hermione shut her eyes once, like a prayer for someone who no longer trusted prayer, and took up her position at the edge of the circle. Ron did the same opposite her. Harry stood before the empty throne shape and cut his palm. Blood ran into the carved channels at once. The chamber inhaled, all 4 columns lit from within. Not brightly, not yet. Just a pulse through the old carvings like coals waking under ash. Harry placed the stone in the hollow at the center of the dais. This time, instead of frost, the reaction was light. Red moving into gold, gold into blue, white into green, black. The colors chased one another through the floor channels and shot outward toward the base of each column. The school shuddered. High above them, faint and far, bells rang once. Then stopped. Hermione looked up sharply. Did we trigger an alarm? No, Harry said, and even to himself his voice sounded strange, deeper. Carried by the room, the castle noticed. He began the invocation. Not the threshold version from the forest. The full one. Longer, heavier. Shaped less like petition and more like treaty. Each word came easier here because the room was helping, the chamber acting as resonance rather than resistance. When he named blood, the stone answered. When he named burden, his scar burned so sharply his knees nearly buckled. When he named anchor, the entire crypt thrummed in reply. He called them not as ghosts, not as comfort, not as the dead dragged from rest. He called them as office, bearers returning to a house under violation. Godric Gryffindor, Harry said, voice ringing against raw stone, by hall and oath, by steel and courage remembered. The sword column blazed. Helga Hufflepuff, by hearth and cellars, by root and refuge unforgotten. The grain-carved column glowed deep amber. Rowena Ravenclaw, by tower and ward, by wit and high design enduring. The star column turned white as a winter sky. Salazar Slytherin, by chamber and depth, by secret kept and hair denied. The serpent column erupted in emerald shadow. Then Harry placed both bleeding hands on the empty throne, and said the final line, return and judge what remains of what you made. Everything broke, not exploded. Opened. The chamber vanished in a storm of memories so total that Harry no longer knew whether he stood in January under Snape's rule or 1,000 years ago in a hall of torchlight and first vows. He saw children arriving on muddy roads, builders laying foundation stone, 4 young faces, fierce and brilliant and unyielding, arguing over principles that would become houses. He saw a castle rise where there had been only rock and ambition. Saw the first feast, the first sorting, the first crack in friendship, the first student death, the first compromise, the first betrayal. Then all those centuries compressed into a single terrible moment, and the throne beneath Harry's hands demanded payment. He screamed. Pain lanced through his scar, his palm, his lungs, his teeth. Something tried to tear outward through the Horcrux inside him, writhing in protest at the force moving through the crypt. Harry felt it, truly felt it, like a diseased splinter of ice jerking against the call. Hermione shouted something, Ron too. None of it mattered, because 4 presences were descending through the opened architecture of the school. This time they did not remain outlines. This time Hogwarts gave them form. At the northern column, red gold fire hammered itself into the shape of a broad-shouldered man in battle robes of dark crimson, a sword at his back and another in his hand formed of light hardening into steel. Godric Gryffindor stepped forward first, not ghost-like, not transparent. Tangible, terrible, alive only in the sense that storms are alive. At the western column, amber light rose from the floor in waves of warmth and root, scented air. Helga Hufflepuff emerged from it robed in ochre and brown, heavy hair braided with bronze grain work, hands collused like a craftswoman's and eyes vast with sorrow and strength. At the eastern column, white blue light folded into geometry, then cloth, then the figure of a tall witch with dark hair bound high in silver marks at her throat, and cuffs like constellations made wearable. Rowena Ravenclaw's gaze fell across the chamber once, and seemed to understand every mechanism in it before her second breath. At the southern column, green-black shadow poured upward from the channels like deep water reversing its fall. Salazar Slytherin came last, slim and severe, robes dark as lake, bottoms silk. Serpent, headed staff in one hand, face pale and beautiful in the harsh way of carved stone. His eyes were the same green fire Harry had seen in the forest, but now set in a fully formed human face made more frightening by calm. The four founders stood in the crypt of Hogwarts. Hermione backed into the wall. Ron made a strangled noise that might have been Harry's name. Harry himself nearly collapsed outright as the throne released him at last. He caught himself on one hand, gasping, and looked up through sweat and pain and the salt, sharp taste of blood. They were real, not living. Not dead in any ordinary way, but real. Godric looked down at Harry first. For one impossible moment, the founder of Gryffindor simply studied the boy who had hauled him across centuries and judgment. Then he grunted as if satisfied that Harry had at least survived the act. Helga moved first, not toward Harry, toward the chamber walls. Her expression changed with every step, from wonder to confusion to something quieter and more wounded. She laid one broad-fingered hand against the raw stone and closed her eyes. "The house remembers," she said. Her voice was deep, warm, and carrying. It filled the crypt without strain. Not modern English exactly, but close enough that the meaning slid into Harry's mind, as if the room itself translated. Rowena had already turned in a slow circle, seeing more than the rest of them. Her pale eyes narrowed. "The lattices strained," she murmured. "Layered governance without moral congruence. Repairs made over fractures, compulsions resisted in the upper wards. Shame in the western towers. Violence in the disciplined corridors." Hermione made a sound halfway between awe and horror. Salazar, by contrast, had not moved from the southern side. He was looking not at the room, nor at Harry, nor even at Hogwarts as a whole. He was looking straight through the stone above them, into the school. His expression cooled further. "Someone foul wears my language in these walls," he said. Harry's scar burned at once. Not because Voldemort was near, because Salazar had noticed the residue of him everywhere. Godric drew his sword with a sound like a bell struck once in winter. The blade was not decorative. Harry understood that immediately. It looked like the concept of battle forced into metal. Then Godric spoke a single sentence that chilled the room harder than the ritual had. "This is not the school we left." No one answered. No one could. Because even Harry, who had expected anger, felt something worse now that the founders truly stood here and sensed the state of their house. Disappointment. Not in Hogwarts. In what had been done to it. Helga turned to Harry at last. Her eyes fell on the blood still drying on his hands, then on the scar on his forehead, then lower, deeper. Finding the soul wound inside him with a mother's instinct sharpened into ancient magic. "You called us carrying death in your brow," she said softly. Harry forced himself upright despite his shaking legs. "I know." Rowena looked at him, and for the first time Harry understood what it meant to be regarded by an intellect so vast that concealment became absurd. "You are divided," she said. "Yes." Salazar's lip curled slightly. "And still you dared act as anchor." Harry met his gaze. "Wes." Something like dark approval flickered and vanished from Salazar's face. Godric stepped forward. The room seemed smaller for it. "You said in the wood that war already stood upon our threshold?" he said. "Show me?" It was not a request. Harry swallowed. Then, because there was no point pretending, he raised one shaking hand and pointed upward through layers of stone. "Children are being tortured in classrooms," he said. "The headmaster is a spy serving a tyrant. The man who calls himself your heir split his soul and built a movement out of fear and blood purity. The ministry serves him. Hogwarts is still fighting it, But it's losing. The silence after that was vast. Then the castle itself answered for him. Somewhere high above, a student screamed. The sound cut down through the old vents, thin but unmistakable. Every founder in the room went still. Harry watched the change happen. Godric's face hardened into battle, readiness so complete it became almost serene. Helga closed her eyes once in naked pain. Rowena's expression sharpened into cold, lethal clarity. And Salazar Slytherin smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. It was the smile of a man discovering that something wearing his name had mistaken inheritance for permission. "Hear that?" he said very softly. Green light crawled like veins through the head of his staff. "My air is false." The chamber doors blew open. Not outward. Inward. Stone folded aside of its own accord as Hogwarts acknowledged the statement. All four founders turned toward the passage leading up into the school proper. Not rushing, not uncertain. Awakened. Harry, still trembling from the right, felt the shape of the next truth settle into place with absolute clarity. He had not summoned mentors first. He had summoned witnesses. And the witnesses had seen enough. Helga was the one who looked back at him before they moved. There was no softness in her now, though warmth remained. "You have done a grievous thing for grave purpose, child," she said. "Pray that the purpose proves worthy." Then she followed the others out of the crypt. Harry stood frozen for half a second. Hermione was the first to move, rushing to his side as his knees nearly gave way. Ron was on the other side a moment later, catching his arm before he hit the floor. "Harry!" "I'm fine," he gasped automatically. Hermione looked murderous. "You are not." Above them came a sound like thunder rolling through stairwells. Not weather. Doors opening. Wards shifting. The castle itself rearranging around four returned authorities. Ron stared toward the passage with round, disbelieving eyes. "We actually did it." Harry listened to the movement spreading through Hogwarts like a waking giant, and knew there was no undoing the world that had existed an hour ago. "No," he said hoarsely. "We started it." They reached the main corridors only minutes later and found Hogwarts holding its breath. Students were emerging from side passages and dormitory stairs in confusion, wrapped in blankets or school robes, wands clutched in shaking hands. Paintings were awake and talking all at once. The suits of armor lining the walls had turned their helms in the same direction, following something unseen deeper in the castle. Then Godric Gryffindor strode into the entrance hall. The room stopped. Older students backed into walls. First years stared, too shocked even to cry out. A seventh-year Slytherin dropped his wand with a clatter loud as a gunshot on stone. Godric did not look at them first. He looked at the banners hanging over the hall, Slytherin green, Gryffindor scarlet, Ravenclaw blue, Hufflepuff gold, still there. Still flying, his jaw tightened. Then Helga entered from the corridor behind the kitchens. House elves were pouring from hidden doors to stare, many of them weeping openly in the strange, high-keening sound of old service magic recognizing the hand that first gave it dignity. Helga's expression when she saw them was so fierce and tender at once that Harry felt his throat close. Rowena descended the marble staircase not by walking all its steps, but by seeming simply to occupy each level in sequence, white, blue robes cutting through shadow like thought through ignorance. As she reached the floor, the nearest windows lit with reflected starlight though it was well past midnight and heavily clouded outside. Salazar came last through the archway leading toward the dungeons. Every snake carved into the stone lintels along that passage stirred as he passed. The entrance hall of Hogwarts became a judgment chamber, and the founders, standing beneath the banners of the houses they had made, looked upon the modern school for the first time in 1,000 years. It was the students who undid Harry. Not the magic, the students. Bruised faces, starved eyes, hands that flinched from raised voices, younger children huddled behind older ones as though expecting punishment for being awake. A Hufflepuff boy with his sleeve rolled down too quickly over a healing cut. A Ravenclaw girl with tears drying on her cheeks and defiance under them. A Slytherin prefect Harry dimly remembered from his 6th year, standing rigid with terror, because her house colors now implicated her in something she had never chosen. The founders saw all of it. Helga inhaled sharply as though struck. Godric's hand tightened on his sword. Rowena's eyes went colder than winter, and Salazar, who Harry had expected to respond with contempt or indifference toward weak descendants, looked almost offended. "These," he said softly, "are schoolchildren." The quiet in his voice was more menacing than shouting would have been. From the upper landing came hurried footsteps. Amicus Carrow burst into view with wand raised and 2 trembling older students behind him. "What in the name of—" He stopped. His face, broad and brutish and pink with interrupted sleep, lost all color. For one glorious second Harry saw exactly what Amicus saw: 4 impossible figures in the entrance hall where no one should be. Ancient authority made manifest. The castle bending toward them. Students no longer cowering quite so completely because shock had punched holes in fear. Amicus recovered badly. "Whoever you are," he barked, though his voice cracked on the second word. "This school is under ministry authority." He never finished. Godric crossed the distance between them so fast Harry did not see the intervening movement. One moment he stood beneath the house banners. The next he had Amicus Carrow by the throat, lifted one, handed clear off the floor. The Death Eater choked and clawed uselessly at the founder's wrist. Godric looked up at him the way a warrior looks at something unworthy of being called an enemy. "Ministry?" he asked. His voice boomed through the hall. "This house stood before your ministry was mud and timber." Amicus tried to curse him. The spell died 3 inches from his wand, shredded apart by the air itself. Rowena had not even raised a hand. She merely tilted her head, and the magic around the hall changed structure. Harry felt it happen as a mathematical correction. Carrow's modern casting, built on ministry's standard dueling forms, had simply ceased to function inside her revised geometry. Amicus realized it too late. Helga stepped forward. "Put him down, Godric." There was no softness in her tone. Godric obeyed at once, releasing Amicus not from mercy but because Helga had spoken. The man hit the floor choking. Before he could scramble away, roots burst through the seams in the entrance hall stone. Not wild roots, precise ones, thick as rope and fast as snakes, spiraling up his arms, legs, and wand wrist until he was pinned to the floor in a living cage. Students gasped. Ron whispered awed blimey. Helga looked down at Amicus, and in her face Harry saw the difference between kindness and tolerance for cruelty. They were not the same thing. Never had been. "You strike children in my house," she said. The roots tightened. Amicus made an ugly sobbing noise. Above them another figure appeared on the staircase. Alecto Carrow, wand out, face gray with alarm. She got one look at her brother trapped in Helga's roots, one look at the students clustering behind the founders, and chose the stupidest possible response. She pointed her wand at a nearby second year. Salazar moved. He did not shout, did not run, did not duel the way modern wizards dueled. He simply raised 2 fingers and hissed one sentence in Parseltongue. Every torch in the entrance hall went green. Alecto froze mid-cast, not stunned but seized by shadow itself. Darkness spilled from the carved serpents above the arches, ran down the walls like ink, and bound her where she stood. Her wand fell from numb fingers and shattered on the floor. The whole hall stared. Salazar stepped into the green light and looked up at her with perfect disgust. "You dare use my symbols," he said, "to justify cowardice." Alecto could not answer. Whatever bound her also stole speech. Harry had expected violence, and perhaps there would still be plenty of it before dawn. But what he had not expected, what none of them had expected, was this. The founders did not merely overpower the present, they made it look vulgar. Cheap, everything about Voldemort's regime, its blood purism, its theatrical cruelty, its self-important darkness, seemed suddenly smaller under the regard of people who had built something lasting. That was when another voice cut across the hall. Enough. Severus Snape stood at the top of the marble stairs, black robes flowing around him like smoke, wand already in hand. For one suspended moment, the entire school held still. Student eyes darted from Snape to the founders, from the founders to Harry, who had now been spotted at the back of the hall, despite his cloak and exhaustion, and from Harry back to the impossible scene at the center. Snape's gaze found Harry first. Shock flickered once and vanished. Then he looked at the 4 figures below. Unlike the Carrows, he did not bluster, did not demand credentials, did not mistake what he was seeing. He understood immediately. Of course he did. His face became unreadable stone. The founders regarded him in turn, Godric with open hostility, Helga with sharp, weighing sadness, Rowena with an intellect already dissecting motives, Salazar with the faintest interest, as if a complicated poison had introduced itself well. Snape descended 3 steps and stopped. "You are not ghosts," he said. Rowena answered, "No." The single word rang like a theorem proven. Snape's eyes shifted once more to Harry. And Harry saw the exact instant Snape understood that this was no accident, no castle malfunction, no elaborate illusion. Harry Potter had done this. The silence stretched so hard it nearly broke. Then from somewhere in the back of the hall, a first year started crying. The sound snapped the moment apart. Helga turned toward it instantly, and the expression on her face as she took in the shaking child, the bruised older students shielding younger ones, and the whole atmosphere of fear soaked into the entrance hall, seemed to decide something for all 4 of them at once. The founders turned away from Snape and looked upon the school. Not the stones. The children. Godric spoke first, and his voice carried to every corner of the hall. Every portrait fell silent. Every armor helm bowed slightly. Even the torch flames leaned inward. "I am Godric Gryffindor," he said, "and this is not how a house of learning stands." Helga lifted her hand. "I am Helga Hufflepuff," she said, and warmth spread through the hall like a fire newly lit in winter, touching bruises, easing shaking limbs, making starved students gasp as if they had not realized until then how cold they were. "I fed all who came in need. I sheltered all who sought knowledge. There will be no hunting of children under my roof." Rowena's eyes swept the banners, the staircases, the watching portraits. "I am Rowena Ravenclaw. Wisdom without moral design is merely clever ruin. This institution has been bent below its purpose." And then Salazar Slytherin stepped forward into the green, gold wash of the hall and looked straight at the students of his house first. Not the others, his own. Boys and girls rigid with inherited shame and terrified loyalty, uncertain whether to kneel, flee, or apologize for crimes committed in colors they wore to bed. His expression altered by 1 degree. Enough to become dangerous mercy. "I am Salazar Slytherin," he said. "And any fool who tells you ambition requires cowardice speaks in a thief's voice, not mine." Several Slytherins looked as though the floor had vanished beneath them. Harry felt something in the hall shift then, deep, structural, almost tectonic. The school was listening, not merely hearing, choosing. The founders stood together beneath the 4 banners, ancient and terrible and undeniable, and Hogwarts itself seemed to draw up straighter around them, as though for the first time in months it remembered what it had once been meant to do. And in that moment, looking at the bruised children, the bound Carrows, Snape's unreadable face, and the founders' dawning horror at the age they had been called into, Harry understood the title of the chapter his own life had become. This was the school they no longer recognized. And because they no longer recognized it, they were going to change it. For 3 full seconds after Salazar Slytherin finished speaking, nobody in the entrance hall moved. Then Hogwarts erupted. Not into panic, into noise. Whispers first, sharp, disbelieving, rising like sparks through dry grass. Then gasps, then half-swallowed cries, then the frantic, overlapping voices of students who had spent months learning silence as survival and no longer seemed capable of keeping it. Is that really? It can't be. Merlin's beard. Did he say? A portrait 3 floors up fainted so dramatically that it fell sideways out of its own frame. 2 suits of armor knocked their helms together. Somewhere behind the Hufflepuffs, a younger student burst into tears from sheer shock and did not stop even when Helga's warmth brushed through the hall again, gentler this time, steadying breath and pulse. Harry, still leaning on Ron and Hermione more than he wanted to admit, watched the founders absorb the chaos without retreating from it. That mattered. Because he had summoned legends, yes, but not statues, they reacted. Judged. Adjusted, Godric's first instinct had been force, Helga's shelter, Rowena's analysis, Salazar's reclamation, and beneath all of that, something else was becoming clearer to Harry with every passing moment. They were not comfortable. Not with electric lamps hidden behind old sconces. Not with moving staircases, burdened by additional enchantments layered across the centuries. Not with ministry, standard ward signatures laced through the castle's original patterns. Not with children sorted into houses whose names had outlived their meaning in 100 smaller ways. They were powerful here, overwhelmingly so. But they were also disoriented, which, Harry realized, was the only reason this moment had not already become a bloodbath. Snape descended the last of the marble stairs. Every student tensed. Every founder watched him. The Carrows remained bound where they had fallen, Amicus choking under Helga's roots, and Alecto pinned in Salazar's shadow snare, unable even to scream properly. No one moved to help them. Not even Snape. That, more than anything, told Harry just how dangerous the ground had become. Snape's black eyes moved from founder to founder and came at last to rest on Harry. There was no open accusation in his face, no fury, no triumph. Only a cold, exhausted comprehension that made Harry hate him for being difficult even now. "You have endangered the school," Snape said. It was to Harry, but he said it to the room. Harry almost laughed. The sound that came out was harsher and smaller than intended. They were already endangering it. Snape's gaze sharpened. Before he could answer, Rowena Ravenclaw stepped forward. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. "Headmaster," she said, and the word itself sounded suddenly like an office that ought to mean something. "Your claim upon this institution is conditional." The hall went dead silent again. Even Snape looked caught off guard by the exact phrasing. Conditional, not illegitimate, not accepted, measured. The founder's pale eyes narrowed slightly, as though she were reading a mathematical irregularity lodged inside a line of otherwise correct working. "You govern under coercive alignment," she continued. "You maintain outer function while permitting inner violation. You preserve structure while corrupting experience." Why? The question landed like a thrown knife. Because it was not really a question for public answer. It was a test. Harry saw it instantly. So, apparently, did Snape. His face did not change, but something in the set of his shoulders did. A fractional easing, not trust. Snape would have rather swallowed poison than trust anyone in a hall full of students, but recognition. He chose his words with inhuman care, because the structure needed to survive long enough, he said, for a better intervention. Godric's grip tightened on his sword, and children had to bleed for your patience. Snape's jaw locked. "Yes," he said. The word hit the hall like frost. A murmur of outrage passed through the students. Hermione made a noise of disgust. Ron muttered, "I'm going to be sick," under his breath. Harry stared at Snape. There it was again, that loathsome, impossible thing about the man. He would speak the truth in exactly the shape most likely to make people hate him, even when a kinder lie would serve him better. Harry could not decide if that was courage or sickness. Helga stepped between Godric and Snape before the moment could worsen. "You are not the danger at hand," she said, though her tone made it clear this was not an absolution. "Nor are you free of answer. Not tonight." Then she turned to the students, and the entire emotional center of the hall changed. Because when Helga Hufflepuff looked at children, she did not see witnesses to history. She saw children. "Listen to me," she said, and the hall obeyed more completely than it had obeyed any teacher in months. "None of you will be punished for standing here. None of you will be hunted to bed. None of you will be struck for hearing our names or seeing our faces. This I say in the house I helped raise." Warmth spread again, stronger than before. Not just physical heat, though the air did grow softer, less raw, but the deep bodily certainty of shelter granted. Bruised shoulders loosened, trembling stopped. One by one, students who had looked ready to bolt simply remained where they were. Helga's magic was not flashy. That was why it was terrifying. She could alter the behavior of fear itself. Godric lowered his sword. For now, Salazar, meanwhile, had not stopped observing the Slytherins gathered in knots at the back of the hall. Harry followed his gaze and saw what the founder must be seeing, not a monolith of future Death Eaters, but frightened adolescents, some arrogant, some ashamed, some calculating, some trapped, some all of those things at once. One seventh-year boy with sharp cheekbones and shaking hands took half a step forward, then dropped to one knee so abruptly it looked like collapse. "My lord," he began. Salazar's staff struck the stone once. The crack silenced the hall again. "Do not call me that," he said. The boy went white. Salazar moved toward him with the fluid stillness of a snake deciding not to strike yet. "If you kneel," he said, voice carrying with dreadful precision, "let it be to principle, not blood-drunk theatrics and stolen symbols." He flicked 2 fingers. The boy's knee was forced up by invisible pressure until he stood again, rigid and bewildered. Harry felt the shift ripple through the Slytherins like a shockwave. Salazar had not embraced them. He had done something far more destabilizing. He had denied Voldemort's entire style of authority. Rowena turned to Hermione then, and to Harry's surprise, seemed to have known exactly where she was standing all along. "You," said the founder. Hermione stiffened. "You copied portions of the rite." It was not accusation. It was recognition of craftsmanship. Hermione swallowed. "Wes." Rowena held out a hand. "Show me your reconstructions." Hermione looked at Harry once, as if asking whether this was real. Harry managed a faint, exhausted nod, hands slightly shaking. Hermione reached into her bag and drew out the folded sheets she had been carrying for weeks. Ward diagrams, transliterations, stabilizer matrices, notes scrawled in margins after nights without sleep. She crossed the hall like someone approaching an altar and laid them into Rowena Ravenclaw's waiting hand. The founder read the first page, then the second. Then, to the astonishment of half the school, she said, "Competent." Hermione made a strangled sound. Ron whispered, "That's basically a marriage proposal in your language." Hermione elbowed him without looking. It did not take much force to prove she was still listening. Godric abruptly turned toward Neville Longbottom. Harry only realized why a second later. Neville had stepped in front of 2 younger students without noticing he'd done it, body angled as shield, wand up despite the obvious insanity of trying to defend first years from Founders and Death Eaters at once. Godric studied him for a long beat, then nodded once. "Good spine," he said. Neville stared. "What?" "Good spine," Godric repeated. "Do not lose it." Neville Longbottom, who had survived humiliation, Caro punishments, his own fear, and still somehow managed to look startled when praised, went scarlet to the roots of his hair. Harry would have laughed if his chest did not still feel carved hollow by the ritual. And then the magic snapped. Not outward, inward. Harry doubled over. Pain detonated behind his scar, not like the familiar burning of Voldemort's anger, but something nastier. Twisting, resisting, recoiling. The Horcrux inside him had been quiet while the Founders manifested, overpowered by the ritual and the castle's attention. Now, under 4 returned wills and their scrutiny, it lashed. Hermione reached him first. "Harry!" The hall blurred. He heard Snape move, heard Godric curse, heard Rowena say something sharp and ancient that cut through the pain like a knife through cloth. Then cold hands, not cold like death, but cold like lucid thought, touched either side of Harry's head. "Rowena, be still," she said. He wasn't sure whether he obeyed or was made to. Her fingers never quite touched his scar, yet pressure built around it in precise concentric rings. Harry gasped as something writhed beneath bone and skin, furious, alien, exposed. The hall recoiled as one. "Voldemort," whispered someone. "Horcrux?" Hermione breathed, horrified that the word had become public truth at last. Salazar came nearer. His green eyes burned hotter as he looked directly at the wound in Harry's soul. There was no pity in his face. No disgust, either. Only the focused offense of a master craftsman shown a blasphemy against his discipline. "He split a child," Salazar said softly. For the first time since their return, every trace of aristocratic calm vanished from his voice. That carrion-minded little thief split a child. Godric's face had gone murderous. Helga knelt in front of Harry, one hand over his bleeding palm, and warmth poured through his arm, countering the cold collapse spreading from the ritual's aftershocks. "Can you hear me?" she asked. Harry forced himself to nod. The pain eased by degrees as Rowena tightened whatever invisible structure she was building around the scar. Not removing the Horcrux. Not yet. Perhaps not even possible tonight. But isolating it from the overwhelming resonance of the Founder's presence. At the edge of Harry's vision, he saw Snape watching with a look he could not decipher. Not triumph, not vindication. Something darker. Guilt, perhaps, or the recognition of a long-anticipated disaster arriving in a form no one had planned for. When Harry could breathe again, Rowena withdrew her hands. "It cannot remain untreated if he is to anchor us long," she said to no one and everyone. The statement reverberated through the hall. Harry wiped blood from his mouth and pushed himself upright with Hermione and Ron's help. He hated the weakness, hated the staring students, hated that the founders had learned something so essential about him before he had learned enough about them. Salazar looked from Harry to Snape. You knew. It was not speculation. Snape met his gaze without flinching. "Yes!" and left it there. "I was ordered to." Godric took one stride down the hall. Steel sang as his hand tightened. "Then your master was a coward and your obedience filth." Snape did not answer. Perhaps because there was none to give, perhaps because on some level he agreed. The moment might have broken into violence after all if Minerva McGonagall had not appeared precisely then, striding into the entrance hall in tartan dressing gown over school robes, wand already up, silver hair unbound, expression so sharp it seemed able to cut glass at 10 paces. She took in the bound carrows, the crowded students, Harry half standing between Ron and Hermione, and then the 4 figures beneath the house banners. She stopped. For one heartbeat, the greatest transfiguration Professor Hogwarts had produced in a century simply stared. Then, in a voice somehow both hoarse and perfectly composed, she said, "Well." No one in the hall had the courage to laugh. McGonagall descended the remaining steps with astonishing dignity under the circumstances. When she reached the floor, she looked first at Godric Gryffindor, then Helga, Rowena, Salazar, and finally did something Harry would remember until he died. She bowed, not deeply, not as subject to monarch, as scholar to source, as teacher to teachers, as one keeper of the school to those who first built it. "Founders," she said. Godric inclined his head first. The others followed. It was Rowena who spoke. Deputy Headmistress. McGonagall's mouth twitched at the title, perhaps because even now, with founders returned and history split open, she refused to claim an office not formally restored to her. Her eyes moved at last to the students, then to the Carrows, then to Snape. In one glance, she understood more than most could in an hour. "What?" she asked in a tone that promised violence to the first liar, "has happened?" Harry answered before anyone else could. "We brought them back." McGonagall closed her eyes for exactly 1 second. When she opened them, she looked not outraged but tired in that uniquely Scottish way that implied she had no time for metaphysical nonsense. If it interfered with practical repair, "I see that," she said. Ron made a choking noise he heroically converted into a cough. McGonagall turned to Snape. And Snape, to Harry's everlasting irritation, looked as though he might actually have been grateful for a question about logistics. "The Carrows are neutralized," he said. "The students are unsettled but currently protected. Potter has overextended himself. The founders are anchored." Rowena glanced at him. "Efficient summary," she said. Snape's face became even less readable. McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose once. Then she straightened and became, in an instant, what Harry had always known she was at core: the perfect war, time schoolmaster. "Very well," she said. "Students, listen carefully. Prefects will escort younger years back to their dormitories. No one is to leave house quarters until further instruction. Nobody repeats what they have seen tonight outside the staff or resistance network unless authorized. Any student who has been harmed by Professors Carrow will report to Madame Pomfrey at once. Any student who needs not to be alone tonight will not be alone tonight. Move." The spell of shock broke under command more effectively than under comfort. Students moved, not chaotically, purposefully. Older ones stepping in, hands reaching for smaller hands. Neville barking instructions before realizing he was doing it. Luna appearing out of nowhere to lead 3 crying first. Years as though moonlit crises were simply part of her weekly schedule. And in the middle of it all, the founders watched. That was when Harry first understood what this chapter truly meant. The lessons from the dead would not begin in classrooms. They would begin in observation, in contrast, in the founders seeing what their school had become, and the school seeing what it had once hoped to be. They did not sleep. Nobody important, anyway. By dawn, the Carrows were sealed in an albeit warded personally by Rowena and Helga, with Snape adding 3 layers of protection of his own after Godric informed him, with unambiguous sincerity, that failure would result in his being thrown off the battlements as an administrative correction. The founders took temporary residence in the old founders' chamber off the central stair, a room sealed for centuries and opened only because the castle itself unsealed it when they approached. Hermione nearly wept when she saw the ward geometry. Rowena barely restrained visible disapproval at several later modifications to it, spent 11 minutes rewriting the door's logic by hand, and then declared modern magical architecture painfully ornamental. Salazar vanished for an hour and returned smelling of old water and basilisk blood, which told Harry exactly where he had gone. He said nothing of it except, "The chamber has been insulted," in a tone that made Ron refuse all follow-up questions. Helga went to the kitchens before sunrise and emerged with a battalion of house elves in tearful, militant attendance. By breakfast, the school had hot food for every student for the first time in weeks without the Carrows' ration games and punitive deprivation. Several children cried into their porridge. Helga pretended not to notice and set about reorganizing the entire lower house provisioning system as though she had only stepped away for an afternoon, not 10 centuries. Godric inspected the dueling court, the training yards, and every staircase wide enough to conduct a defensive stand on before most students had finished waking. By breakfast he had already declared 3 corridor choke, points acceptable, 4 disgraceful, and the current wand dueling curriculum, too dainty to save anybody. Rowena spent the morning in Ravenclaw Tower with Hermione, who returned looking like her brain had been removed, polished, and put back in the wrong order. Ron, upon seeing her face, said, "How bad?" Hermione sat down very carefully beside Harry in the great hall and whispered, "She thinks in layers." Harry blinked. Meaning? Hermione looked at her own hands, as though still surprised they obeyed singular commands. Meaning when she looks at a ward, she sees what it is, what it was designed to become, what it will fail into under pressure, and what sort of person built it based on one piece of rune placement. Ron made a face. "That sounds annoying." "It's horrifying," Hermione said fervently, then added, "very small and magnificent." Harry, despite everything, smiled. His own morning belonged to Salazar and Godric, which told him all he needed to know about how the founders had judged him. He found them in an abandoned practice chamber off the old armory, an older room than the modern dueling club used, circular, windowless, etched with target lines in the floor. Godric stood in the center with his sword across one shoulder. Salazar leaned against the wall in a posture so relaxed it somehow made the room tenser. Neither greeted him. Godric looked him over and grunted. "Still standing." "Barely," Harry admitted. "Good. Then you can learn." Harry glanced between them. "Both of you." Salazar's mouth curved by a fraction. "Would you prefer only him?" "No," Harry said immediately, because he knew instinctively that Godric alone would teach him courage sharpened into violence, and Salazar alone would teach him control sharpened into coldness. He needed both. Godric tossed him a practice wand from the old rack. "Your age fights with wrists," he said. "Too much point and flick. Too little body. Too little intent that survives interruption." Harry caught the wand clumsily. "That's how we're taught." "Yes," Godric said. "That is the problem." And so the lessons began. Not lectures. Correction. Godric taught him that battle magic was not spell recitation, but commitment expressed through movement. He stripped Harry's style down to stance, breath, angle, and will. By the end of the first hour, Harry's arms shook and his shoulders burned from repeating shield formations that started at the spine rather than the wand tip. Salazar, meanwhile, circled and dismantled weaknesses with surgical contempt. You broadcast before you strike. You pity at the wrong moment. You still think naming dark magic is the same as using it. You hesitate where strategy would suffice. Twice Harry snapped back. Once Godric laughed outright. Once Salazar looked almost entertained. And beneath all of it, they were teaching him something Dumbledore never had time to teach plainly. Power was not only force, it was posture, permission, refusal, territory of mind. By noon, Harry could barely keep his wand hand closed. Godric finally called a halt. Salazar approached only then, when Harry was too exhausted to hide truth with defiance. "The fragment in you will react each time our offices fully engage," he said. "It knows judgment when it feels it." Harry straightened despite the pain in his shoulders. "Can you get rid of it?" Salazar's eyes narrowed. "Can," he repeated, perhaps cleanly. "Not while you remain its house." Godric lowered his sword. "Then we teach him to become a fortress before we teach him to break the gate." Harry understood the metaphor at once. Not destroy the Horcrux first. Strengthen Harry first. Make the anchor capable of surviving extraction. The thought should have comforted him. Instead, it made the whole path ahead feel even longer. Salazar seemed to read that too. "Did you believe great works cost only one night?" he asked softly. Harry thought of the ritual, of the students in the hall, of Voldemort wearing Slytherin like a desecrated crown, of all the dead that had led here. "No," he said. "Good," said Salazar. For the first time, it almost sounded like approval. By the third day, the entire school had changed. Not healed, not remotely, but changed. The Carrows were gone, detentions ceased. Meals became meals again instead of strategic cruelty. Students began moving through corridors without flinching at every footstep. Resistance members stopped hiding from one another quite so carefully, and instead started hiding from the founders when caught in the middle of illegal corridor skirmishes, which Harry found deeply funny until Godric dragged him into one and made him explain the tactical logic of Dumbledore's army, as if defending a thesis to history itself. Neville came out of that meeting with his spine somehow even straighter than before. Luna spent an afternoon with Helga and the house, elves, and emerged crowned in flower, and entirely unsurprised that one of the founders had strong opinions on soup. Hermione became Rowena's shadow for 6 catastrophic hours a day and started muttering about harmonic ward ethics in her sleep. Ron, whose destiny apparently involved being adopted by Helga through sheer proximity to food and loyalty, found himself enlisted to help reorganize hidden supply networks and was privately delighted when the founder called him reliable in the old sense. Even Snape changed, not outwardly to the students. He remained cold, severe, and deeply unlikable. But in staff meetings now watched by 4 of the dead, the mask had to adjust. He could no longer hide behind ambiguity alone. The founders hated euphemism, particularly Godric. When Snape described months of disciplinary complexity, Helga asked him, in a tone that could have skinned bark off trees, whether pain had become simpler when renamed. McGonagall looked ready to frame the moment. And Harry learned. From Godric, he learned that courage without offensive capacity becomes martyrdom too quickly. From Helga, he learned that protection is not passive. It is logistics, sustenance, moral refusal, and the shaping of ground before battle ever begins. From Rowena, he learned that understanding a spell's philosophy lets you dismantle it faster than brute force ever could. From Salazar, he learned the most dangerous lesson of all, that darkness is not evil. Indulgence is. It unsettled him how much that one mattered, because necromancy had already pushed him past the point where simple categories like good spell and bad spell could carry the whole truth. Salazar did not absolve him of that. He made him face it properly. Death answers honesty, Salazar told him one evening in the chamber's outer corridor, while torchless green light moved over stone. It is the living who decorate their motives. Harry looked at the cracked stone in his hand. And what's my motive? Salazar's reflection in the black water regarded him before the real man answered. At first, grief, rage, hunger to undo helplessness. Harry did not deny it. And now? Salazar's gaze lifted from the stone to Harry's face. Now, he said, you want judgment. The answer sank into Harry like cold iron, because it was true, and because once said aloud, it could no longer pretend to be nobler than it was. That night, alone for the first time in days, Harry stood in a dark corridor overlooking the grounds. Snow silvered the lawns. The forbidden forest loomed beyond, black and listening. Far below, Patrol routes had changed under Godric's instruction and Helga's protective charms. The castle felt different around him now, more awake, more aligned, more itself. But not at peace, not yet. Behind him came soft footfalls. Harry turned. Helga stood there, not in full ceremonial gravity this time, simply present. Warm against the cold stone corridor, hands folded into her sleeves, eyes old enough to see through every posture he wore. "You do not rest," she observed. "Neither do you." A faint smile touched her mouth. "I have been dead a long while. My habits are altered." Harry huffed a laugh. Then the sound died. Helga came to stand beside him at the window. For a while they looked out over the snow together. At last she said, "You expected monsters." Harry did not bother pretending otherwise. "A bit." "And what did you find?" Harry thought of Godric's brutal honesty, Rowena's terrible intelligence, Salazar's elegance honed into a blade, Helga's kindness with teeth beneath it. "People," he said. Helga nodded once. "Dead ones. But yes." Her gaze shifted to his scar. "You are afraid of what this path is making you." Harry stared out at the grounds. "Shouldn't I be?" "Yes," she said simply. That was not comforting either. "But fear alone is not wisdom," she continued. "Nor is power alone corruption. The measure is whether you still know why a child's cry should matter more than your pride." Harry looked at her then. In the reflected glass he saw himself beside one of the people he had dragged back from death, one of the makers of the place he loved most in the world. And for a second the sheer strangeness of his life hit him so hard it almost felt funny. "I do know that," he said quietly. Helga's expression gentled. "I believe you." The words nearly undid him. Because so much of the last year had been secrets, instructions, burdens, manipulations, half-trust and hidden plans. Belief given plainly felt more dangerous than suspicion ever had. Helga touched 2 fingers lightly to the stone windowsill. "Hogwarts can be remade," she said. "Not by us alone. We are interruption, not future. Remember that." Harry frowned. "Then why come back?" Her eyes lifted to the dark silhouette of the castle towers. "Because sometimes the dead must shame the living into remembering themselves." The corridor fell silent again. Far below, somewhere in the grounds, a bell rang once as patrol changed. Harry closed his hand around the stone in his pocket and felt its familiar cold. Lessons from the dead. Not merely spells. Not merely power. Perspective. And somewhere beneath all of it, the beginning of a harder truth. The founders had returned to help, but they had also returned to judge whether the modern world deserved surviving. Harry was not yet sure what verdict they would give. The first time Salazar Slytherin touched the sketch of the locket, every candle in the room went green. It happened in the old strategy chamber off the Founders' Hall, where Harry, Ron, Hermione, McGonagall, Snape, and the 4 founders had gathered around a long oak table crowded with stolen ministry reports, order messages, half-burned maps, and Hermione's increasingly aggressive notes. Snow hissed softly against the high windows. The castle around them was quieter now than it had been in months, but not restful. Hogwarts had changed shape under the Founders' return. It breathed differently, watched more openly, corrected small wrongs on instinct. The war, however, had not paused to admire this. Voldemort still ruled the ministry. Muggle-borns were still being dragged before courts built on lies. The Death Eaters still held Britain in a fist, and somewhere within that machine sat one of the pieces keeping Voldemort immortal. The locket. Hermione had spent most of the morning piecing together every version of its path they could confirm, from Regulus Black to the cave, from the cave to Dolores Umbridge, from Umbridge to the Ministry's new inner offices, where confiscated heirlooms and evidence of bloodline fraud were being catalogued under the authority of men too stupid to understand what they possessed. Harry laid the latest file on the table. "This is the best guess we have." "It's not a guess," Hermione said, though exhaustion had roughened her voice. "It's inference supported by records, witness accounts, and that revolting pamphlet confiscated from the Muggle-born Registration Commission." Ron, standing beside her with toast in one hand and a face that suggested he still considered bureaucracy a personal insult, muttered, "Still sounds like a guess, just angrier." Hermione ignored him. Harry pushed the sketch of the locket closer to Salazar. The founder had been leaning against the far wall in deep green shadow, more still than a living person could ever be. Since returning, he had developed the unnerving habit of seeming half absent until the exact moment something interested him. Then every line of him sharpened at once. Now his gaze dropped to the page. The sketch had been made from Harry's memory and Regulus's description, refined by Hermione from Black Family Records, the Serpentine S, the Emerald setting, the old craft hidden beneath Tom Riddle's defilement. Salazar laid 2 pale fingers on the parchment. The candles went green, not with a burst, with disgust. Cold spilled through the room. Harry's scar prickled. Ron swore softly. Hermione's quill snapped in her hand. Even Snape straightened from the mantel. Salazar did not look up. For the first time since his return, his face lost its composure entirely. It was not rage first, it was offense. Profound aristocratic, perfectly lethal offense. "This," he said softly, "was mine." Nobody answered. The green fire climbed higher in the candles. He lifted the parchment, studying the drawing not as one studies a lost treasure, but as a surgeon studies a beloved instrument found in a butcher's shop. He set his carrion soul in it, Salazar said. The room seemed to shrink around the sentence. Harry had felt Horcruxes before. The diary, the ring, the locket itself around his neck in that hideous season of suspicion and misery. But hearing the founder speak of it this way stripped away even the glamour of dark fascination. Voldemort had not made something grand or terrible. He had fouled a relic. Rowena, seated near Hermione with 3 floating pages turning slowly around her hand, glanced toward the sketch. "Can you sense it?" Salazar's eyes remained fixed on the locket.
Yes.
Hermione looked up sharply. "From here."
Yes.
That silenced everyone, because Hogwarts was miles from London, because even Rowena paused her pages, because if Salazar could sense the locket from this distance, it meant something far uglier than simple magical sympathy. Salazar set the sketch back down with unsettling care. "It is screaming my name incorrectly," he said. The sentence would have sounded ridiculous from anyone else. From him, it made the hair rise on Harry's arms. McGonagall's mouth tightened. "Then we retrieve it." Snape folded his hands behind his back. The ministry is no longer configured for schoolboy heroics. Godric, who had been sharpening his sword with the kind of attention other men reserved for prayer, snorted. "That sentence alone makes me want to invade." "It should," Ron muttered. Hermione leaned over the table. "The ministry strike can still be done if we stop thinking in terms of the original infiltration plan." Harry looked at her. "You've got something." She pushed aside one stack of notes and opened another. This one covered in tunnel diagrams, old public works maps, and annotations in Rowena's elegant correction hand. "The ministry's wards are built to expect modern intrusion," Hermione said. "Polyjuice, flu, apparition interference, public entrances, lift shafts, departmental transport. But the building sits atop older magical infrastructure. Drainage channel service conduits, pre-ministry ward foundations. Serpent paths?" Harry said. Hermione gave one tight nod. Salazar's gaze shifted to him. Harry had learned enough by now to recognize when that meant he'd passed an unspoken test. Beneath the ministry, beneath all the respectable stone and legal theater, ran older channels laid when magical London was smaller and more honest about its dirt. Some of those channels bore old parcel marks, inspection sigils, secrecy locks, poison drains meant to redirect, cursed runoff from the centuries when pure bloodhouses still handled their own filth instead of sending it through polished government pipes. Most had been sealed. Some had only been forgotten. Salazar stepped toward the table at last. "This," he said, tapping one green ink line on Hermione's map, "still lives?" Hermione frowned. "You're sure? I built it?" That answered that. Harry leaned over the map. "Can it get us close enough?" Salazar's finger moved through 3 intersections, a vertical shaft, and one narrow bend beneath the old records annex. "Not us," he said. "You." Harry looked up. Salazar met his gaze without softness. "I do not stride freely through London because a boy with admirable stubbornness asked me from death. I remain anchored to Hogwarts. Away from it I thin. Far enough from it, I become thought with teeth and little more." Godric looked up from his sword. Charming phrase. It is precise. Harry stared at the map again. Of course there had to be a limit. The Founders were powerful, but not simply restored to ordinary life. Hogwarts still fed them, held them, defined the scale at which they could act. So what can you do? Harry asked. Salazar's mouth curved faintly. In my own domains, he said, more than enough. That meant the tunnels, the underways, the secret stone, the buried paths shaped by his philosophy and marked in his language. Harry understood at once. Salazar could not march into the ministry at full founder authority. But if Harry carried the stone, and if they entered by old serpent ways, Salazar might still ride the line of his own inheritance there, not fully embodied. Something worse. Hermione had understood too, because her face had gone pale in that particular way it did when brilliant solutions became morally horrifying. No, she said. Everybody looked at her. You are not using Harry as a moving anchor to drag a partially manifested founder through underground ministry tunnels, she said. That sentence should never have become real. Salazar's expression did not change. Yet it is correct. Hermione rounded on Harry before he could speak. Don't. It's the best plan. It's the worst plan that happens to be effective. Same difference. It is absolutely not the same difference. Ron, rubbing a hand over his face, said, I'm with Hermione on the general horror, but not on the tactical bit, because tactically, this is unfortunately brilliant. Hermione stared at him as if personally betrayed by his common sense. McGonagall looked to Snape. Your view? Snape's black eyes flicked over the tunnel routes, Salazar, then Harry. Potter survives impossible magic through insolence and structural luck, he said. The plan therefore has precedent. Harry glared. Thanks? You measured me? Snape said coolly. That was not praise. Godric laughed outright. The sound rolled through the chamber like iron striking iron, startling even McGonagall into the faintest grim smile. Then Rowena, who had remained silent too long for comfort, spoke. Will work, she said. Hermione closed her eyes briefly, as though betrayed by the universe itself. But, Rowena continued, only if the bond is structured properly. Salazar cannot be permitted to disperse into a free, roaming revenant line within the ministry. Harry must remain primary anchor. The tunnel geometry must be traced in advance. And the locket's soul fragment will react violently the moment my colleague's office approaches it. Salazar inclined his head as if, my colleague, were the maximum courtesy she could spare him, and that was perfectly acceptable. Hermione inhaled slowly through her nose. Fine, she said. Then we do it with structure. Harry glanced at her. She didn't look pleased. She looked resigned in the way only Hermione Granger could look resigned. Like she had accepted a catastrophe on the strict condition that it be footnoted correctly. The preparation took 2 nights. On the first, Rowena constructed the tether. Not a rope, not even a spell in the usual sense. A logic. Harry sat in the old foundation crypt while she inscribed concentric runes around him in silver chalk mixed with ash from the first summoning fire. Salazar stood opposite, motionless, staff grounded. The stone lay between them in the empty throne basin, cracked black surface catching torchlight like broken obsidian. Rowena did not explain as she worked. She rarely did when deep in construction. Hermione, however, followed every line with a hunger that overrode fear. By the second hour she was assisting without being asked, handing tools, altering angle markers, and correcting one of Rona's earlier translation assumptions only to receive the founder's brief, cutting, better, in return. Harry, bleeding into the center line when instructed, felt the whole structure take shape around his nervous system. It's not possession, Rowena said at last, perhaps because he needed to hear the distinction plainly. It is jurisdictional overlap. Ron, watching from the edge with a face like a man being lectured in advanced nightmares, muttered, much better. Rowena ignored him. Salazar's office will be permitted expression through your anchor. State only within marked topography aligned to his surviving domains. She continued. If you panic, the line phrase. If he exceeds bounds, the line severs. If the Horcrux attempts parasitic interference, it will, Harry said. Yes, said Rowena. which is why the severance glyphs are in your left wrist, not the stone. Hermione looked up sharply. You put them in his? In the bloodline flow, yes, Rowena said. The stone is already overburdened and cracked. I am not trusting a Peveril relic on the verge of philosophical collapse to behave elegantly. There was a short silence. Then Ron whispered, I have no idea what that means, but it was insulting enough that I agree. Harry looked down at his left wrist. Beneath the skin, where Rowena had traced the final line with a wand, tip cold as snow, faint silver symbols had sunk like scars made of moonlight. They were invisible unless he turned them toward the torch. Salazar watched the marks with evident approval. Efficient, he said. Rowena did not look up. I dislike doing things twice. Harry was not sure whether that was reassurance or threat. On the second night, Salazar took Harry alone to the Chamber of Secrets. They walked in silence through the damp green, lit passage, the basilisk's old bones casting broken shadows over black water. Harry had come here first as a child with terror in his lungs and a broken Phoenix song in his ears. He came now carrying a founder, a Horcrux, and a mission to tear another piece of Voldemort's immortality out of the world. The symmetry made him uneasy. At the chamber's center, before the vast carved face of Salazar in stone, the founder halted. The real man looked up at the monument of his younger arrogance and sighed once through his nose. I was insufferable, he said. Harry blinked. Then, despite everything, laughed. Salazar shot him a sidelong glance. Do not mistake self-knowledge for apology. Wouldn't dream of it. A faint curve touched the founder's mouth and vanished. Then he turned serious again. You will feel the locket before you see it, he said. Not because of the fragment alone. Because it was made to answer my line, my symbols, my old work. Riddle forced a wrong soul through an old keyhole. The whole thing strains against itself. Harry listened carefully. Good, Salazar said. Now tell me what that means tactically. Harry thought for a moment. It'll be unstable when you're near. Yes. So we don't touch it until the room is locked down. Wes. And if it reacts to parcel tongue. It will. Harry's eyes narrowed. Then it might try to command something in the environment wards. Locks. Serpent-coated protections. Salazar nodded once. Better. Do not think of Horcruxes as objects. Think of them as wounds with habits. That settled into Harry's mind with cold clarity. A wound with habits. Not evil jewelry. Not treasure. A wound that learned. Salazar stepped closer to the black water and lowered his staff into it. Ripples spread green and silent. When we reach it, he said, you must not let it speak long. Harry remembered the diary. The locket's poison whispers around their necks. The way it had found every fear and sharpened it against affection, until love itself became a weapon. I know. Salazar's reflection watched him from the water. Do you? The question landed harder than it should have. Harry said nothing. Salazar withdrew the staff. You are still too ready to endure corruption if it thinks itself useful. That is not nobility. It is poor boundaries. Harry looked away. That, more than the sharper insults, told him Salazar had judged him worth correcting, which was somehow worse. They left Hogwarts before dawn, not through the public ways, and not in sight of most of the school. McGonagall knew, Snape knew, Hermione and Ron obviously. Rowena and Godric accompanied them, as far as the Foundation crypt but no farther. Godric because his office was too bound to open battle and castle stand. Rowena because her work held best at distance, reinforcing the tether through logic rather than presence. Helga had pressed a small packet of herb, salt and black bread into Ron's hands, for steadiness, then put one warm hand briefly on Harry's scar without comment. The ache there had eased for nearly an hour afterward. In the crypt, before the tunnel door unsealed, Godric clasped Harry's forearm. Bring it back, he said. Harry nodded. Godric's grip tightened once. And do not mistake stubborn survival for immortality. Then he stepped back. Salazar moved to Harry's side. Not touching. Never touching unless necessary. But the stone in Harry's pocket went cold enough to burn, and the silver lines in his left wrist woke at once with pale light. The Founder's voice dropped lower, almost within Harry's bones rather than his ears. Open the path. Harry hissed into the serpent-carved seam. The door of old stone slid aside. Beyond it waited descent. London beneath London was not built for men who liked the sky. The tunnel air was foul with mineral damp, stagnant water, rust, and the long-sealed breath of forgotten systems. Magic clung to the walls in old residues, poison wards leached clean centuries ago, privacy sigils half, rotted into decorative cracks, anti-plague charms, blood authentication locks. Hermione's wandlight stayed narrow and low. Ron carried the physical supplies. Harry led, or tried to. In truth, through the first 100 yards, Salazar began to move through him, not possession. Rowena had been exact about that. Harry remained wholly himself, but his instincts started catching on old details before his mind named them. A shallow groove in the stone that signaled inspection descent, a triple hiss, mark meaning old runoff diversion. The subtle difference between mortal silence and warded silence. He would turn a corner and know, before thought, whether it was safe. It was exhilarating and frightening, because it did not feel alien. It felt like borrowing a posture his body had always been able to assume if only someone had shown it how. Hermione noticed first. "You're walking differently," she whispered as they paused at a split shaft where black water moved below in sluggish gleams. Harry frowned. "Am I?" "Yes," Ron said, much more creepy. Salazar's voice stirred inside the tether. "Efficient, that too," Ron admitted. They descended further. Once, a pair of Ministry Patrol wizards passed overhead on an inspection bridge without noticing the shadow under them deepen and fold around 3 intruders. Harry had not cast the concealment. Not exactly. He had merely looked at the stone and understood where presence ought not exist. Salazar's domain took care of the rest. Later, when a rusted sluice gate refused Hermione's unlocking sequence, Harry put his hand against the iron and hissed one word. The gate opened like a servant afraid of displeasing its master. Hermione stared at him for a long moment after. "You are absolutely never allowed to become comfortable with this," she said. "I'm not," Harry said, and meant it. Because every convenience came with cold. The farther they went from Hogwarts, the thinner Salazar's line became and the more it fed on Harry to hold shape. His scar burned intermittently. His left wrist axed with bright silver pain. Twice he had to brace himself against the wall until the tunnel stopped tilting under his feet. Ron noticed the second time and grabbed his elbow. "How bad?" "Manageable. That means bad," Salazar answered for him, voice audible now only because the tether was under strain. "Hay can sustain another hour of this cleanly. Perhaps 2 if he stops lying to friends." Harry gritted his teeth. Hermione glanced back. "That sentence alone should frighten you into honesty." "It does," Harry muttered. At last the tunnel rose. They reached a narrow service chamber behind the Ministry's confiscation archive. A mean little room of old brick and newer reinforced steel, hidden beyond shelves of cursed evidence and impounded heirlooms. Here the serpent path ended. Harry felt the locket before he saw the door. A sickness in the air, not broad like Voldemort's presence. Focused, coiled, wrong in a familiar way. It pressed against the stone and made his scar pulse in ugly little heartbeats. Salazar went utterly still inside the tether. "There," he said. His voice had gone colder than the tunnel. Hermione checked the watch. 17 minutes before the next patrol cycle. Ron flexed his fingers on his wand. Plenty, then, if nothing goes horribly wrong. Something in the wall laughed. Not loudly. Not physically. Harry froze. The sound came from beyond the steel door. The locket knew they were here. He saw Hermione realize it, too. "We need the room sealed now," she whispered. Harry nodded once. Then he laid both hands on the door, one over the modern Ministry locking plate, one over the older seam beneath it. "Salazar." The founder answered not with words but with presence. Green, black cold surged down the tether. Harry hissed 3 ancient syllables he did not know in English. The steel plate blackened. The old serpent seam lit beneath it. Every lock inside the door tried to reject him at once. And then the locket pushed back. The scream that hit Harry's head was soundless and vicious. His scar burst with pain. The Horcrux in him recoiled and answered. For one hideous second Harry was a bridge between 2 splinters of the same monster. And through that bridge rushed hatred hot enough to blind, Ron caught him before he slammed fully into the wall. Hermione shouted the seal matrix and flung runes from her wand into the frame. Harry forced his eyes open. The locket was speaking through the door. Not aloud, inside the soul. Salazar's presence wrapped around the line like a constricting hand. Again, he said. Harry bared his teeth. This time he answered the locket in parcel tongue. Not as Tom Riddle's victim. Not as a boy resisting a whisper. As the chosen anchor of the founder whose relic it had profaned. The door split down the middle. They went in fast. The confiscation archive was larger than expected and uglier than it had any right to be. Steel shelving rose in cramped aisles, packed with seized objects, bloodline rings, cursed family portraits under blackout cloths, wand cases, heirloom blades, lockets, cups, goblets, parchment wills, sealed boxes humming with suppressed enchantment. It smelled of dust, cold iron, and theft dignified into procedure. At the center of the room stood a plinth inside a reinforced ward cage. On it, under white ministry light, lay Slytherin's locket. Harry hated it instantly. Because it was beautiful, even filed, even warped by Voldemort's fragment. The craft was visible, the lines elegant, the serpent sinuous and precise, the emerald at its center alive with old green fire now muddied by a darker pulse beneath. Salazar stepped out of Harry then, not fully, not in the flesh he wore at Hogwarts. Here he manifested as something thinner and more terrible, half shadow, half gleaming line, robes trailing into darkness at the edges as though the world could not quite hold his full outline so far from the castle. Ron swore in awe. Hermione clamped down harder on her fear and moved immediately to the ward cage. It's triple, layered, she said. Modern suppression, bloodline containment, anti-theft rebound. The locket opened its eye. That was what it felt like. Not the clasp moving. Not mechanically. The emerald sharpened into awareness. And then it spoke, this time aloud, with Tom Riddle's voice. So, it murmured, silk overwrought, the little snake comes crawling back with his pets. Ron flinched. Hermione went white. Harry's hand convulsed on his wand. Salazar alone did not react. He regarded the locket the way nobility regards sewage that has somehow learned grammar. You wear my work badly, he said. The locket laughed. Oh, but I wear it so well. Better than you ever did. Hair of Slytherin, remember. Your name, your chamber, your monster. Salazar moved, not at the locket. At the ward cage. His fingers traced once through the air. Every serpent motif hidden in the Ministry's containment design, borrowed ignorantly from older Slytherin forms, because bureaucrats love stolen architecture, turned inward and began eating the cage from within. Hermione stared, half horrified, half exhilarated. They built the lock from his grammar? Yes, Salazar said, and therefore it is mine. The cage collapsed in soundless green fragments. The room shook. The locket's pleasant voice cracked. Harry felt the Horcrux inside it finally register what stood before it. Not Harry, not intruders, but Salazar Slytherin, real enough to judge the theft. The soul fragment shrieked. No human ears should have heard that noise, but they did. Ron clapped both hands to his head. Hermione staggered. Harry's scar ignited like someone had driven hot iron straight through his skull. On the plinth, black smoke burst from the locket in the shape of a gaunt face with red eyes not fully formed. Not Voldemort, not exactly. Too small, too incomplete. But hateful enough. You are dead, it hissed. Salazar's expression hardened into ancient contempt. And you, he said, debris. The fragment lunged, not physically but psychically, a jet of venomous memory and fear aimed straight at Harry. The room warped. For one instant he saw himself back in the tent with Ron gone and Hermione crying silently over cold hands. Then Privet Drive. Then Dumbledore falling. Then himself, older and empty-eyed, seated on a throne of black stone with the founders chained behind him like trophies. The locket was not merely defending itself. It was trying to interpret his worst temptation, judgment as domination, power as ownership. Harry stumbled. Harry! Hermione shouted. Salazar's shadow flickered under strain. Outside the room, footsteps, voices. The patrol had come early. Everything narrowed. This was the first real necromantic strike of the war. Not summoning. Not training. Not speeches in the hall. A contest between Harry's will, Salazar's office, and Voldemort's mutilated soul over a relic that should never have held any of them. Harry planted one shaking hand on the plinth. "No," he said. The fragment laughed in Riddle's voice. "Look at you. You called the dead because you couldn't bear being left behind. True enough to hurt." Harry leaned closer until his face was inches from the locket.
Yes.
He said. The laugh faltered. "Because honesty breaks some kinds of dark magic better than denial."
Yes.
Harry said again, louder now, scar blazing, wrist glyphs bright, Salazar's cold line raging through him. "I was angry. I was grieving. I wanted the dead to answer because the living kept failing, and I'd still do it." The smoke, face twisted. Harry's voice dropped. "But I didn't call them to own them." He looked up once at Salazar. The founder stood tall and thin as a drawn blade in shadow. "I called them," Harry said, "to make liars like you answer to what you stole." The room convulsed. Something in the tether locked clean. Salazar's full authority surged through the line just once. Costly razor, bright enough. He placed one hand over Harry's on the plinth, solid for a single heartbeat. "Cold as buried steel. Then sever it," Salazar said. Harry raised the sword of Gryffindor. Ron had brought it wrapped in old cloth after Snape, in one of his rarer moments of useful cooperation, surrendered its location rather than endure Godric's opinion on concealment any longer. Goblin made. Founder forged. Godric's relic answering Salazar's desecrated one. Perfect. The fragment saw the sword and screamed, not in fear of metal, in fear of meaning, because this was not just Harry destroying a Horcrux. This was one founder reclaiming legacy while another's blade carried judgment. Harry drove the sword down. The locket split. Light exploded. Not green. Not red. Something older. A prehistoric white edged with gold and abyss black, as if a wound in the world had just been forced shut with molten iron. The soul fragment burst upward, shrieking in Tom Riddle's many, layered voice, and Salazar struck it with one word in a language so old it sounded like venom discovering law. The fragment disintegrated. Gone. Not banished. Not hidden. Gone. The room dropped into silence so abruptly Harry nearly collapsed from the absence of pressure. Then the patrol hit the door. Ron spun. Hermione was already casting. Harry tore the sword free from the ruined locket, chest heaving. On the plinth lay 2 pieces of broken gold and a dead emerald, beautiful again only in the way ruined things can be beautiful once the corruption leaves them. Salazar looked down at the remains. His face did not soften, but some old strain in him had loosened. "It is clean," he said. Then the founder's form destabilized sharply. Too far from Hogwarts. Too much spent. Harry felt the tether yank. Time to go. Hermione snapped. The patrol started forcing the door. Ron blasted the nearest shelving unit sideways. It crashed into the entrance in a roar of steel and stolen property. Harry scooped up the broken locket halves and turned.
Salazar!
The founder's outline had already begun to unravel into green shadow. Yet he looked at Harry fully once more before the line pulled him back. "Remember this?" he said. "What?" Salazar's eyes burned one last time. "Riddle was never my heir." Then the shadow snapped backward into the tether. The stone in Harry's pocket went molten cold. He almost screamed. Hermione grabbed one arm, Ron the other, and together they ran. They escaped the Ministry by Flood Tunnel, pursued by shouts, curses, and the thundering confusion of officials who had not yet worked out whether they had been robbed, attacked, or judged by history itself. Halfway through the serpent path, Harry vomited black water and Horcrux suit into the channel and had to be hauled upright by Ron while Hermione cast a cleansing charm with one hand and swore at him with the fluency of months-long stress. By the time they reached the outer shaft, dawn was beginning somewhere above London. They apparated in brutal stages and staggered back into Hogwarts through the Foundation crypt just as the castle bells rang 6. McGonagall was waiting. So were Godric, Helga, Rowena, and a fully reconstituted Salazar, pale as grave marble and twice as dangerous looking. Harry barely got 2 steps into the crypt before he held up the broken locket halves. "It's done," he said. Then his knees gave out. He would have hit stone if Godric had not caught him one-handed. For a moment Harry simply hung there, dizzy, drained, sword slipping from his fingers. Helga took it before it hit the ground. Hermione was explaining in clipped, furious bursts. Ron kept saying, "We got it. We actually got it." as if repeating the fact made it more likely to remain true. Salazar took the broken locket pieces from Harry. The whole crypt seemed to wait. The founder turned the ruined halves over once in his hands. Green light ran softly across the cleaned metal, not reviving it, only reading the absence where corruption had been. Then he looked at Harry, not through him. At him? Well, Salazar said. Harry blinked tiredly. Well, what? You did not disappoint me. It was Harry suspected, the nearest thing to praise Salazar had ever offered another human being. Ron made a face of exaggerated scandal. Merlin. Frame that. Hermione, still furious and relieved in equal measure, said, he nearly died twice. Yes, Salazar said, and improved through both. Terrible teaching philosophy. Hermione snapped. Results argue otherwise. Godric laughed again. Helga closed her eyes in long-suffering fondness. Even Rowena's mouth almost shifted. McGonagall took the broken locket halves from Salazar at last, and looked down at them with grim satisfaction. One piece less, she said. One wound less, Rowena corrected. Harry, still half supported by Godric's grip, thought of the scream that had died in the archive. Of the locket trying to twist his motives into ownership. Of Salazar's contempt and the clean severing light of Founder against Pretender. Yes, he said hoarsely. One wound less. And for the first time since beginning this path, he felt that necromancy had not only called power back into the world, it had restored definition. Voldemort was not ancient, not rightful, not inevitable. He was theft-wearing legend. And one by one, the legends were taking themselves back. The problem with the diadem was that it did not want to be found by fools. That was how Rowena Ravenclaw put it on the second morning, after the locket's destruction, standing at the head of the staff table in the Great Hall, while breakfast unfolded below and annoys the school, had only recently remembered how to make. The founders did not sit as teachers sat. Godric preferred to stand, one hand braced on the back of a chair, as if seated discussions were an unnecessary concession to peacetime. Helga moved in and out of the hall whenever she pleased, tasting porridge, adjusting meal distributions, or pausing to speak with children whose names she had somehow learned in less than a week. Salazar ate little and spoke less at meals, though more than one Slytherin student had discovered that muttering blood, purest rubbish within his hearing, was the fastest route to public humiliation in modern Hogwarts. Rowena alone looked as though she could have ruled from a chair, and made the furniture grateful for it. This morning she had spread 3 rolls of parchment before her, each marked with moving diagrams of the castle's ward lattice. Fine silver lines intersected blue, white circles, tower nodes, corridor stress points, chamber anomalies. As Harry approached with Hermione and Ron, the pattern shifted, tightened, and showed a scatter of bright marks across Hogwarts like stars caught inside stone. Those, Rowena said without preamble, are all locations in the school currently exhibiting concealed space behavior inconsistent with standard architectural enchantment. Ron stopped midway through raising toast to his mouth. I'm sorry, what? Hermione, who had not slept enough and was therefore even more Hermione than usual, leaned in at once. The room of requirement, she said. Rowena glanced at her once. Among others, McGonagall, seated at the near end of the table with a stack of reports and an expression carved from respectable fury, said, You mean to tell me Hogwarts has more than one of those? Hogwarts has dozens of spaces that refuse ordinary mapping. Rowena said, Most are benign. Some are adaptive. A few are deliberate secrets. One, her finger touched a point on the parchment. The silver light there darkened into a small black star, is lying. Harry's scar prickled. Not in the hot, hateful way of Voldemort's direct attention. In the subtler way Horcruxes had begun to announce themselves to him, now that he knew the grammar of soul violence. The diadem was somewhere in the castle, and it was hiding in thought. Godric looked up from the edge of the table, where he had been using a bread knife to illustrate, to Neville's alarm, the advantages of attacking around a wand arm rather than directly into it. Then we go and tear the thing out, he said. No, said Rowena. Godric frowned. You object to directness on principle? I object to stupidity on principle? Helga covered a smile with her teacup. Godric scowled at both of them. Rowena did not bother looking at him. Her eyes remained on the diagrams. The diadem is not merely concealed, she said. It is nested in a reflective architecture keyed to need, thought, and self-deception. Riddle chose well. Salazar's lip curled. Stolen well, you mean. A shadow crossed Rowena's face then, very slight, but Harry saw it, because the diadem was not merely a Horcrux. It was her daughter's theft, her own loss, her own pride made metal. That made this chapter different from the locket. More intimate, sharper, not rage first but wound. Hermione straightened from the parchment. Then we need Helena. The room went still. Even Ron, who had been trying to calculate whether eating breakfast while discussing haunted crown, theft counted as bravery or habit, lowered the toast. Rowena's hands stilled on the maps. For one suspended beat, she did not look like the founder of Ravenclaw, architect of impossible wards, woman who could think in 6 dimensions and carve logic into stone. She looked like a mother being told her dead child still mattered to an old wound she had never finished bleeding. McGonagall's voice softened by 1 degree. The Grey Lady. Harry looked from Hermione to Rowena. You haven't spoken to her yet. It was not really a question. Rowena's gaze shifted to him at last. No. 1 word. Very even. Godric said, not unkindly, sister. Rowena's expression sharpened into warning before he could continue. But Helga reached across the table and laid 1 broad hand over Rowena's still fingers. Then today is unfortunate, Helga said, warm as hearthfire and just as inescapable, but necessary. Rowena looked at Helga's hand for a long moment, then gave 1 small nod. The Grey Lady did not come when summoned. Not by prefects, not by house ghosts, not by charm, and certainly not by nervous Ravenclaws told in whispers that their founder wished a private audience. Harry expected as much. Helena Ravenclaw had spent centuries avoiding definition. She drifted through corridors, libraries, tower landings, appearing when people forgot to look directly, and vanishing the moment grief or curiosity pressed too hard. Even as a child, Harry had understood there was something in her unlike the other ghosts, not merely sorrow. Shame refined into elegance. So it was Luna who found her. Of course it was Luna. Luna found her in the Ollery just after noon, standing among the draught and feathers and winter light, as if she had grown there from the pale stones themselves. By the time Luna came for Harry, Hermione, and Rowena, she had somehow already spent 10 minutes speaking to Helena about silence, lost things, and whether grief changed shape if you wore it long enough. Harry decided not to ask how. The climb to the Ollery felt longer than usual. Hermione carried notes she would never use, because this was one conversation no transcription could survive without damage. Luna went barefoot as always, unconcerned by cold stone. Rowena climbed with impossible stillness, pale face unreadable, her robes whispering against the steps like thoughts too sharp to soften. Harry walked half a pace behind her. Not because he thought she needed guarding, because he knew now that even the dead feared some meetings. The Ollery was all wind and feathers and gray daylight when they arrived. Alls turned their heads in soft synchronized increments from the rafters. Snow bright sky showed through the broken arches. And there, beside the highest opening, stood Helena Ravenclaw. She was exactly as Harry remembered and not at all the same. Tall, spectral, crowned by sorrow, with dark hair floating in a stillness no natural draught explained. Her face was beautiful in the severe way old portraits become beautiful when grief has refined them beyond vanity. But today, seeing Rowena enter, the Grey Lady's calm shattered before a word was spoken. Her translucence flickered. For one moment Harry saw not a composed house ghost, but a daughter who had spent centuries preparing not to meet her mother again and failed at the first sight of her. Mother, Helena said. Rowena stopped 3 steps inside the room. No one else moved. Outside, wings beat once against the winter air. Harry had expected anger. He had expected accusation, certainly. He had not expected Rowena Ravenclaw. Rowena, who rewrote wards in her sleep and spoke like geometry made flesh, to look utterly wordless. Helena's mouth trembled once and hardened. You are not supposed to be here. Rowena found her voice first by forcing it into precision. Clearly, she said, and then, after the smallest pause, nor are you. Luna, who had been standing beside the door, as if she were merely here for weather, gave Harry a look that plainly said this is going badly in exactly the old way. Helena drew herself up, ghostlight sharpening around her like ice. I died here in all but body, she said. It was the only place that still remembered me without asking for brilliance. The words hit the room like shattered glass. Harry saw Hermione wince. Rowena's face changed. Not much enough. For the first time since her return, the Founder's composure cracked not under war or modern incompetence or institutional misuse, but under something personal enough to wound. I asked for brilliance. Rowena said quietly, because I saw it in you. Helena laughed then. It was the worst sound Harry had heard all week, and he had heard Horcruxes scream. You asked for yourself, Helena said. You looked at me and wanted your mind copied into another face. The owls rustled uneasily. Wind moved through the open arches. Harry knew at once they were standing not merely inside a difficult conversation, but inside an argument so old it had fossilized into both women. Helga should have been here, he thought suddenly. Helga would have known how to step into this without breaking it. But Helga was not here, and perhaps it mattered that this part be witnessed by those who understood thought and legacy rather than comfort alone. Hermione took one tiny step forward, then stopped when Rowena lifted a hand without looking at her. It was not dismissal. It was let this hurt properly, so it did. Helena drifted farther back toward the arch, as if some part of her still expected escape. You sent the bloody Baron after me, she said. Rowena closed her eyes briefly. I sent a man who loved you because I thought he would persuade you to come home. You sent a blade wrapped in devotion. I sent a fool. Rowena snapped, sudden and fierce enough to startle even the owls. Do not think I have forgiven him merely because history gave him a title and chains. Silence slammed down. Helena stared. Harry did too. Because there, finally, was heat. Not cold regret, not elegant sorrow. A mother's rage at the man who killed her daughter. Perhaps Helena had never expected to hear it said plainly. Her face flickered again, ghost light turning ragged at the edges. He told me. Helena whispered. After. On the forest road. While I was dying, he wept and said you had only wanted me returned. Rowena's voice was almost inaudible. I wanted you alive. The whole room seemed to narrow around those 4 words. Luna, unbelievably, began feeding an owl crumbs from her pocket as if to give the silence somewhere kind to go. Harry looked at Helena. The gray lady had gone still enough to vanish. Then she said, very softly, you never asked whether I wanted to be myself. No one breathed. There it was, the center of it, not the theft, not the forest, not even the death, identity. A daughter who could not breathe under admiration that felt like inheritance. Rowena's face did not change, but Harry saw understanding arrive there with the force of injury, not because she had never known the idea, because she had never let it rearrange the memory. I see, she said. Helena smiled without joy. Do you? Yes. This time the answer came without defense. No explanation. No correction. No but. Only yes. Something in Helena's ghost form softened by a fraction, enough that Harry understood why simple honesty could matter more than centuries of haunting. Hermione chose that moment, wisely and with more gentleness than usual, to step into the edge of the silence. Helena, she said, Tom Riddle found the diadem because you told him. The ghost turned. Her face closed again at once, but not all the way.
Yes?
Why him? Helena let out a slow, spectral breath, because he asked the question as if he were the first person to understand that confession and theft are cousins. Harry felt his scar chill. That sounded like Voldemort. Too much. He was still a student then, Helena continued. Beautiful in the manner of polished knives, courteous, hungry. He spoke of old houses as though they were cathedrals rather than graves. He made curiosity sound like reverence. Salazar would have approved of the phrase if not the subject, Harry thought. He wanted the school's hidden veins, Helena said. Its unsanctioned rooms. Its forgotten chambers. But beneath that, he wanted something simpler. Proof that cleverness could trespass anywhere if wrapped in enough charm. Rowena's mouth tightened. And you gave him my shame. Helena looked at her. No, she said. I gave him the location of something I no longer had strength to carry. There is a difference. Harry believed her. Not because the choice had been right, because guilt and exhaustion rarely produce clean motives. What happened when he found it? Hermione asked. Helena closed her eyes. For a moment she seemed less a ghost than memory shaped like a woman. He took it, she said, and I felt the castle wince. That made Rowena go completely still. Harry's scar burned once briefly. Not from Voldemort, from recognition. Helena opened her eyes again. When he returned, the diadem was changed, she said. Not outwardly. Its craft remained, its beauty remained. But something in it had been forced open, like a window made to overlook stars suddenly used to admit swamp gas. Ron, who had come in halfway through, and was now trying to stand invisibly near the door with all the success of a tall Weasley in winter light, muttered, "That's revolting." "Ed is accurate," Rowena said. Helena's ghost form drifted lower until she stood almost level with her mother. "I would not tell another student where it lay," she said. "Not after that. Not after feeling what he did to it." So I said nothing. I watched house generations pass beneath me and said nothing. Pride, perhaps. Shame, certainly. Fear that if it were found, it would be used again rather than freed. Her gaze shifted to Harry then. "And then you brought my mother back from death." Harry, who had very little defense against this kind of sentence in general, swallowed. "Yes, that was discourteous." Luna smiled faintly. Hermione made a noise that might have been a laugh in another life. Harry almost apologized. Almost. Helena studied him for one long second, the way the founders had all learned to do now, as if no part of his life were simple enough to take at face value. Then she said, "And perhaps necessary." That was as close to blessing as he was likely to get from a centuries-old ghost with family trauma. Rowena spoke before Harry could answer. "Where is it?" Helena did not hesitate. "In the room that hides what people cannot bear to sort," she said. "The room that gives need without moral guidance. It lies where vanity, regret, broken contraband, and 1,000 years of student secrets rot in towers of forgetting. The room of hidden things." Hermione whispered. Rowena turned slightly toward her. "You know the access logic." Hermione nodded. "I think so." Harry frowned. "Think." Hermione looked insulted. "It's an adaptive magical chamber with unstable conceptual boundaries, Harry. Think is the highest guarantee available." Ron sighed. "Brilliant. My favorite kind of certainty." But Helena had not finished. "There is more," she said. All of them looked back at her. Her face had gone pale even for a ghost. "It knows it is cornered." Harry's scar went sharp as a knife point. "The fragment," he said.
Yes?
Helena drifted farther from the arch now, closer to the center of the gallery, as though the speaking itself drew her unwillingly into relevance. "It has been feeding on minds for decades," she said. "Not by wearing, as the locket did. Not by touch alone. By presence. By proximity. Students entered that room carrying shame, envy, hunger to hide, fear of exposure. The diadem learned from all of it. It thinks in reflection. It magnifies. It will not attack your heart first, Harry Potter." He knew what came next even before she said it. "It will attack your certainty." Hermione inhaled sharply. Rowena's gaze sharpened into hard winter. "Of course it will." The founder murmured, "It is my craft turned septic." That phrase stayed with Harry. Not just corrupted. Septic. Intelligence rotting into precision without conscience. He had seen glimpses of that in Voldemort already. In Snape sometimes. In himself, on darker nights. Hermione straightened at once, defensive brilliance surging to meet the threat. "Then we don't go in one at a time," she said. "No isolated search pattern. No silent examination. We maintain continuous verbal contact, fixed pair lines, and an external anchor at the entrance." "Good," said Rowena. One word, but Hermione's spine went straighter anyway. Luna, still by the door, said mildly, "It also helps to remember that clever things aren't always wise. They become very confused if you don't admire them." Everyone looked at her. Luna shrugged. "That's true of people too." Harry would have laughed if his scar had not started pulsing harder. The diadem knew. Not specifics, perhaps. But enough. Enough through the castle's subtle hurts, through Helena's decades of proximity, through the reflexive twitch of thought. whenever its own room was mentioned. They were running out of gentle approach. Rowena turned at last to Helena fully. For one breath, founder and daughter simply looked at each other, not as legend and ghost, but as what they had always been underneath the story. "I cannot mend what I asked of you," Rowena said. Helena's face tightened, expecting perhaps a lecture, perhaps a qualification. None came. "I can only say," Rowena continued, voice low and unadorned, "that I see now the shape of my failure. Not your theft, mine." The wind moved through the Ollery again. Helena closed her eyes. When she opened them, tears stood in them like light caught in ice. Ghost tears, impossible and still somehow devastating. "I stole it because I wanted something of you that was not your expectation," she whispered. Rowena took one step forward. No farther, as if even now she refused to force closeness. "You had me?" she said. Helena gave a broken, spectral laugh. "No," she said. "I had your horizon." The words might have reopened everything. Instead, they finished it. Not healed, not neatly. This was no childish reconciliation pulled from pain like a ribbon from a sleeve, but finished enough to become useful rather than endlessly circling. Helena lifted her chin. "Destroy it," she said. Not to Harry, to Rowena. The founder bowed her head once. "I will." Then, before anyone could add anything gentler or worse, Helena Ravenclaw drifted backward into the winter brightness and vanished among the owls and the open arches and the air that had held her grief for centuries. Luna fed the last crumb to the owl on her wrist and said softly, "That went better than if someone had tried to hug." No one in the room disputed this. The room of requirement did not open easily that afternoon. Harry paced before the blank stretch of tapestry wall on the 7th floor with Hermione on one side, Rowena on the other, and Ron, Luna, Neville, Ginny, and McGonagall holding the corridor beyond under concealments and ward lines. No students had been told what was happening. The founders agreed on that much. Not every horror needed an audience. The problem was not access, it was mood. The room already knew they wanted something from it, something hidden inside its most secret form. Every time Harry walked past and thought, "I need the place where everything hidden is kept," the stones shivered and gave him a different door. Once a broom closet, once a room full of rusted lockboxes, once, disturbingly, a narrow chamber lined entirely with mirrors that reflected not faces, but forgotten school embarrassments. Ron took one look at that and backed away so fast he nearly hit Neville. No pee. Rowena, however, stepped to the mirrors and frowned with clinical irritation. "It is becoming defensive through association," she said. "The diadem is nesting inside the room's refusal patterns." Hermione rubbed at her temple. "Can a Horcrux hijack an adaptive chamber that thoroughly?" "Yes," Rowena said. "If enough human misery has trained the environment first." That was an ugly answer. They tried again. This time Harry forced himself to think not of the diadem, not of finding, not of hunting. He thought of clearing an infection, of removing rot from a chamber without looting the rest. The walls stayed blank. Ginny, watching from the edge of the ward line, said, "It likes him less when he gets grim." "That makes two of us," Ron muttered. Luna tilted her head at the wall. "You're asking it like a soldier," she said. "It's a room. Try asking like a house." Rowena's eyes flicked toward her. Interesting, that look seemed to say. Harry exhaled slowly. A house. Not a hiding place. Not a trap. A house choking on something hidden too long. He paced again. This time he thought, "I need the room where what should not remain hidden can be faced without being lost." The wall shivered. A door appeared. Not polished oak as before. Black wood banded in silver, handle cold as moonlight. Everyone went still. Hermione whispered, "That's new." Rowena looked genuinely impressed. "Better." Harry reached for the handle. The moment his hand touched it, his scar flared. The Horcrux inside him recoiled not with fury, but anticipation. The diadem was waiting. He opened the door. The room of hidden things stretched beyond an impossible twilight. Mountains of objects rose in aisles higher than cottages, broken desks, trunks, torn tapestries, cracked cauldrons, vanished student contraband, portraits turned to face the wall, forgotten furniture, old brooms, orphaned shoes, a mountain of lost quills like dead birds, silver cages, shattered instruments, mannequins in moth-eaten robes, dusty cathedral, window frames, cabinets with teeth marks in the wood, and corridors between all of it like the streets of a buried city. And somewhere in there, thinking with stolen brilliance, was Ravenclaw's diadem. Rowena stepped inside first. That alone told Harry how personal this had become. The room reacted immediately. The air sharpened. Dust swirled in geometric curls. Somewhere far off, something laughed in 100 different students' voices layered together. Harry entered after her with Hermione and Ron close behind. McGonagall stayed at the door as external anchor. Luna and Neville held the corridor. Ginny had argued successfully to stay inside the threshold line on the grounds that she had already once nearly died because Tom Riddle liked dramatic entrances, and she was no longer volunteering to be left out of plans involving his spare souls. No one had found a solid rebuttal. They advanced carefully. Rowena kept one hand raised slightly, not casting but feeling the room's logic. Hermione mirrored her unconsciously. Harry held the sword of Gryffindor in one hand and the stone in the other pocket, as if balancing relics might help against a stolen third. Then the whispering began. Not aloud, inside thought. Not as emotional poison like the locket, sharper. More flattering. Look how quickly you understand now, Harry. See how the Founders chose you because you are the only one willing to think beyond childish rules. Imagine what Hogwarts could become if judgment did not have to stop at Voldemort. Imagine the Ministry rebuilt by someone who does not hesitate. Imagine Dumbledore alive long enough to see what you became. Harry stopped. The last line hit hardest. Beside him, Hermione inhaled too sharply. Rowena turned at once. Speak. That was the rule they'd agreed on. Continuous verbal contact. Harry forced his jaw to move. It's offering power with moral tidiness. Good, Rowena said. Name its tactic and it loses purity. Hermione spoke next, pale. It's praising intelligence as if compassion were an inefficiency. Ron's face twisted. It's telling me I'm the weak link and everyone knows it. Ginny said, very flat, mine says I already know what it's like to be used and should stop pretending it made me afraid. For one beat, Harry wanted to stop and hold her hand, do something human instead of marching deeper into a haunted maze with half history at his shoulder. But Ginny lifted her chin. Keep moving, she said. So they did. The room bent strangely. Eisels looped. Towers of forgotten things leaned in impossible balance. Once Harry could have sworn he saw the diadem on a bust at the end of a lane, only for the lane to become 3 lanes and the bust to multiply into a shelf of broken statues wearing old hats. Hermione muttered, "It's refracting desire." Rowena's answer came sharp as frost. Then stopped desiring triumph. Easy for you to say, Harry thought, and immediately knew the room had heard him, because the whispers sharpened. She sees every flaw in you already. You are only useful because you are broken enough to force doors. She would choose Granger to inherit her work before you in a breath. Harry gripped the sword hilt harder. No, he said aloud. Rowena did not look back, but he heard approval in the angle of her shoulders. At the next intersection, the room opened abruptly into a circular court between towering heaps of hidden things. At its center stood an old marble bust wearing a tarnished tiara. The diadem. No illusion now. Harry knew at once, because the entire space around it vibrated with too much thought. The air felt overbright, every edge too precise. Dust motes hung in patterns that almost became equations. Harry's scar burned in perfect rhythm with the blue, white glimmer running through the silver points of the crown. For one terrible second it was beautiful. Then it spoke, not in Riddle's voice. In Harry's, finally, it said. Ron gagged audibly. That's worse. The diadem's silver points brightened. Of all the Horcruxes Harry had met, this one wore corruption most elegantly. No slime, no crude mockery, no adolescent theatricality. Just a calm certainty that intelligence justified itself. Rowena stepped into the open court. The diadem's glow shifted. Ah, it said, and now the voice became hers. Not exact. Better than exact in the way a forgery tries too hard. Maker. Hermione actually shuddered. Rowena's face became blank in the dangerous way Harry now recognized. You are not my craft, she said. The diadem laughed softly in her own tone. No, I am exactly your craft. Clarity without softness. Precision without interruption. Thought unburdened by lesser appetite. Harry saw at once why this was her Horcrux to face. The locket had attacked love. The diadem attacked identity by imitation. It offered the worst version of what Ravenclaw brilliance might become if admiration for intellect were allowed to rot free of conscience. "You mistake skill for virtue," Rowena said. "And you," said the diadem, "mistook motherhood for design." That struck. Hermione's hand tightened convulsively on her wand. Harry felt the whole court tense, as if the hidden room itself thrilled at old wounds finding language. Rowena took another step forward. "No," she said quietly. "I mistook fear of being forgotten for the right to shape another mind in my image." The diadem flickered. Not much. Enough. Because honesty again had found the seam. It struck back immediately. The court around them changed. For one heartbeat, Harry was no longer in the room of hidden things, but in a different place entirely. A star-lit tower with parchment in piles, a girl sitting rigid at a desk while a brilliant woman moved behind her correcting posture, wording, ambition. No cruelty, worse. Perfection offered so constantly it became suffocation. Helena. The vision broke. Rowena had not moved. But there was blood on her lower lip where she had bitten through it. "I know that memory," she said. The diadem's voice sharpened. "Do you know this one?" The next illusion hit harder. Helena in the Albanian forest, pale and proud and furious. The Baron kneeling in the leaves with blood on his hands and on her gown. The diadem clutched to her chest not as victory, but as the last thing she had taken that still felt like self. Then Tom Riddle's beautiful young face bending close decades later, extracting shame as elegantly as any thief works gold from velvet. Hermione whispered, "Stop." The diadem ignored her. Harry felt it gathering force through memory, feeding on revelation, on intelligence made voyeuristic. It wanted them to understand so completely they forgot to judge. That, Harry realized, was its deepest corruption. Not that it lied. That it made truth feel morally sufficient without action. Rowena lifted her chin. No more. The whole court rang with the sentence. For the first time since they had entered, she raised her wand. Not for attack. For theorem. Blue, white lines burst from the tip and spun around the diadem in widening circles. Runic bands, geometrical constraints, names of principles older than Hogwarts Latin. Harry did not understand half of it. Hermione did and made a helpless sound halfway between awe and panic. "She's unmaking the logic." Hermione breathed. The diadem blazed. Its voice split into many. Riddle. Rowena. Harry. Hermione. Dumbledore. 100 clever students who had once hidden in this room thinking themselves too strange, too ashamed, too brilliant, too broken. You cannot destroy what the school keeps making. Every age breeds children who believe thought makes them separate. Every house will grow me again. Every pride becomes instrument if sharpened long enough. Then let them be taught better, Rowena said. She slashed the wand downward. The room shook. All around them, piles of hidden things groaned as if some pressure long embedded had finally shifted. The diadem screamed, not in pain, not yet, but in contradiction. Its logic cage tightened, the silver points warped. Harry stepped forward with the sword. The diadem turned on him instantly. Its last defense came not as seduction but as revelation. He saw himself crowned, not in Blackstone, not with corpses, worse, in Hogwarts, rebuilding the school with perfect fairness enforced by impossible power. No cruel teachers. No corrupt ministry influence. No room for cowards or liars or weak compromises. Students safe because Harry judged every threat before it could flower. The founders still present because he had found ways to keep them. Dumbledore, Sirius, his parents, even them, eventually, because once you command death enough, why stop at 4? For one dangerous, hideous instant, the vision did not disgust him, it tempted him, because it wore safety's face, because it answered helplessness with control. The sword in his hands wavered. The diadem saw it. There you are, it whispered in his voice. Not dark, just finished pretending limits are virtues. Then Ginny's voice cut through the court like a thrown knife. Harry! He looked at her. Not crowned. Not perfected. Ginny Weasley standing in dust and hidden junk and danger. Alive because other people had refused to own her twice. That was enough. Harry bared his teeth. No, he said. He looked at Rowena. The founder met his eyes across the blazing runes and knew exactly what temptation he had just seen. There was no pity in her face, only command. Now, Harry swung. The sword of Gryffindor came down through Ravenclaw's diadem in a line of red-gold fire. The silver shattered. Not exploded, shattered, like frozen starlight breaking under law. Something white and shrieking tore upward from it, more abstract than the locket's fragment, less face than pattern, brilliant angles collapsing in on themselves, thought reduced to self-consuming fracture. It tried to scatter into the room, into the hidden things, into any reflected surface that might hold it. Rowena cut her wand through the air once more. Returned to nothing. The pattern broke. Light flashed so bright the entire room of hidden things became skeleton, outline, and shadow. Harry saw every aisle, every lost object, every secret, stacked relic in negative white. Then the light collapsed inward. Silence. The marble bust split down the middle and fell. At Harry's feet lay two broken arcs of silver, and a dead blue stone dulled to ordinary crystal. The diadem was gone. Hermione exhaled so hard she almost folded over. Ron sat down on an overturned trunk without permission from either gravity or dignity. Ginny leaned against a cabinet and laughed once, thin and disbelieving. Luna picked up a bent silver teaspoon from the dust and said, "It feels quieter in here now." She was right. The room was still immense, still secretive, still morally questionable in the way all student hiding places are morally questionable. But the pressure had gone. The awful bright smogness, the sense of being watched by intelligence without wisdom, gone. Rowena stood over the shattered remains of her daughter's stolen inheritance and said nothing for a long time. Then she knelt. Carefully, almost reverently, she picked up one broken silver arc, not like a relic, like evidence, of loss, of pride, of love mistranslated into pressure, and then used by a monster clever enough to wear courtesy like gloves. Harry did not interrupt. At last Rowena rose with the broken fragment in her hand. "It should have been buried with her," she said. Hermione's face softened. Harry thought suddenly of Helena in the Owlery, saying she had wanted something of her mother that was not expectation. The diadem had once symbolized wisdom. Then it became theft, then shame, then corruption. Now, perhaps for the first time in centuries, it could become grief honestly held. Rowena looked at Harry. He did not know what to expect. Assessment, perhaps, critique, a lecture about not wavering against seductive tyranny. Instead, she said, "You almost chose the crown?" Harry's throat tightened. "Wes?" Rowena nodded once. "And did not?" "Yes." Another nod. "That is what matters." It was not absolution. Better than absolution, truth correctly weighted. Behind them, the door at the far end of the court shuddered open wider of its own accord, as if the room, freed from one of its sharpest infections, had decided to let them leave without one final argument. McGonagall appeared at the threshold almost immediately, tartan dressing gown over her robes once again, because apparently history refused to schedule itself around dignified outerwear. Her eyes took in the dust, the broken bust, the exhausted children, and Rowena holding the shattered diadem piece. "Don't," she asked. Harry nodded. McGonagall's shoulders eased by a fraction. "Good," she said, "because breakfast is in 40 minutes, and if ancient evils insist on being destroyed in school hours, they can at least have the courtesy not to interfere with porridge." Ron laughed so hard he nearly fell off the trunk. Even Rowena's mouth changed by the smallest degree. As they made their way out, Harry glanced back only once. The room of hidden things stretched on in twilight and towering secrecy, less malignant now, more mournful perhaps. Just a place again. Dangerous, yes, but not actively infected by weaponized intelligence. One more wound less. Outside in the corridor, as the door faded back into blank stone, Harry's scar burned briefly and then quieted. Different from the locket. The locket had left behind relief. The diadem left behind warning. He had seen too clearly now how easily noble intentions could dress themselves in crowns. And somewhere deep beneath Hogwarts, in the foundations that remembered everything, he thought the castle had seen that too. At dusk, Rowena went alone to the Owlery. Harry knew because Luna told him, not as gossip, but as weather. No one followed. No one needed to. Some griefs require witness. Others require distance. When Rowena returned after dark, she carried no broken silver piece in her hand. Harry did not ask where she had left it, But later, when he passed Ravenclaw Tower on patrol with Neville, he noticed a new stillness there. Not colder, not sadder, simply less strained, as if a long, unanswered note in the house had finally resolved. And for the first time since summoning the Founders, Harry understood that they were not merely helping him destroy Horcruxes. They were reclaiming the meaning of what Voldemort had touched. That, perhaps, was why the war still felt possible. Not because the dead had returned to win it for the living, but because they had returned to show that theft could be undone, piece by piece, until truth itself started sounding like home again. If Godric turned Hogwarts into a fortress and Rowena turned it into a thinking weapon, then Helga turned it back into a living place. Harry did not understand how important that was until 3 days after the diadem's destruction, when he walked into the kitchens before dawn and realized the war had already begun changing shape beneath everyone's notice. The room should have been chaos. It was enormous, low-ceilinged, hot with enchanted ovens, copper pans, boiling kettles, moving knives, chopping boards, sacks of flour, crates of roots, barrels of preserved fruit, and nearly 40 house elves moving at speeds that would have made any sane general surrender out of self-respect. Instead, it was order. Not rigid order, not the brittle kind Snape or the Ministry preferred. This was Helga's order. Warm, layered, alive. Nothing stopped moving, but nothing collided. Fires adjusted themselves to need rather than schedule. Portions changed as lists came in from infirmary wards, dormitories, staff, and hidden rooms where students who still did not trust open meals were being coaxed slowly back into the rhythm of eating with other people. A side table had been converted into a distribution station for winter tonics and brews, healing broth, another into a packing area where old biscuit tins and wrapped loaves were being organized by destination rather than house. House. Elves flowed around Helga Hufflepuff, as if the room had grown her again from its oldest stones. She stood with her sleeves rolled back and a wooden spoon in one hand, talking to 3 elves, Ron, Luna, and a 4th-year Hufflepuff girl with a split lip that had almost healed. While she spoke, she stirred a cauldron the size of a bathtub without looking into it, corrected the spice ratios in 6 other dishes by scent alone, and listened to the 4th-year explain that there were 3 younger students in Ravenclaw who still hoarded food under their beds, because the Carrows had taught them mealtimes could be revoked. Helga did not flinch, did not say poor things in the tone adults sometimes used when they meant problem. She just nodded once and said, "Then we make sure their drawers never empty until they choose trust for themselves." The girl blinked at her. "Just let them keep taking it."
Yes.
Helga said. Fear of hunger does not obey speeches. Harry stopped in the doorway. That sentence hit him harder than half the Founders' battle lessons. Because it was so simple, and because it was the kind of truth modern magical Britain, so fond of law, punishment, and paperwork, seemed to have forgotten entirely. Ron noticed him first and waved a loaf of half-sliced bread like a distress signal.
Harry!
"Tell her I'm being conscripted. You are being useful," Helga said without turning. "Do not dramatize service unless stabbed." Luna, who was tying tiny bunches of rosemary with blue string, nodded. "That's a good rule." Harry crossed the kitchen and felt the warmth soak into him slowly. Not just from ovens, from intent. There was old magic in here now, stronger than anything the Carrows had ever understood when they had reduced the school to punishments and fear. Helga's domain was not decorative kindness. It was infrastructure calories. Sleep, clean clothes, hidden stores, root cellars, immune systems, morale. The difference between a child who can think and one who is too hungry to do more than endure. The House That Feeds the War. He understood the chapter title all at once. Not because Helga loved kitchens. Because every resistance depends, sooner or later, on someone deciding that bread matters as much as blades. Helga turned then and saw him watching. She said, "You've remembered you possess a stomach." "I eat. Like a hunted thing at odd hours," she said, "not like a student in a school being rebuilt." Ron smirked openly. Harry ignored him and stepped closer. "What's all this?" Helga handed the wooden spoon to a waiting elf, who looked honored enough to faint over it later, and wiped her hands on a cloth. "This," she said, Gesturing with broad calm at the whole kitchen is what winning requires before winning arrives. She led him toward the long work table by the pantry alcove. Only then did he see the real scale of what she had been building. Maps, not of battlefields, of supply lines. The school itself had been sketched floor by floor in charcoal and ink, with marks for dormitories, infirmary demand, hidden student refuge points, patrol routes, cold corridors, damaged heating charms, and emergency food nodes. Beside them lay two wider maps, Hogsmeade and the surrounding countryside, marked with barns, farms, sympathetic homes, abandoned cottages, stream access, hidden approach lanes, old cellar caches, and likely ministry sweep patterns. Hermione would have called it logistics. Godric would probably have called it the part that made battle less embarrassing. Helga called it cared. And Harry saw immediately that it was a war plan all the same. "You're building external networks," he said.
Yes. How far?
"As far as the school's shadow can meaningfully reach." Harry frowned. Helga tapped the Hogsmeade map. "Hogwarts has always fed more than students," she said. "Teachers' households, village trade, winter shortages, accident wards, the occasional foolish creature turned half to stone by things it should not have touched. The school is not a castle floating above Britain. It has roots." Harry looked at the maps again. Roots. Of course, that was Helga's language for systems, not chains of command. Roots. A living thing feeding and fed in turn. "And now?" he asked. "No, the roots are under attack," she said, "so we thicken them." Luna set down a completed rosemary bundle and added, "People are braver if soup already exists." Ron nodded solemnly. This is one of her wiser statements. Helga's mouth curved. Then she pointed to a column of names Harry had not noticed yet. Some were students. Some were Hogsmeade residents. Some he recognized from order reports. Others were families he did not know. All had small coded marks beside them. "What's that?" "Need categories," Helga said. "Food insecurity, healing support, safe rest, magical crop sabotage, trauma hoarding, winter exposure, hidden dependence." Harry stared. "Trauma hoarding?" Ron unexpectedly answered. "They mean people keeping supplies in ridiculous amounts because they don't think there'll be more later." Helga gave him an approving glance.
Yes.
Ron shrugged, suddenly self-conscious. Mum does it after bad ministry years. With blankets. Harry's chest tightened. Because once said aloud, it seemed obvious that war would leave marks like that. Not just broken bones, behaviors, quiet panics, drawers full of food, cupboards stuffed with linen, the need to count candles before sleep. Helga moved a marker on the map from one pantry line to another. "The modern world," she said, "is very foolish about suffering. It notices spectacle and misses depletion. Depletion wins wars." Harry looked up. She met his eyes steadily. "Children who are afraid long enough stop growing where they should," she said. "Communities stripped slowly of stores, rest, and mutual trust become easier to rule than any battlefield you can conquer with wands. Voldemort understands fear theatrically. I understand it domestically." That was one of the most frightening sentences Harry had ever heard. Not because Helga sounded cruel. Because she sounded correct. He glanced around the kitchen again with new respect. This was not refuge from war. This was a counteroffensive in bread, broth, and hidden sacks of potatoes. By afternoon, Helga had him in the greenhouses. He should have known breakfast would not be the end of it. "Why am I here?" Harry asked, squinting through humid glass as winter light slanted over rows of herbs, tubers, and magically coaxed winter greens. "Because," Helga said, kneeling in the dark soil with a practical ease that made ancient grandeur seem laughably incomplete without it, "you think war happens where people shout." Harry opened his mouth, closed it again, because that was unfortunately exactly true. Helga pressed both hands into the earth. The greenhouse shivered, not violently, responsively. Harry felt old enchantments wake along the beds, deep layered charms tied not just to plant growth but to ground memory, climate buffering, and nutrient cycling more intricate than any herbology lesson had ever suggested. Roots lit under the soil like faint golden veins. Moisture gathered along the glass not randomly, but in spirals. A tray of winter lettuces lifted its leaves toward Helga, as though toward sun. "This is founder work," Harry said quietly. Partly mine. Mostly accumulated competence, Helga said. A school survives not because one person makes it perfect, but because enough hands keep repairing what matters. She rose and brushed soil from her palms. Then she walked him bed by bed, not just identifying plants, explaining intent. Here were restorative leaves that could stretch dwindling potion stalks. Here, root clusters warded to survive curse, blighted weather if laid correctly in earth sanctums. Here, old grain strains almost lost because modern magical households preferred decorative gardens and imported sweets to reliable winter calories. Here, medicinal bulbs hidden from ministry requisition lists because nobody in authority remembered they mattered. Harry listened harder than he expected to, because every explanation connected to the same realization: Voldemort's regime had not merely seized power. It had neglected maintenance. Neglect, Helga taught him in one long afternoon without ever saying the phrase outright, was not neutral. It was ideological. A world built on intimidation and purity would always underfeed itself in the end, because it could not value the unseen labor that kept people alive. Harry thought of the ministry, of blood registries and confiscation archives, of speeches about order made by people who had no idea how kitchens worked. He thought, too, of the burrow, of Mrs. Weasley's clock, soup, socks, yelling impossible emotional weather, and endless attempts to make too many frightened people feel housed at once. It hit him then with a force so human it almost hurt. Molly Weasley would have liked Helga Hufflepuff immediately. The thought nearly made him smile. Helga, who noticed far too much, glanced sideways at him. You remembered a mother. Harry looked at her sharply. She lifted one shoulder. You go softer around the mouth and sadder in the shoulders. That's very specific. I have raised half a country's worth of children and buried enough of the other half to despise imprecision, she said. Harry swallowed. The greenhouse suddenly felt warmer. Helga crouched again at a low stone basin built into the center aisle. Its sides were carved with badgers, vines, loaves, and little stars worked into the grain motifs, as if someone from Ravenclaw had once helped and could not stop showing off. She tapped the basin. Come here. Harry did. Inside the basin lay dark earth and 3 small seed packets tied in faded ribbon. Not ordinary packets, older. The labels were handwritten in an ink gone brown with age. Helga untied the first and poured 3 pale kernels into her palm. Field ward wheat, she said. Ancient strain. Grows in poor conditions. Strengthens the soil around it against certain classes of blight and hex runoff. Too slow for commercial growers. Too stubborn for impatient people. Perfect for wartime. She gave him the seeds. They look normal. Most salvation does. Harry turned the kernels in his hand. They were warm. That was wrong, or ought to have been. Yet the warmth felt natural, as if the seeds had been stored with purpose rather than temperature. Helga handed him the second packet. Tiny black beans, glossy as polished stone. Nitrate feeders, she said, not for people. For the land itself. They pull waste magic downward and keep upper growth from soaring. The third packet held narrow red grains, refuge barley, high nutrition, good yield, difficult to curse if sung to properly while sown. Harry stared at her. You sing to barley. Helga looked offended by the ignorance. Of course, Luna, who had apparently appeared 3 minutes earlier without any of them noticing, said from behind a shelf of mandrake pots, plants like certainty in the voice. It helps them decide not to be offended by weather. Harry decided not to argue with either of them. Helga pointed to the basin. Plant them. What now? Yes, now, Harry knelt. The soil in the basin was dark, damp, and richer than ordinary greenhouse loam. Something old moved in it. Not sentient, responsive, enchanted ground prepared for founder, grade herbological work. He made 3 shallow lines with his fingers. Helga watched. Not like you're burying evidence, she said. Harry looked up. She smiled with one side of her mouth. Gentler, the living need invitation more often than force, so he planted properly. Not a farmer's skill, not elegant, but slower, more attentive. Wheat first, then nitrate, then barley. When he finished, Helga put her hands over his, still dirty with earth. Now say what they're for. Harry frowned. They're seeds. They are intention in waiting, she corrected. Say the purpose. He hesitated, feeling ridiculous. Then, because this whole year had burned embarrassment out of him in stranger ways than speaking to soil, he said quietly, "For feeding people who need it." Helga's fingers tightened lightly over his. And Harry thought of hidden cupboards, Hogsmeade, the map in the kitchen, for making more places safe. Helga nodded. And, he thought longer this time, of Voldemort's regime, of fear, of depletion, of war as not merely battle but erosion, for outlasting people who think hunger makes them powerful. The basin lit. Not brightly, deeply. Gold moved under the soil like dawn under dark water. The seeds took. Harry felt it, not with sight, but as a little catch in the greenhouse's breathing magic, a new root being accepted into a larger body. He looked up quickly. Helga's face was soft with approval, and that somehow felt harder won than Salazar's rare praise or Godric's grunted respect. "There," she said. "Know you fought for something before it bled." Harry looked back at the basin. Tiny shoots were already pushing through the soil. Too fast for ordinary growth, not unnaturally fast. Founder fast. Ground that understood urgency without panic. He felt suddenly sharply ashamed of how little he had thought about this part of war before. Helga, as if reading the thought straight off his shoulders, said, "Do not waste time being ashamed of ignorance you are actively leaving." That sounded like her version of kindness. Harry filed it away carefully. By evening, the kitchen maps had become action. Helga sent teams, not armed patrols but supply routes. House elves moved under concealment wards through Hogsmeade with wrapped bundles of bread, mending kits, fever leaf packets, and coal charms. Older students volunteered quietly and were sorted not by house but by steadiness. Susan Bones took inventory with the concentration of someone rebuilding rule through lists. Neville and Ginny coordinated hidden dormitory support points for frightened younger students. Luna organized a rotating night cup system of hot drinks and low, light company for anyone too frightened to sleep alone. Ron, increasingly and to his own surprise indispensable, managed rote timing between kitchens, the room of requirement, and the hidden side stair by the old tapestry hall. Hermione arrived midway through all of this with ink on her wrist, exhaustion in her eyes, and a sheaf of intercepted ministry notes that she clearly thought mattered more than potatoes. Helga took one look at her, handed her a bowl of stew and a heel of bread, and said, Hermione blinked. "I'm in the middle of, sit, but these reports will remain reports while you remember your own body." Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, sat. Ron nearly smiled into a sack of onions. Harry watched Hermione eat 3 unwilling bites and then, because she was Hermione and still secretly a mammal with blood sugar, begin eating in earnest. Her shoulders loosened by a fraction halfway through the bowl. Helga, seeing without staring, nodded to herself and went back to directing 2 elves and 1/6 year toward a cellar stash point below the eastern stairs. Harry crossed to Hermione's side. "You all right?" She swallowed and made a face halfway between irritation and gratitude. "I dislike being managed through soup." "It seems effective." "That's not the point." It was exactly the point, and both of them knew it. Harry glanced around the kitchen again. The movement, the lists, the steady warmth, the refusal to let anyone vanish into neglect, and thought suddenly of how different this all was from Voldemort's understanding of control. He ruled by spectacle. Helga ruled by continuity. One broke people loudly. The other made breaking harder in the first place. Hermione followed his gaze. "She's right, you know," she said. "About what?" "That feeding people is strategy." Harry nodded once. "Yeah." Hermione took another spoonful and looked unexpectedly tired. "I keep thinking war ought to look like something grander," she admitted. "Ancient rituals. Horcrux destruction. Founders walking corridors. But half of what's changing the school is this." She gestured slightly with the spoon. Harry understood. Because the same realization had been haunting him since morning. That may be one reason Voldemort always felt so all-consuming was that he pulled everyone's attention toward the dramatic center where he liked to stand. And maybe the most effective answer was not only to cut pieces off his immortality, but to rebuild all the quiet systems he had counted on people ignoring. Helga returned then, carrying another stack of coded distribution slips. She put them down, looked from Harry to Hermione, and said, "You've both had the expression all day." "What expression?" Hermione asked suspiciously. "The one clever children wear when they discover maintenance is a form of power and feel mildly cheated that no one told them sooner." Ron, passing behind them with a crate of preserved pears, said, "Told you." "Soup politics." Helga laughed once, deep and real. Then she turned serious again. "Listen carefully. Both of you," she said. "Every tyrant thinks fear is enough. Some are even correct for a while. But fear is expensive. It burns energy. It interrupts sleep. It wastes labor. It narrows imagination. A frightened people can be ruled, yes, but they cannot build much that lasts." She laid one broad hand on the kitchen map of Hogwarts. "So if you want to beat a thing like Voldemort," she said, "you do not only cut out its heart. You feed everyone it tried to starve." The words landed with the weight of law, not metaphor. Law. Harry felt something in him settle around them, not soften, clarify. Because until now, necromancy had pushed him toward grand categories: death, judgment, founder power, soul wounds, the moral structure of magic itself. Necessary things. Huge things. Helga was teaching him scale. How the enormous fails if the ordinary is abandoned. How victory without rebuilding is only a prettier collapse. How a house can feed a war without becoming one. He looked at her. "You knew this would happen," he said. Helga raised an eyebrow. "Which part?" "That we'd all start treating you like the least dangerous founder." Ron actually choked on a laugh. Hermione smiled into her bowl. Helga's own smile came slowly. "Good," she said. "That will let me continue frightening the correct people." That night after curfew, Harry followed her down into the oldest cellars beneath the school. Not the visible storage rooms, deeper. Past racks of preserved vegetables, barrels of grain, hidden shelves of potion herbs, and finally into a round stone chamber lined with 12 sealed alcoves and one great central slab of old earth ringed in badger, carved stone. The room smelled of roots, salt, bread crust, and the kind of magic that had been used so long for the same good purpose that it no longer needed ceremony to feel holy. Helga lit no wand. She did not need to. The chamber woke for her in warm amber glows along the floor grooves. "What is this?" Harry asked, voice dropping without permission. "The feeding stone," she said. He stared. She touched the central slab with 2 fingers. "This was laid when the school was young," she said, "before all the pretty upper rooms. Before house rivalries had become theater. Before the ministry was even a persistent nuisance. When winters were harder, roads worse, and hungry children more common." Harry stepped closer. The slab was worn smooth by centuries of hands, bowls, sacks, offerings perhaps. Not religious. Functional in the old way function sometimes becomes sacred because people survive by it. "We kept stores here," Helga said, "not just food." "Promise." Harry looked at her. She met his gaze calmly. "A child who entered Hogwarts in my age was not merely taught," she said. "They were received, fed, measured for what they lacked and what they carried. Some came brilliant, some frightened, some fierce. Some near starved in soul or body. A school that teaches but does not receive is merely a sorting mechanism with books." Harry let out a slow breath. That sentence, too, felt like something modern Britain desperately needed carved above every official building. Helga gestured to the sealed alcoves. "Open one." Harry chose the nearest and pressed his palm to the latch mark. It opened inward with a soft stone sound. Inside were blankets, not conjured. Real, folded by careful hands. Warming charms stitched into the hems, emergency mending runes in the corners, sizes ranging from child, small to adult. He turned to her. "Why keep these here?" "Because," Helga said, "war always produces someone cold faster than policy can answer." Harry closed the alcove. She opened another. Food tins, dried fruit. Barley cakes sealed in waxcloth. Fever powder packets, hand salve, children's nightshirts. A bundle of old toy animals with repaired seams. Harry swallowed hard. This was not merely supply. This was memory of recurring catastrophe. A founder-built answer to the fact that the world fails children in similar ways across centuries no matter how magical it becomes. Helga watched him understand. "You see now," she said gently, "why I do not romanticize dark times. Yes, good. She put one hand flat on the feeding stone. The amber lights deepened. What you are doing with death is dangerous, she said. Necessary, perhaps, but dangerous. The dead can help judge, teach, interrupt, reclaim. They cannot live for you. They cannot build ordinary tomorrow in your place. Harry listened without interruption. Helga's hand stayed on the stone. If you become only a weapon, she said, then every victory you win will still require someone kinder to survive it afterward. The sentence went through him like cold water, because it named a fear he had only partly admitted to himself. That necromancy, founder power, and war might be making him narrower, even while they made him stronger, more efficient, less patient, more willing to cut. Helga did not say those changes made him damned. She said they made him incomplete. Which was worse and kinder and truer? What do I do about that? He asked quietly. Her eyes softened. Keep letting ordinary need interrupt grand intention. Harry frowned. She smiled, small and sad and wise enough to make the room feel older. Eat when called, she said. Listen when frightened children say strange practical things. Carry blankets as willingly as swords. Plant what will feed people you have never met, and when the time comes to choose between being admired and being useful. She tapped the feeding stone once. Choose useful. Admiration is thin soup. Harry laughed then, helpless and real. The sound bounced softly through the cellar. Helga smiled more fully. There, she said. No, you are less alarming. I was alarming. You summoned 4 founders from death. Fair. She squeezed his shoulder once. Warm hand solid. Present despite being centuries dead. The war will sharpen again soon, she said. It always does after a success. Remember what this room is before the next wound takes your attention. Harry looked around the cellar one more time. The blankets, the stores, the feeding stone, the old amber light holding steady in root, deep quiet. He knew then that this room mattered as much as the Chamber of Secrets, the Founder's Crypt, the Great Hall under Judgment, maybe more. Because this was what everything else was for, not power, not spectacle, not even justice abstractly considered. This, a child not being cold, a student not stealing bread because the drawer is already full, a village surviving winter under a tyrant, a school proving it still knows how to receive the living. He touched the edge of the feeding stone lightly. I'll remember. Helga nodded, satisfied. Then, because she refused to let any moment remain entirely solemn if work could continue, she said, Good. Now take that crate of dried apples upstairs. Susan Bones has sorted the Western stores incorrectly, and if I walk back in carrying it myself, everyone will learn the wrong lesson. Harry stared at her for a second, then laughed again and bent to pick up the crate. As they climbed back toward the kitchens, arms full of practical war, he understood with new certainty that Voldemort's regime could never truly comprehend Hogwarts while Helga Hufflepuff stood within it. Because it knew how to dominate institutions, she knew how to keep them alive. The first thing Salazar Slytherin said when he read the Ministry's new blood laws was, "This is what happens when lesser men inherit language they are too small to survive." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The words were spoken in the old strategy chamber just after midnight, when the school had gone quiet except for patrol shifts and the distant breathing of winter in the walls. A storm moved beyond the high windows, dragging rain over the grounds in dark silver sheets. On the long oak table lay 3 confiscated ministry decrees, 2 witness accounts smuggled through Hogsmeade, 1 coded note from Kingsley, and a ledger stolen from the office of the Muggle, born registration commission so offensive that even Snape had read it with visible disgust. Hermione had copied the worst passages in tight, furious handwriting. Blood status confirmation, lineage review, provisional seizure of magical implements, hereditary irregularity, holding temporary detainment pending purity assessment, temporary detainment. That was the phrase modern bureaucracies used when they wanted cruelty to sound like paperwork. Harry stood at the table with both hands braced on the wood, staring at the list of holding sites and underground transit channels the ministry had begun using to move detainees quietly between hearings, cells, and corrective interviews. Ron sat opposite him, pale with anger. Hermione stood beside Rowena near the maps. McGonagall was at the head of the table, shoulders set like stone pillars. Godric leaned against the mantel. Helga had not joined them yet. She was still in the kitchen supervising a midnight distribution for Hogsmeade families after a ration seizure. Salazar stood at the far end of the room, one hand resting lightly on the back of a chair. His eyes were on the registry forms, not the names, the structure. Harry knew by now the founder was not reading like a ministry clerk. He was reading grammar. Philosophy, the shape of power expressed through administrative design. These fools, Salazar said softly, have rebuilt hierarchy from ash and called it law. McGonagall's mouth tightened when noticed. Salazar ignored the dryness in her tone. He tapped one column with a pale finger. Lineage verification, blood adjudication, hereditary review. The language is derivative, vulgar, but the bones beneath it are older. Hermione looked up sharply. Older how? He turned the page toward her. Because they are not inventing a system, he said. They are imitating the corpse of one. That silenced the room. Rowena stepped closer to the ledger. Her expression sharpened. Harry could almost feel her thought moving through the structure, finding patterns, tracing origin points. Then she said, "He's right." Ron looked from one founder to the other. "That's not reassuring." "No," Rowena said. "It is clarifying." She touched a list of detention classifications. "This is not authentic founder-era governance," she said. "It borrows symbolic authority from old house practices while removing every balancing ethic that once constrained them." "Meaning?" Harry asked. Godric answered before Rowena could. "Meaning weak men stole the shell of older customs and gutted everything that made them bearable." Helga entered then, carrying rain in the hem of her robes, and the smell of bread and wood smoke with her. She took one look at the table, the faces around it, and the ledger open under Salazar's hand. "They are cataloging people," she said. It was not a question. Hermione nodded once. Helga's expression changed. No fire, no dramatic fury. Something quieter and more dangerous. The look of a woman who understood exactly how fast a registry becomes a roundup once the wrong people hold the shelves. "They're using it to seize property too," Harry said. "Wands, heirlooms, family documents. Probable holding sites are listed at the bottom." He slid the second sheet toward her. "Helga, read." Her hand went still over 3 marked transit nodes. "Underground movement routes," she said. "Below the ministry," Hermione said. "Some public, some hidden, some older than the building itself." Salazar's mouth curved without humor. "And some mine." The room sharpened at once. Harry looked at him. "You can still feel them." "Yes." "How much can you reach?" Salazar met his gaze. "Enough." That was all. With Salazar, enough could mean half a city or one exact throat. Harry had learned not to ask for scale until the plan demanded it. McGonagall folded the detention list shut. "Then we strike." Ron blinked. "Just like that? Or Mr. Weasley?" McGonagall said, "When a government begins indexing children through underground cells, subtlety becomes an administrative vice." Godric laughed under his breath. Helga did not. "We strike," she said, "but not for spectacle. We strike to interrupt movement, destroy registry logic, and pull out those who can still be moved safely." Harry looked down at the maps again. This was not the same as the Locket mission. That had been surgical. This was political. Not because it would be announced. Because it would change what the ministry believed it could do in secret. Rowena drew one map toward the center. It showed the lower levels beneath the ministry in pale silver lines over older green ones. The modern building sat above them like a new fist laid over an old vein network. "These," she said, marking 3 intersections, "are current detention transfers." She marked a 4th. "This is the Blood Registry Archive. A 5th. This holds confiscated lineage records and wand seizure writs. A 6th, deeper still. And here," she said, voice cooling, "is where they are running interrogations below any formal legal line." Harry's scar prickled. Not from Voldemort. From structure. Injustice arranged well enough to begin resembling permanence. He hated that more every day. Salazar stepped forward and laid his hand over the deepest section of the map. The green lines brightened under his fingers. "These routes were built for secrecy," waist control, discreet movement of dangerous things, and his lip curled. The occasional quiet exit for officials too cowardly to face front doors after bad votes. Ron looked impressed despite himself. You had a lot going on under London. We had realism, Salazar said. Godric folded his arms. You had sewer ambition. It lasted, which is more than I can say for half your banners. Harry let them almost bicker for exactly 2 seconds before speaking. What's the target? Everyone looked at him. Good, because this had to stay precise. He pointed to the map. We don't just smash the ministry and hope it matters. We cut the movement routes, ruin the registry, free the current detainees, and take their underground access away from them. Helga nodded first. Yes! Hermione stepped in immediately. And we do it in stages, simultaneous if possible. If they seal one level, the others have to fail anyway. McGonagall's gaze flicked between them. Resources. Harry looked at Salazar. The founder said, I can claim the lower serpent routes once Anchor is established. Doors keyed to old speech will cease answering ministry staff. Certain drains can be reversed. 2 underground chambers may be flooded. 3 can be sealed. Ron went pale, flooded while people are in them. Salazar gave him a look of mild disdain. I am not a child with a torch, Mr. Weasley. Flooded after extraction. Ron muttered, Good. Just checking what sort of terrifying we were doing. Rowena pointed with her wand tip. I can disrupt the registry architecture from here, she said. Afe provided a sympathetic line. The ministry record system is newer than the tunnels and much weaker in principle. It assumes legitimacy as support structure that can be weaponized. Hermione's eyes flashed. If I get you a copied seal matrix from the archive level, you can invert the logic. Yes? Can you scramble the classifications? I can do worse, Rowena said. That sounded promising. Helga laid down 3 folded parchment packets. These are rote placements for evac handoffs, she said. House. Elves from Hogwarts can take the final legs once the detainees are out of ministry range. Hogsmeade families have already been prepared to receive short-term arrivals without asking names until names are safe to know. Harry looked at her. You set that up already. Helga gave him a level look. You think I wait for certainty before bread? Fair. Godric pushed away from the mantel. And me. Harry turned. Godric grinned with all the warmth of a drawn blade. You, brother, Salazar said before Harry could speak. Remain where walls still matter. Godric's smile vanished. You object to useful violence. I object to wasting your office on tunnels. The tension jumped. Harry stepped in quickly. When need Hogwarts held if the ministry retaliates fast? Godric looked at him for a long moment, then grunted once. Fine. But Harry saw what he did not say aloud, that Godric hated being left out of an assault. That he understood necessity anyway. That in another age, he and Salazar had probably fought this exact argument in rooms with fewer maps and more blood on the floor. McGonagall tapped the table once. Then it is settled. Potter, Granger, Weasley, and Slytherin take the lower routes. Ravenclaw supports by structural interference from the castle. Hufflepuff coordinates extraction and post-rescue provisioning. Gryffindor maintains school defense with me, in case the Ministry or Death Eaters attempt immediate reprisal. Snape, who had been silent too long in the corner, said smoothly, and I. No one turned dramatically toward him. That alone was strange. They were getting used to using Severus Snape as one uses knives already embedded in the wall, carefully, without affection, because removing them mid-crisis is inconvenient, Harry said. You stay visible. Snape's eyes narrowed by a fraction. Visible. A's headmaster. As ministry, compliant enough that no one thinks Hogwarts launched an ancestral insurgency from its cellar, unless they absolutely have to. Godric muttered. You did. Yes, Harry said. But they don't need paperwork for it yet. McGonagall's mouth twitched once. Snape inclined his head. It was agreement, which was probably the most anyone could demand. They left the next night under storm cover. No moon. Heavy rain. Wind strong enough to erase light footsteps and soften sound against stone. Harry descended through the Foundation crypt carrying the stone, the sword, and a folded list of registry names in his inner pocket that Hermione had insisted he memorize anyway. Ron carried demolition chucks, sealing powder, and 3 packets of Helga's emergency salts. Hermione carried Rowena's seal inversion diagrams wrapped in oilskin. Salazar moved with them from the first door onward, not fully embodied at first, but stronger than he had been on the Locket mission. Not because he was nearer only to old tunnels this time. Because anger sharpened office. The farther below London they moved, the more the serpent rotes answered him. Old iron grates unlatched without being touched. Narrow channels widened just enough to admit them. Inspection seals glowed green and then went dark. Once, at a 4-way split beneath the river runoff chambers, the walls themselves rearranged subtle stone lips so water redirected away from their path. Hermione noticed and went taut with horrified admiration. "He's editing the infrastructure," she whispered. "Of course I am," Salazar murmured. Harry moved at the front this time, but less blindly than before. The tether with Salazar had improved. Rowena's modifications, plus Harry's own growing control, meant the Founder's office no longer surged through him in violent bursts. It layered. Cold certainty under muscle memory. Awareness of vertical space. Understanding of what dark, enclosed places want when they were built with intention rather than neglect. This was what Salazar had meant, Harry thought, when he said darkness was not evil. The tunnels were dark. They were also honest. A hidden road admits being hidden. A shadow admits being shadow. It was the men above who lied about what their structures were for. They reached the first detention interchange 3 minutes before shift transfer. Harry heard the prisoners before he saw the cage lines. Not screams. That would have been easier. Quiet. The awful quiet of people afraid sound will make things worse. The chamber beyond the tunnel split was a low iron room, lit by sour ministry lanterns, and warded by 3 vertical containment bars. 2 witches in dark transport cloaks sat inside one enclosure with their hands bound and wands missing. In the next, a thin wizard in his 40s leaned against the wall trying to keep a teenage girl upright with one shoulder, while pretending he was not bleeding through his shirt. The third enclosure held a mother and small boy, the child asleep against her knees from exhaustion rather than trust. Harry stopped dead. Behind him, Ron swore so viciously Hermione did not even tell him off. No guards, not yet. Just the waiting room under bureaucracy's teeth. Helga had been right. Depletion wins wars. Hermione moved first, scanning the ward lines with fierce precision. "These are keyed to central registry signatures," she whispered. "If I break one wrong, it triggers upper-level alerts." Salazar's eyes went flat and ancient. "Then do not break them," he said. He stepped to the bars. The metal itself seemed to cringe. He spoke one low phrase in a dialect of Parseltongue so old Harry barely felt it as language. The containment bars unstitched. Not snapped, unstitched, as if the concept of the lock had been corrected out of existence. The prisoners recoiled to the back of the cells. Of course they did. Because even in terror, 4 strangers appearing out of tunnels at midnight was not generally reassuring. Harry lowered his wand at once. "We're getting you out," he said. The wounded wizard looked past him and saw Salazar's half-shadowed form. His face went bloodless. "What are you, pussy?" Ron said. "Come on." It was the mother who moved first. She picked up her son without asking permission and stepped through the vanished bars with the quick, flat-eyed courage of someone who had already learned that hesitation gets children killed. That decided the others. Hermione handed the girl one of Helga's wrapped warming vials. The teenager stared at it as though forgotten kindness were a more suspicious object than rescue. Harry almost didn't blame her. "Down this road," he said. "Follow the lit markers. There'll be people waiting." "Ooh?" the bleeding wizard asked. Harry thought of Helga's kitchen map, of house elves, of Hogsmeade cupboards, of blankets in the feeding stone alcoves. "Friends," he said. It felt insufficient. It would have to do. They sent the first group downward with a chalk, marked line that glowed warm amber once activated. Helga's work, not Rowena's or Salazar's, wayfinding for frightened people rather than soldiers. As soon as the last set of footsteps vanished into the lower passage, the chamber changed. From rescue point to target again, Harry looked at the iron room, the bureaucratic lanterns, the registry numbers etched above each former cell. "Can we destroy it?" Salazar's expression did not alter. Wes? He lifted one hand. The chamber walls exhaled black water, not from visible drains, from between the stones through old seams, from a place the ministry had forgotten was never truly theirs. Water rose in silent sheets along the floor, carrying lantern reflections upward. The etched registry numbers peeled off the walls and dissolved first. Then the cages rusted through in seconds. The official desk warped, collapsed, and sank. By the time they left, the entire room was becoming a drowned pocket of useless administration. No spectacle, no flames, no duel, just function revoked. Harry understood why this frightened him more. The second target was harder. The blood registry archive lay above and east of the interchange, behind two ministry wards, one goblin-made iron lock, and an indexing charm built to reproduce its own labels if altered crudely. Hermione's eyes lit with the kind of fury that made Harry glad she was on his side. "I hate whoever built this," she whispered. Rowena's voice came faintly through the linked crystal Hermione wore at her wrist, her support line from Hogwarts. "You may send thanks later," the founder said. "The design is clever enough to have once belonged to a mind worth disappointing." Hermione bared her teeth. Gladly. They reached the archive through a vertical records shaft hidden behind a false maintenance wall. Harry dropped first, then Ron, then Hermione, all landing in near darkness among rows upon rows of metal cabinets and enchanted shelving. Paper smell hit him immediately. Dust, ink, sealing wax, damp iron, the terrible calm of official harm. The room was enormous, much larger than the ledger had suggested. Not only blood status records but confiscation orders, family trace maps, wand seizures, school recommendations, magical ability assessments, suspicious surname lists, appeals denied, hearings pending, heirloom disposition orders, a machine built of filing. Ron stared around in disbelief. How do they even read all this? They don't need to, Hermione said. That's the point. Once the category exists, people do the sorting for them. She moved like a curse through the shelves, finding seal nodes almost before Harry could track her. Salazar closed his eyes. "This room sits on stolen assumptions," he murmured. Harry knew what he meant. The ministry had built a new administrative terror by borrowing older symbolic authority, lineage, inheritance, magical legitimacy, without any of the obligations that had once constrained those ideas. It was rot pretending to be tradition. Can you break it? Harry asked Hermione. She gave him a sharp look. Break, yes. But destruction isn't enough. Harry blinked. Of course it wasn't. Because burning the records would remove current evidence, yes. But if the system remained conceptually intact, it would just rebuild. Hermione saw him understand and nodded once. "We invert the categories," she said. "Rowena." The crystal at her wrist lit cold white. "Ready," came Rowena's voice. Hermione began. Harry had seen her cast battle magic, memory charms, protections, and impossible research improvisations before. This was something else. This was Hermione Granger declaring bureaucratic war. She moved from cabinet to cabinet drawing runes not on paper, but in air over the indexing lines. Rowena fed her sequence corrections through the crystal, faster than Harry could follow, cleaner than any modern teaching could have prepared. Hermione's wand cut silver arcs over file labels, classification headers, verification sigils. Ron guarded the shaft. Harry stood at the center of the room with the stone cold in his pocket and Salazar like a long shadow at his shoulder. Then the first shelf screamed. Not aloud. Structurally. A sound like every label in the room realizing it had lost the right to mean what it meant yesterday. Cabinet after cabinet lit from within. Hermione's voice did not shake. A false category undone. By unlawful inheritance void. By burden returned to claimant. By claimed blood made ash to registry. The shelves exploded into rearrangement. Not physical violence, conceptual collapse. Folders burst open and refiled themselves under blankness. Seized surnames detached from accusation lists. Blood status columns inverted into unverified nonsense. Lineages cross-indexed into gibberish. Guilt flags rewrote as ministry fraud markers. Confiscation warrants began reclassifying themselves as unlawful takings. Appeal denials reopened. Hearing schedules erased themselves. Ron stared. That is beautiful. It is overdue. Hermione snapped, still casting. The room shook harder. Upper alarms began to ring. Harry drew the sword. Time. Salazar opened his eyes. Leave the central console intact for 3 breaths, he said. Hermione, already sweating with effort, trusted him at once. The central indexing pedestal, at the far end of the archive, began spitting parchment like a dying animal. Reclassifications, cross, failures, registry reversals, invalidation notices. Harry saw official seals rewriting themselves into accusations against their own office. Then Salazar laid one finger on the pedestal. For theft disguised as order, he said softly, I return confusion. The pedestal rotted from the inside. Not dramatic, just irreversible. 3 breaths later, Hermione slashed her wand downward and every remaining label in the archive went white. Blank, no names, no categories, no ownership. A room full of stolen certainty became paper without permission. Then the guards hit the outer door. Go, Harry said. Ron blasted the first shelf over. It crashed into 2 others. Hermione seized 3 crucial bundles of partially restored seizure writs on instinct and stuffed them into her bag. Salazar spoke once to the iron understructure, and every drawer in the first 6 rows shot open simultaneously, vomiting paper into the corridor beyond like an avalanche of administrative failure. As they vaulted back into the shaft, Harry heard shouting, then coughing, then one man yelling, in genuine panic, "The records are naming us." Hermione laughed once, savage and breathless. Harry would remember that sound fondly for the rest of his life. The interrogation level lay deepest. That was how such places always worked. The farther from daylight, the easier men found it to turn procedure into cruelty. They descended through a service well choked with old heat pipes and serpent marks, half scraped away by ministry renovations. Harry's scar burned more the closer they got, though Voldemort himself was nowhere near. It was the atmosphere. Fear repeated often enough in one place to leave magical residue. Pain with schedules. When they reached the lower platform, the smell hit first. Disinfectant, old blood, damp parchment, fear sweat. Harry's grip on the sword hilt tightened until his hand hurt. The corridor beyond was lined with doors bearing no names, only case numbers. Ron went very still. Hermione's face emptied of every expression but purpose. Salazar stopped, not because he was uncertain, because he was furious. The dark around him thickened visibly. His outline sharpened into near, full embodiment despite the strain. They built a court below accountability, he said. His voice was so quiet that Harry knew someone was going to die if they moved wrong in the next minute. Harry stepped past him slightly. Not in challenge, in reminder, we're here for the prisoners. Salazar's eyes cut to him. A long beat. Then a small incline of the head. Permission accepted, they moved fast. First cell empty, blood on chair straps, scorched floor. Second man unconscious, curse drained, wrists blackened by restraint bands. Third, 2 sisters, one maybe 17, the other younger, both staring blankly at the wall like fear had become their last useful economy. Fourth, records room for admissions adjustment. Hermione swore and marked it for destruction. Fifth, a holding chamber with 4 seized wands floating in suppressive jars. Sixth, a voice from inside, cracked but furious. If you're here to ask again, my answer is still no. Harry froze. That was not broken. That was alive. He blasted the lock. Inside sat Dirk Cresswell, thinner than Harry remembered from ministry corridors, one eye swollen, one sleeve burned through, still somehow carrying himself like a man too angry to surrender posture. He blinked once in the broken doorway. Then saw Harry. Then saw Salazar behind Harry. Then, because the war had by this point become deeply absurd, said, I am either dead or this government is about to have a very bad evening. Second one. Ron said, can you walk? Cresswell got up on the first try. Harry liked him immediately. They moved room by room after that, faster each time. Some prisoners could walk, some needed Ron's shoulder. One boy no older than 14 refused to leave without his sister, forcing Hermione to double back 2 doors and blast a lock she had planned to hit last. Another detainee, a middle-aged witch with ministry ink still on her fingertips, saw the registry seals on Hermione's wrist notes and began crying before anyone touched her. She had built part of the classification system under coercion, Harry learned in one stumbling sentence, and thought rescue meant execution. Helga would know what to say to her, Harry thought. Harry just said, move. He hated how inadequate that sounded. At the end of the corridor, they found the interrogation chamber itself. Not active. Prepared. A central chair, restraint bands, veritaserum rack, blood quill instruments, identity ledgers, confiscation drawers, one child-sized chain loop hanging too low on the wall. Harry stopped breathing for half a second. Then Salazar walked past him into the room. No one followed, not even Hermione. The founder stood in the center among all that small, ordered cruelty and looked at the instruments with expressionless contempt. "This," he said, his parody. Green-black shadow spilled from his feet. The room dimmed. The lanterns guttered. The serpent marks hidden beneath the ministry renovations lit one by one in the floor, old roots answering old rage. Salazar raised his staff. The chains on the wall unlinked themselves and dropped. The chair split neatly down the middle. Every drawer burst open and hurled its contents into the air. Blood quills snapped. Veritaserum shattered. Ledgers blackened at the edges as though ashamed to remain legible. The floor under the central restraint line softened into bog, dark water, and began swallowing the chair pieces whole. Then Salazar hissed one command. The door seals reversed. From now on, no lock on that level would close from the outside again. Harry watched it happen, and understood something he had not fully seen before. Salazar was not reclaiming darkness for darkness's sake. He was reclaiming standards. Voldemort's people thought secrecy, fear, blood language, and subterranean power automatically belonged to them because decent people avoided those things. They were wrong. That was the terror of founder magic. It could walk into corrupted symbolism and take its name back. The fight began on the way out. Of course it did. They had too many prisoners, too much noise, too much structural damage, and not enough time left before upper-level panic hardened into response. The first squad of Ministry enforcers came through the east stair, just as they were moving the second group into Helga's marked route. 6 wizards, 2 masked, one with a curse launcher Harry had only seen once before in Nocturne. Their leader took one look at the broken locks, the evac line, and Harry Potter standing in the middle of their underground order with a founder's sword in one hand, and attacked without speech. The corridor erupted. Harry's shield met red curse fire hard enough to numb his arm. Ron yanked 2 prisoners flat as a blasting curse took the wall where their heads had been. Hermione shouted a redirection lattice and turned 3 stunners into the ceiling, showering dust and old pipe rust over everyone. Salazar moved last. Always last, Harry realized, not because he was slow, because he let opponents define themselves first. The curse launcher wizard fired again. Salazar simply looked at the stone under his boots, and the floor opened beneath him like a trap remembering its original loyalties. The man vanished with a scream cut short by water below. The masked leader shouted, "Fall back!" Too late. Harry crossed the corridor with Godric's swordwork in his shoulders and Salazar's tactical cold in his spine. He parried one curse on the flat of the blade. Not ideal, Godric would complain later, but effective enough, and rammed the hilt into the attacker's wand wrist before stunning him at point-blank range. Ron took down another with a sealing pipe he blasted loose at exactly the right moment. Hermione sealed the stairwell in a cage of white, hot indexing runes that made the remaining 2 enforcers drop their wands rather than touch the bars. The whole fight lasted perhaps 15 seconds. It felt like judgment delivered by infrastructure. The prisoners were staring now, not only at Harry, at Salazar, because the founder's form was fully visible in flashes between spells, green-eyed, shadow-cloaked, terrible and aristocratic, and unmistakably not a ghost. One of the rescued teenage girls whispered, "Is that?" Salazar turned his head just enough for her to see his face clearly.
Yes,
he said. The word traveled through the corridor like a lit fuse. Harry knew, in that instant, that secrecy was dead. Not total secrecy. The Ministry would lie, of course. Distort, claim illusions, rogue enchantments, sedition, engineered hallucination, foreign interference. But the underground survivors would talk. The guards would talk. The rescued would remember. The idea would spread faster than any prophet correction could smother it. Harry Potter had not merely infiltrated the Ministry. Something ancient had gone with him below it. The ancestral counter, war had become public in the only way that mattered. through witness too frightened to remain tidy. Move! Hermione snapped, and everyone moved again. They emerged through 3 linked routes over the course of 40 brutal minutes. First detainees to Helga's amber path, then the wounded. Then the last of the stolen wands and a sack of registry slips Hermione refused to abandon. Ron half carried the 14-year-old boy whose sister would not leave his side. Cresswell kept taking the heavier share of anyone Harry tried to support, and then swearing at the pain like it was an ideological inconvenience. The Ministry alarms changed tone twice overhead. Somewhere far above, full departmental lockdown began. Salazar held the lower lines until the last possible moment. When Harry finally turned back at the final gate and said, "Now?" the Founder gave one short nod and lifted both hands. The serpent roots beneath the Ministry woke in full. Every old inspection seal burned emerald. Drainage channels reversed. 3 side corridors flooded in black water. 2 stairwells sealed under sliding stone lips no modern plan remembered. Bloodline doors denied every currently registered official entry. The interrogation level dropped half a floor as support columns softened and locked into collapsed geometry. One entire registry transfer line rerouted directly into a disused cistern with no upward exit except the one Helga had marked. No pyres, no speeches. Administrative ruin. The Ministry would still stand above ground, but under it, its hidden teeth had just been kicked out. Salazar swayed once when it was done. Harry felt the strain through the tether like ice splintering in his ribs. "Nuff," Harry said. Salazar looked at him, one of those rare moments where the Founder seemed almost human in exhaustion.
Yes,
He said quietly. Enough. Then the line snapped back toward Hogwarts, and the last of Salazar's form dissolved into green darkness that whipped past Harry and into the stone with a force that made him choke. Ron caught him before he went to one knee. "You still with us?" Harry coughed, nodded, and forced himself upright. Yeah, it was half true. It would do. Hogsmeade received the rescued under silence, blankets, and soup. Helga had turned the back rooms of 3 houses, one abandoned store cellar, and half the old boathouse into intake stations before midnight. Madame Pomfrey was already there, sleeves rolled up, expression cold with professional fury and zero visible surprise that her Thursday night now included underground torture survivors and ancient Founder logistics. Put the worst of them there, she said the moment Harry and Ron stumbled in with the last group. And if anyone tells me they are fine, I will personally enchant their tongues into honesty. Cresswell, bleeding on one side and still somehow attempting dignity, said, "Marry me." Pomfrey shoved him onto a cot. "Don't be ridiculous." Helga moved through the room with bowls, lists, blankets, and a touch that made people stop bracing before they remembered to resist it. House elves carried warmed water and clean clothes. Students from the older years acted as runners under McGonagall's strict instruction and Helga's softer, more terrifying supervision. No names were demanded until breathing steadied. No questions came before broth. Harry stood in the doorway a moment too long, watching. A mother from the first detention cell finally let go of her child long enough for Pomfrey to examine his wrists. The teenage sisters from the deeper corridor were wrapped in 2 blankets each and staring at a bowl between them as if uncertain whether it was real. The ministry clerk who had helped build the registry sat weeping into Helga's shoulder while Hermione, exhausted beyond speech, set salvage documents on a table and began sorting which names could be cleared fastest once Rowena got hold of them. This was the strike's real shape. Not the flooding tunnels, not the broken archive. This room. People alive who should have remained indexed below ground by morning. Helga crossed to him and put a bowl into his hands without asking if he wanted it. He took it automatically. "Eat." He obeyed. After a few mouthfuls, he said quietly, "We made it public." Helga glanced toward the rescued, then toward the rain-black windows.
Yes.
Was that a mistake? She considered, which meant she respected the question. "No," she said at last. "But it ends one kind of war and begins another." Harry looked at her. She held his gaze steadily. "They will not think you are merely elusive now," she said. "They will think you are organizing history against them." Harry let out a tired breath. "That sounds dramatic." Helga's mouth curved slightly, It is dramatic, fair. Across the room, Ron had fallen into a chair with a blanket around his shoulders and was trying to pretend he wasn't asleep sitting up. Hermione was still standing because terror and paperwork had become indistinguishable to her nervous system. Pomfrey was threatening somebody with a sleeping draft. Cresswell had started answering questions in full speeches. One rescued boy was eating his third slice of bread with the concentrated disbelief of the newly safe. And in the center of all that, Harry realized Helga had been right in the cellar. Grand intention keeps colliding with ordinary need. That was what kept him from disappearing entirely into blade and ritual. He ate the rest of the soup. Somewhere beyond Hogsmeade, Ministry officials were probably still trying to understand why their underground routes no longer obeyed them. By morning, the papers would invent lies. By evening, the whispers would outrun them. The serpent beneath the ministry had stirred, and everyone who survived the lower levels would know whose symbol it no longer served. They returned to Hogwarts just before dawn. The castle admitted them like a lung taking back breath. In the entrance hall, Godric was waiting with McGonagall and a cluster of armored sentries now obedient to older commands than school curfew. Rowena stood on the stair with 2 floating pages of live registry inversion still rotating around one hand. Snape remained in shadow near the doors, looking as though he had personally resented every minute of waiting and would continue resenting victory on principle. Harry crossed the threshold soaked, exhausted, carrying tunnel filth, rescued names, and the H of Too Much Founder magic in his bones. Godric looked at him once, then at the salvaged wand bundles in Ron's arms, the document sack in Hermione's hand, the black water still drying at the hem of Harry's robes. "Well," he asked. Harry answered before anyone else. "We took the lower roads," he said. "Destroyed the blood registry logic. Freed everyone still held in transfer and interrogation. The ministry can keep its top floors." Salazar's voice came from the stone at Harry's chest, quiet but clear enough for the hall. "It no longer owns its foundations." Godric grinned then, savage, bright, utterly delighted. McGonagall closed her eyes for one brief second that looked suspiciously like relief. Rowena's pages turned faster. Snape, from the shadows, said, "That will be noticed." Harry looked at him. That was the point. Snape's gaze flicked once to the stone, where Salazar's presence still lingered in the cold crack, then back to Harry. "Yes," he said softly. "I thought it might be." In the silence that followed, Hogwarts shifted. Not physically. In atmosphere, the school had felt more awake since the Founders returned, more itself. Now it felt something else as well. Committed. As though, somewhere deep in the roots and staircases, and old receiving stones, the castle had decided the line between shelter and resistance was no longer worth preserving. Harry stood in the entrance hall with rain dripping from his cuffs and understood the change clearly. They were no longer only destroying Horcruxes, they were dismantling the regime's ability to function like destiny. And once a government stops looking inevitable, it begins dying from the inside. Voldemort reacted to humiliation the way lesser tyrants react to mockery. He tightened his fist until the bones inside it cracked. Within 48 hours of the strike beneath the ministry, Diagon Alley was under doubled patrol. Flue access was restricted. Nocturne shuttered itself in frightened stages. 3 more, provisional holding orders, were issued against old families deemed insufficiently enthusiastic in their cooperation. Gringotts publicly reaffirmed its neutrality in a statement so dry and formal that Hermione read it twice and said, "That means they're furious." She was right, because beneath the goblin-crafted courtesy, the message was plain enough to anyone who understood how institutions sneer. The ministry had failed to safeguard its own lower infrastructure. Gringotts was not responsible for the carelessness of human governance. All clients were advised that the bank's private protections remained absolute. Unauthorized access would be answered with historical firmness. Ron had looked up from the paper and said, "Historical firmness sounds like they'll feed you to masonry." Salazar, reading over his shoulder, had replied, "That is because goblins possess style." Harry would have laughed if Helga had not gone suddenly still across the room. It was breakfast in the great hall, Snow fell beyond the windows in fine white sheets. Students were eating loudly for perhaps the first time in months, and the simple fact of that still felt like low-grade rebellion woven into porridge and toast. Godric was arguing with McGonagall over corridor choke points. Hermione had a stack of copied decrees at her left elbow. Neville was trying to make first-years stop staring at Salazar every time he lifted a cup. And in the middle of all that ordinary war work, Helga Hufflepuff set her spoon down. Not sharply. That was how Harry knew it mattered. He looked up at once. Her eyes were not on the prophet, not on the hall, not even on them. She was looking downward, past stone, past foundations, past Hogwarts and winter and the miles between. Harry knew that look now, sensing, feeling something of herself twisted somewhere too far away to be reached by ordinary means. "What is it?" he asked. Helga's hand tightened once on the edge of the tablecloth. "My cup," she said. The hall seemed to quiet around the sentence even though no one beyond the table knew why it mattered. Rowena straightened. Salazar lifted his gaze. Godric stopped arguing mid-syllable. Helga's face had not lost its calm, but Harry saw under it something far worse than anger. "Violation. It has moved," she said softly. "Deeper. Beneath counted gold and chained hunger. Under dragon breath." Ron blinked. "Gringotts," Hermione said at once. Harry's scar prickled. Of course. Bellatrix's vault the cup. The deepest protections in wizarding Britain outside Hogwarts itself, and perhaps not even outside it now that the Founders walked the corridors again. McGonagall folded the paper before her into precise quarters. "How certain?" Helga looked at her. "Would you ask if I recognize my own hand?" That answered that. The strategy chamber felt smaller every time a Founder's relic entered discussion. Perhaps because old objects bent the room around them. By noon, the long oak table was covered not with food maps or detention routes, but with sketches of Gringotts, copied bank brochures, outlawed architectural notes Hermione had found in the Black Archive, 3 canonical curse, breaker diagrams of goblin duplication vaults, and one disturbingly helpful hand, drawn cross, section of the lower vault levels that Bill Weasley had smuggled in through order channels, with a note that read, "Don't ask where I got this. Also don't die if possible." Ron had looked personally offended by the note. "I'm his brother. He could at least pretend he thinks I might die too." Hermione had not looked up from the maps. "He probably assumes that's a given." Now all of them stood or sat around the table while Helga rested one hand against the drawing of Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, not touching the ink, reading through it. "The cup was not made to keep wealth," she said. "It was made to receive and bless shared provision. Festive table, sanctuary gift, covenant meal, not hoarding." Godric leaned on the mantel, arms folded. "And now," Helga's mouth hardened, "now it sits in greed magic until it has forgotten the shape of generosity." Harry had destroyed the locket and the diadem now. Sin relics fouled in different ways, but there was something about Helga's words that landed heavier. Because theft of a cup was not only theft of inheritance. It was theft of welcome. Salazar, meanwhile, had one pale finger pressed to the lower vault lines. "The Ministry strike frightened Bellatrix," he said, "or frightened her master enough to make her move the object under harder debt." Hermione looked up sharply. "Debt? Goblin vault magic is not built merely on lock and curse," Rowena said before Salazar could answer. "It is built on claim, ledger, valuation, and consequence. Wealth is treated as a moral architecture whether or not the holders deserve it." Ron made a face. "That sounds exhausting." "It is capitalism with better wards," Hermione muttered. McGonagall ignored that. "Can we get in?" That was the right question. All Founder politics, emotional insult, and theoretical brilliance meant nothing if Bellatrix's vault remained behind a dragon, under goblin law, within a bank that considered theft an almost theological offense. Salazar answered first.
Yes.
Hermione answered second. No. They both turned to each other. The room waited. Salazar's expression remained serenely offensive. "Your uncertainty is not the same as impossibility." Hermione's eyes flashed. "And your confidence is not the same as logistics." Godric huffed a laugh. Rowena did not, but Harry saw the faintest interest in her face. She enjoyed it when someone argued at founder-level competence, even if only for a few seconds. Helga saved the moment from becoming another sibling war. "We can get in," she said. "But not by pretending this is another ministry corridor." Harry looked at her. She pointed to the vault notations. "Gringotts protects greed by making greed dangerous," she said. "Duplication curses, heat multiplication, value traps, weight collapse. It assumes intruders will snatch, pocket, desire, panic, and therefore die." Ron swallowed. "Cheery." Hermione frowned at the page. "So brute force is worse than useless." "Usually," Rowena said. Godric made an injured sound. "You all say that as if I haven't been listening." Harry cut in before the founders could spiral into principle. "What's the real obstacle?" Rowena tapped 3 points. First, entry. Second, the dragon. Third, the cup itself. Hermione picked up immediately, because by now the Horcrux will have adapted to vault conditions. Wealth saturation, repetition curses, containment logic. It might behave differently from the locket or the diadem. Salazar's lip curled. "It will." Harry looked at him. The founder's green eyes went colder. "Cup magic is vessel magic," he said. "Containment. Receiving, holding, offering. Boundary between what is poured and what is kept." Riddle chose it well. Better than he understood. Harry felt something low and ugly stir under his scar, because he knew, before Salazar said it, where that thought was leading. Salazar saw the understanding hit and did not soften it. "When you touch it," he said, "it will know what you are." No one spoke for a second. Hermione's face changed first. "A vessel." Ron looked between them. "Wait." Rowena said it cleanly. "A living container already carrying a soul fragment." Harry's hand curled against the table edge. Helga closed her eyes briefly. That was the real danger, then. Not only that the cup was a Horcrux, but that its nature would resonate with the fragment in Harry more directly than the other relics had. The diary wanted to possess, the locket wanted to poison affection, the diadem wanted to crown control. The cup would understand holding. That made it personal. McGonagall, who had by now become distressingly good at keeping her face composed around horrors no school should have to discuss before tea, said, then perhaps Potter should not be the one to touch it. Every founder looked at her, then at Harry. Then, to Harry's deep irritation, at the stone at his chest. The silence answered before any words did, because of course he had to. Harry was anchor. The founders could not act at Gringotts in full separation. Their power there would be partial, domain-bound, and costly. To reach the vault, recognize the relic, and survive the interaction, they needed Harry at center. The problem with being necessary, Harry thought bitterly, was how often it removed choice while pretending you had made one. "I'll do it," he said. Hermione opened her mouth at once. He cut her off. "Don't?" "I wasn't going to say don't," she snapped. "I was going to say then we structure the contact before the contact structures him. That shut him up." Rowena nodded once, approving. "Exactly." Godric shoved away from the mantel. "So we finally have a plan that requires all of us." Harry looked at him. The founder grinned, not because this would be easy, but because difficulty that required everyone felt, to Godric, morally cleaner than caution.
Yes,
Harry said. For the first time all morning, that looked right, the goblin arrived at dusk, not through the front gates, not by all, not with diplomatic ceremony. He came through a service tunnel under Hogsmeade, wrapped in a rain, dark cloak, and carrying a silver staff tipped with the Gringotts mark. To house, elves escorted him to the lower receiving chamber beneath the kitchens, where Helga insisted all negotiations involving fear, hunger, or money should begin with food on the table whether anyone deserved it or not. His name was Griffook. Harry recognized him with a jolt. Smaller than memory, sharper in the face, bitterness worn like armor polished daily. He entered the chamber suspicious of everyone and visibly annoyed by the existence of founders, which Harry found almost comforting. Griffook looked first at Harry, then at the four founders, then at the bread and tea laid ready on the table. "You resurrected school history," he said flatly. Godric laughed. Salazar did not. Helga gestured to the chair opposite her. "Sit. I prefer to stand. Then stand while eating. I am not sentimental about posture. That, oddly, seemed to win 1 inch of respect. Grifhook remained standing, but he took the bread. They learned 3 things from him in 20 minutes. First, Bellatrix Lestrange had indeed moved a family relic of unusual magical agitation deeper into her vault after the Ministry attack. Gringotts had neither approved nor objected, because Gringotts objected only when clients failed to pay or intruders damaged stone. Secondly, the Lestrange vault had been reseated under Dragon Watch due to Bellatrix's paranoia, with multiplication wards strengthened and 2 older anti-theft logics reactivated from Goblin archives. Which, Grifhook said acidly, the client understood not at all and therefore trusted deeply. Third, the lower vault routes were unstable because old inheritance magic and ministry pressure were grinding against each other. Goblins would not openly aid a break-in, but neither would some of them be sorrowed if a particular vault suffered what Grifhook called philosophical correction. Ron blinked. You lot really do sound like Salazar. Grifhook looked offended. Salazar looked amused. It was hard to say which was worse. Then Grifhook's gaze fell to the sword at Harry's side. His expression changed. There it was. The older problem. Goblin-made, founder-born, ownership gnawing at every human, goblin alliance like a rat under boards. Harry braced for it. Instead, Grifhook looked to Godric directly. This blade was forged by goblin craft, he said. Godric nodded once. It was? And still carried by wizard hands. It was paid for. Godric said, sworn to purpose. Return to worthy need. Do not mistake use for theft. Grifhook's mouth thinned. The room sharpened. Harry felt, suddenly, the whole ancient grievance pressing at the table. Goblin ownership, wizard inheritance. The ugly ways both peoples turned objects into symbols until blood followed. Then Helga slid the bread basket toward Grifhook again. Eat first, she said. Argue old injuries after. Grifhook stared at her. Then, to Harry's astonishment, barked one short laugh. You are more dangerous than the rest? Helga smiled faintly. Yes. The tension eased enough for breath. In the end, Grifhook gave them what they needed: the shift cycles below the public cart routes, the dragon handlers' blind intervals, the path through a maintenance throat under the eastern drop shaft, and the exact warning that mattered most. When the vault curses begin, he said, do not grab anything that glitters hotter than your own sense. Multiplication is not the first trap. Heat is not the second. The worst defense is desire made reflex. His eyes cut to Harry specifically. Take only what you name before entering. Harry nodded. That felt like another law. Name before entering, intent before gold. Helga handed Grifhook a sealed packet as he turned to go. He frowned. What is this? Winter salve and smoke leaf tonic? Helga said. Your left hand aches and cold and you are pretending it does not? Grifhook froze, then took the packet without comment. When he left, Ron exhaled. That went much better than I expected. Salazar, dry as ever, said, that is because you expect every negotiation involving history to end in stabbing. Ron looked at him. Doesn't yours. Only the good ones. They descended into Gringotts just before midnight. Not through the marble hall where goblins glared behind ledgers and witches with inherited money lied politely about blood. Not down the public cart track that took respectable clients into respectable greed. They went in below, through a maintenance throat so narrow Ron had to turn sideways in 2 places and swear quietly for the comfort of hearing his own voice, through damp blackstone veined with old metal and enchantment residue. Through an underbank artery where gold smell mixed with dragon musk, hot minerals, and the old iron scent of vault wards, built when goblins still expected siege as normal business. Harry led with the stone cold against his chest, the sword at his back, and all 4 founders arranged through him in strained alignment. This was the first mission where all of them had come. Not fully free in body, not as at Hogwarts, but present enough to matter. Godric as force through steel and battle stance. Helga through grounding, ward, fed calm, and the old ethics of received wealth. Rowena through geometrical reading of vault logic. Salazar through underground authority and serpent hidden ways. Harry felt all of them. Not voices exactly. Biases of magic layered over his own. It should have been unbearable. Instead it felt like carrying an impossible weapon made of argument and inheritance. Hermione followed one step behind him with Rowena's inversion notations glowing faintly on her sleeve. Ron brought the practical kit and Helga's prepared salts. None of them spoke more than necessary. At the first word throat, Rowena stopped them. White blue lines shimmered over the stone in front of Harry, invisible until she forced the pattern visible through the tether. Ledger logic, she murmured. It wants to count entry in units of declared value. Ron frowned. What does that mean in English? It means, Hermione said, already thinking with her, if we cross unnamed, it will assign us as theft. Helga's warmth moved under Harry's ribs. Then name, she said, so Harry did. Not a spell. An intention. We enter for 1 cup profaned and no gold besides. The ward listened. That was the uncanny thing. It listened, not to words alone, but to the shape of wanting behind them. Ron stared. I hate when old magic has opinions. Everything old has opinions, Salazar said. Brilliant. Reassuring. They went on. The dragon chamber lay before the Lestrange descent like a wound under the bank. Harry smelled it before he saw it. Ash, leather, old hurt, scorched coin, blood dried into stone. Then the passage widened, and they stepped onto a high-maintenance ledge overlooking the pit. The dragon below was massive. Pale, scaled, half-blind chained, scarred by years of handlers using pain and clanging metal to make it fear the vault doors. It lay coiled in misery around iron posts sunk into black stone, wings folded too tightly, chain marks scored deep into the scale ridges of its neck and forelimbs. At intervals it shuddered and exhaled a line of smoke toward the ceiling as if memory itself was hot enough to burn. Ron stopped.
Oh.
That one syllable held everything, because no story about dragon, guarded vaults ever mentioned this part. Not properly. Not the condition of the creature. Not the deliberate torment required to make an animal fear sound so completely it became a tool. Helga's grief hit Harry like warm rain over embers. Frual idiots, she whispered. Godric's anger was simpler, hotter. Salazar's colder, more exact, Hermione said low and furious. They conditioned it with pain. Harry nodded. Of course they had. Voldemort's world always used fear as shortcut infrastructure. The dragon lifted its head, clouded eyes, half-healed scars across the muzzle, smoke leaking from nostrils in uncertain rhythm. It smelled them and tensed. Harry felt Godric gather for battle in his shoulders. Then Helga overrode him. Do not, she said. It was to all of them, not only Godric. She stepped past Harry to the ledge edge and knelt. Not dramatic, not reverent, just lower, smaller, safer. The dragon's head shifted toward her, its chains creaked. Helga opened one hand. In her palm lay a lump of dark honeyed grain, cake wrapped in herbs Harry had seen her make in the kitchens that afternoon and not thought much about. Now he understood. Dragon, root sweetened with mineral salts, probably. Something for exhausted magical beasts, something old. Poor heart, she said softly. The dragon growled, not attacking. Warning habit. Helga's voice did not change. You were taught the wrong sound for pain. Harry would remember that sentence forever, because it was a sentence no one else there could have invented. She did not speak to the dragon like a pet. She spoke to it like a living thing trained into bad language by cruelty. The dragon lowered its head a fraction. Smoke rolled over the ledge. Salazar moved beside Harry, eyes narrowed at the chains and gate locks. I can open the restraints, he murmured. Not yet, Harry whispered back. Because the moment those chains fell, the whole chamber would become chaos. They needed the vault first. Helga seemed to know it too. She tossed the herb cake gently to the ledge below the dragon's reach. The beast flinched at the movement, then stretched cautiously, nostrils flaring. It took the offering in one snap and went still while chewing, as if some forgotten memory of being fed without punishment had struck it sideways. Helga rose. It will remember me for a few minutes, she said. Do not waste them. That was that. They went down. The Lestrange vault door was not large. That was the first shock. For so much protection, for a title like Dragon Vault, Harry expected enormity. Instead, the door was compact old, built of goblin metal banded with heat, sunk runes, and one blood claim seal at the center. All density, no show. Bellatrix's kind liked excess in rooms. Goblins liked pressure. Hermione moved to the seal matrix at once. Rowena's lines ghosted over her shoulder in pale light. Salazar laid 2 fingers on the lower hinge channel. Harry placed his palm against the blood, claimed disc and felt the cup at once. Not visually. Like a held breath inside held metal, contained, waiting, wrongly housed. And then the Horcrux inside Harry answered. The sensation was violent enough that he nearly jerked his hand back. Not pain first, recognition, something in his scar reared up like an animal hearing its own kind cry through stone. Cup, vessel, hold, receive. Harry clenched his jaw. Hermione saw it immediately. It knows, he said through his teeth. Salazar's hand closed over Harry's wrist. Cold, solid, commanding. Good, he said softly. Then let it look. The word steadied him by making the danger direct rather than vague. Hermione began the opening sequence. Not brute unlocking, not even a charm cascade. It was almost polite. Rowena had made the bank's own logic turn inward. Hermione pressed 3 runes into the seal line, spoke the inversion phrase, and the blood disc loosened as if reconsidering who counted as legitimate. Salazar hissed 1 old vault syllable. The hinge remembered older jurisdiction. The door opened. Inside lay wealth, enough wealth to make lesser minds go numb, gold heaped in ridges. Cups, goblets, chains, chalices, armor pieces, candelabra, jeweled boxes, shields, crowns, cut stones, carved idols, silver serving towers, gem-sewn textiles sealed in glass, old family reliquaries, and the dense magical heat of accumulated possession left to rot in a locked dark. And in the midst of it, on a raised shelf above the nearest treasure swell, stood Hufflepuff's cup, small, elegant, handle worked in curling gold, badger marks subtle in the lines, old craft visible even here, beautiful enough that the surrounding greed looked clumsy by comparison. Harry took 1 involuntary step forward. Every founder reacted at once. Stop! Rowena snapped. Too late. The nearest gold coin duplicated. Then the one beside it. Then 20 more. Heat surged through the room. Ron swore. Brilliant! The cursed treasure began multiplying in quick, horrible bursts. Coins breeding coins, cups splitting into cups, metal heating red at the edges. Flagrante and Gemino together, greed turned environmental murder. Hermione cast containment. It bought them seconds, maybe. Salazar moved left, tracing old suppression lines through the floor. Rowena began stripping multiplication logic off the room in white, blue arcs. Godric's presence gathered into the sword at Harry's back, making the metal their hum. And Helga stepped into the treasure. Not recklessly. Not untouched. She knew exactly where to place her boots, how to avoid triggering the duplication lanes, how to read abundance wards the way Rowena read equations. This curse, she said, voice suddenly hard as kitchen stone, was once meant to prevent famine stock theft. Harry stared despite the rising heat. Of course, even this. Even the vault's greedy multiplication defense had ancestry in something practical twisted into excess. Helga reached down and pressed her palm to the nearest multiplying gold ridge. Amber light rolled outward. The heat dropped by half. The multiplying treasure did not cease. It hesitated, as if ashamed of what it had become. Harry! Hermione shouted. The cup, he moved. This time naming first. Only the cup, he said aloud. He crossed the vault with Godric's stance in his shoulders, Salazar's subterranean certainty in his step, Rowena's awareness of cursed geometry around his ankles, and Helga's warm law under all of it receive without greed. The cup waited. The closer he came, the worse the scar burned. Not hatred. Anticipation. By the time he reached the shelf, Harry's vision had narrowed to gold glare and 1 small vessel of ancient craftsmanship holding a piece of Voldemort's soul like poison in a sacrament bowl. He reached. The cup spoke in Bellatrix's voice first. Touch it, little thief. Then in Voldemort's. You already know how to hold what isn't yours. Then, worst of all, in Harry's own voice. Maybe that's all you are. His hand stopped inches above the handle. The room vanished, not physically, inside him. He was smaller, younger, under stairs. Holding breath. Holding anger, holding accidental magic because letting it out was dangerous, then older holding grief because there was nowhere to put it, holding secrets Dumbledore left half-spoken, holding founder power, holding the dead, holding the fragment in his scar, holding every impossible thing because no one ever seemed to ask whether he wanted to be empty. Cup magic, it understood immediately. Not flattery like the diadem, not poison like the locket. Recognition weaponized. You don't let go, it whispered. You collect burden and call it purpose. You hold ghosts and wounds and wars, because if you set them down, who are you? Harry almost believed it. Because unlike the others, this one had found a truth. Not the whole truth. Enough. Then Helga's voice cut through everything. Harry, just his name, nothing more. But behind it came kitchens. Bread, the feeding stone, blankets and alcoves. Seeds planted for strangers. The fact that receiving was not the same as keeping forever. Harry breathed, then answered the cup honestly. I hold too much, he said. The Horcrux inside it sharpened, pleased. Yes, Harry closed his hand around the handle. But not you, the cup shrieked. Real sound this time. High and metallic and ancient. The scar fragment, and Harry answered with a convulsion so savage, he nearly dropped to one knee. For one hideous instant the cup's Horcrux tried to pour into him. Not possessing, not replacing, but joining. Cup to vessel. Fragment to fragment. Container recognizing container. The founders hit it all at once. Salazar sealed the bloodline hook. Rowena cut the joining logic. Helga turned receiving into refusal. Godric shoved battle. Well, through Harry's spine hard enough to keep him upright. Harry screamed and yanked the cup free of the shelf. Every cursed object in the vault ignited.
Now.
Godric roared through the sword. Harry brought the blade down. But the cup was tougher than the locket, subtler than the diadem. The sword struck and did not split cleanly. Golden light burst from the rim. The vessel rang like a bell struck under water. Voldemort's fragment inside it writhed with desperate intelligence, trying to become interior again, trying to nest in the act of containing. Helga stepped beside him. For one impossible heartbeat her hand covered his on the sword hilt. Open, she commanded the cup. Not please, not spell, office. The cup obeyed. Its mouth widened. Not physically, but magically, the vessel forced to become true to function rather than prison. All the stolen soul, rot inside it, had nowhere left to crouch hidden. Rowena drove a white line through the exposed seam. Salazar hissed one old nulling word into the opening. Harry struck again. This time the sword split the cup down the center. The vault exploded with light. Not wealth light, hearth light, festival light. Golden, painful, generous, furious. Harry saw one impossible flash of long tables in the first great hall, children being fed, vows of welcome, sanctuary granted without asking pedigree first. Then the Horcrux ruptured through it in black smoke, shrieking not like Bellatrix or Voldemort or Harry, but like a bowl being scraped empty and hating it. Helga lifted her free hand. Enough. The fragment shattered. Gone. The cup fell in two clean halves, steaming with released magic, and Harry dropped to both knees, because the backlash had hit. The cup had not lied. He did hold too much. With the vessel Horcrux destroyed, the fragment in Harry's scar had recoiled inward rather than outward. Not joining, not escaping. Digging. Harry clutched at his chest, breath gone thin. The vault around them was collapsing into multiplication fire again. Ron and Hermione were shouting. The dragon was roaring above. Gold was reproducing itself into dangerous heat waves. Salazar's shadow had thinned under strain. Rowena was holding too many geometries at once. Helga grabbed the broken cup halves. Godric's presence blazed through the sword, and all Harry could hear for one terrible second was the fragment in his own scar settling deeper with a whisper like satisfaction. House, it breathed. Helga's face changed. She saw it. So did Rowena. So did Salazar, whose expression went from fury to something colder. We leave, he said. Not debate. Not now. Leave. The dragon took the roof. That was not the plan. It was, however, the result of Godric deciding that if they were already collapsing the Lestrange vault, there was no moral reason to leave a tortured beast chained for bankers with bad ethics. As they fled the chamber with the broken cup, the dragon screamed above them, high, furious, newly. Harry looked up in time to see Godric's red, gold force line carve through the last chain post, while Helga's voice reached the animal again through smoke and falling coin. Up, she shouted. Not at us. Up. The dragon obeyed chaos more readily than trust, but Helga's earlier kindness had given them enough margin. It lunged not toward the ledge where they ran, but upward, slamming its huge, scarred body through the iron gate, then the vault throat, then higher into the bank with a force that made Gringotts shudder like struck metal. Alarms screamed everywhere. Stone cracked. Goblins yelled in furious, probably magnificent profanity. Ron looked back once and shouted, "I know this is bad, but this is also incredible! Run faster!" Hermione yelled. They did. Up maintenance throats, through collapsing side shafts, across one ledge raining gold and dragon ash, into an old service rise Salazar forced open from sheer offense. Behind them the dragon tore a route through banking architecture and into legend. Ahead of them the exit line glowed faint amber where Helga's path met Rowena's mapped escape sequence. Harry ran half-blind. The broken cup halves were wrapped and tucked into Hermione's bag. The sword was slick in his hand. The stone was freezing against his chest. His scar felt full of glass. By the time they burst out of the underbank mouth into storm air, behind a shuttered Diagon service court, dawn was beginning in a grey line over London. They apparated in staggered jumps. Harry nearly failed the second. Ron grabbed him hard enough to bruise before the Splinch line could take. At the third, the Founder's line snapped backward toward Hogwarts all at once, and Harry felt the fragment in his scar grip even harder to survive the recoil. He made the landing at the Foundation crypt only because Rowena's ward field caught his knees before Stone did. Then darkness took him for several seconds. When Harry came back, he was on the floor of the Founder's crypt with Helga and Rowena on either side of him, Godric standing like a drawn war behind them, Salazar pale as carved salt at the edge of the throne daze, and Hermione arguing with McGonagall in clipped, exhausted sentences about triage priorities. Ron was saying, repeatedly, "His breathing, that's a good sign, right? That's still a good sign." Harry opened his eyes. Every Founder turned. That was unnerving enough to wake a healthier person. "What happened?" he croaked. "The cup is destroyed." Hermione said at once, kneeling into view, suit, smudged and wild-eyed and so relieved she sounded angry. "The dragon is free. Diagon Alley is going to be impossible for weeks. Also, you nearly let a vessel Horcrux teach your soul new bad habits. Good morning to you too." Ron made a strangled laugh that turned into something almost hysterical, and then mercifully stopped. Harry tried to sit up. Helga put one hand on his chest and he stayed down. "Not yet." The tone settled the room. Harry looked from her to Rowena to Salazar, and knew at once something worse than physical exhaustion had come back with them. The Founders had seen something in the vault, something in him. "What?" he asked quietly. No one answered immediately. That was answer enough to make Dread rise slow and cold. At last Rowena spoke. The cup confirmed a hypothesis. Harry waited. Her pale eyes held his without cruelty. "The fragment in you does not merely reside in scar tissue or memory imprint any longer. It has adapted to your anchor state." Harry went still. Beside him, Hermione's face tightened. Ron swore under his breath. Salazar took the rest. "You keep calling offices, relics, and deadwill through yourself," he said. "The fragment has learned from that. It no longer hides only as a wound. It houses itself as part of your magical receiving structure." Harry stared at the crypt ceiling. He understood, slowly, completely, horribly. "Leving vault," he said. Helga's face pained. "Yes?" The word barely sounded. He closed his eyes. Of course. Of course this was the price waiting under everything. He had used himself as anchor, as threshold, as house, and the piece of Voldemort in him, clever parasitic, built to survive by inhabiting, had learned to seat itself in that architecture more deeply with every summoning and every relic destruction. Not stronger, exactly, more rooted. Ron's voice came rough. Can it be removed? That was the real question. The chamber seemed to bend around it. Godric's jaw worked once. Rowena said nothing. Helga looked at Salazar. Salazar looked at Harry. "It can," he said. Harry opened his eyes. Hope and dread arrived together, inseparable. How? Salazar did not soften the answer. By opening the vessel. Harry knew, even before Rowena clarified, what that meant. "Death?" Hermione whispered. Rowena turned to her. "Not necessarily final death, but something close enough to empty the house." The crypt went silent. Harry looked at the cracked stone in its basin, at the old throne mark, at the 4 Founders he had dragged back from history and grief and necessity. He had known abstractly that he might have to die in some way. Dumbledore's path had always carried that shadow, but abstraction is not the same as a founder looking you in the face and telling you that the thing inside you now lived where you received the world. Helga laid her warm hand over his. "Not yet," she said. Harry looked at her. "Do not leap toward sacrifice because it is cleaner than waiting," she said. "We have more to do first. More to learn, more to cut away from him." Godric nodded once. "Then we sharpen you until the door opens on your terms," Rowena added, precise as ever, "and until the castle can survive the severance shock." Salazar said, "And until Riddle has fewer places left to run." There it was, the next shape of the war. Not only destroy Horcruxes, prepare Harry for the one he already carried. He exhaled slowly. "All right," he said. His voice sounded older than he felt. No one contradicted him. Above them, somewhere far through stone and stair and waking school, Hogwarts bells began to ring the hour. Ordinary sound, morning beginning again, students rising, bread to cut, patrols to change, a dragon probably still terrorizing Diagon's skyline in the distance, the war refusing pause. Hermione squeezed his wrist once, hard enough to hurt. Ron sat down on the step beside him as if his legs had finally remembered terror all at once. Helga rose and gathered the wrapped cup halves from Hermione's bag. Even broken, the vessel glowed faintly golden now that the soul rot was gone. One wound less, one truth worse. Harry lay there a moment longer and understood that the cup had not only been another relic to destroy. It had been a mirror. And what it showed him was not that he was corrupt, only that he could not keep being a container forever without eventually choosing what and whom he meant to release. For 2 days after the cup was destroyed, Harry convinced everyone, including himself, briefly, that he was still functional. It helped that Hogwarts refused stillness. The school had become too alive for that. Students still needed teaching, even if teaching now often meant Godric turning dueling practice into a brutal lesson on surviving curses launched from stairwell angles, or Helga forcing exhausted 6th years to learn how to pack winter relief bundles before they learned advanced transfiguration theory, because one keeps people alive faster than the other. Rowena had seized half the upper corridors for ward restoration and was now using Ravenclaw's 7th years as if they were an underfunded but promising research team. Salazar moved through the dungeons and old foundations like a dark corrective, thought the castle had finally decided to think aloud. And above all of that, war continued. Ministry proclamations arrived more frequently and said less truthfully. Diagon Alley whispered of a dragon tearing through Gringotts' lower structure and of goblins who, when questioned, smiled without warmth and said that unfortunate vault conditions were the responsibility of vault holders. Hogwarts' older students listened to the whispers with widening eyes. Younger ones listened to the older students. Resistance moved in quieter currents through Hogsmeade and school corridors. The machine of Voldemort's rule had not broken, but it had begun to stutter. Harry should have taken comfort in that. Instead, he woke every morning more tired than when he slept. Because the founders were right. The fragment in him had changed. Not visibly, worse than visibly. It had moved from being a wound he carried into something that had learned the shape of his magic, learned the structure of his receiving, learned that Harry had made a life, by necessity and grief and reckless courage, out of letting impossible things pass through him and remain. For the first few days the symptoms were subtle. Cold in the ribs that had nothing to do with weather. A delay between thought and movement, as if his body occasionally listened elsewhere first. A strange echo in his wand hand when casting summoning charms, as though the magic wanted to pull from deeper than it should. Then sleep began to rot. He could still fall into it, barely. But it no longer held. Each time Harry closed his eyes, his dreams became chambers. Not random nightmares, structured spaces. Rooms made of things he carried. The cupboard under the stairs, enlarged until it felt like a chapel. The white tom beside the lake, but hollow, with shelves inside it instead of stone. The founder's crypt under Hogwarts, except the throne was empty and the room had become lined with vault doors. The room of hidden things stripped of objects until only blank aisles remained, waiting to be filled again. And in every one of those dreams, Something inside the room was already inside him too. On the third night he woke with his hands around his own throat. On the fourth, his Patronus failed. That frightened him more than the dreams. He had cast it in battle, in grief, in mud and snow, and terror so acute it made reason feel decorative. It had changed form once, yes, but it had never failed entirely. Now he stood in an empty practice chamber under Godric's watch, raised his wand, thought of Ron and Hermione and Hogwarts and Sirius, and the absurd crook's safety of the burrow and Ginny's laugh under torchlight. And got only silver smoke. No stag. No shape. Nothing that could stand. The smoke poured from his wand, flickered weakly, and collapsed. Silence fell through the chamber. Godric did not speak at once. That was worse than anger. Harry lowered his wand slowly. "I know," he said. Godric's face had hardened. "No," said the founder. "You do not." Harry looked up sharply. Godric stepped down from the practice ring and stopped a pace in front of him. "Your kind thinks courage is feeling fear and charging anyway," he said. "It is. But it is also this knowing when the battle has moved inside your walls and refusing to call retreat dishonorable." Harry's jaw tightened. "I'm not retreating." Godric's gaze burned. "That," he said, "is not what I said." Harry hated how quickly shame followed anger now. The fragment was making him narrower, quicker to defend even when no one was accusing. He could feel it sometimes, like an extra edge on every emotion. The founder saw it too. Of course he did. Godric's expression softened by perhaps half a degree. "You are not failing because your Patronus did not come," he said. "You are failing if you let pride decide what symptoms deserve speech." Harry looked away first. That was answer enough. The castle knew before the students did. Harry noticed it in small, humiliating ways. Doors that usually opened for him hesitated. Torch flames dimmed when he stood too long beneath them. The moving stair that favored him near the library once paused midway and turned the wrong way, as if uncertain where to set him down. At dinner the water in his goblet shivered every time his scar ached badly. Hogwarts was not rejecting him, it was bracing around him. That somehow felt worse. The school had accepted the founders through him. Let old office return through his anchor state. But now that same anchor was compromised, and the castle's older enchantments had begun compensating. Watching, rebalancing, nudging distances. Rowena noticed by the second day. She stopped him outside the West Tower staircase just after curfew, white, blue notes orbiting her like patient moons. "You are drifting left in stabilized corridors," she said. Harry blinked. "What?" She looked at him the way one looks at a theorem that has started proving the wrong thing. "The castle's balancing corrections are favoring against your internal asymmetry. Stair routes adjust their weights subtly around you. Thresholds are taking longer to decide. Water resonance is becoming unstable in your presence when emotionally triggered." Harry stared. "Rowena, do not waste my time pretending you had not noticed some version of it." That shut him up. She lowered the floating notes with one hand and studied him more directly. "The fragment is not merely lodging deeper," she said. "It is beginning to exploit resonance. Meaning each time you call on power that treats you as anchor, vessel, threshold, or bearer, it observes the pathways and strengthens its fit." Harry felt cold spread under his skin. "So what do I do?" "For the next several days," she said. "As little as you can bear." He almost laughed. She knew him well enough already to recognize how impossible that sounded. "Your objection is childish," she said before he could voice it. "Unfortunately, it is also strategically inconvenient. People still need things." "Yes, which is why other people exist." Harry rubbed at his scar. "I can still help. You can still worsen the eventual severance if you confuse movement with usefulness." The words hit like thrown stone, because they sounded too much like Helga in a colder register. Harry looked down the corridor. Students' voices drifted faintly from a distant common room. Far below, the castle breathed around wards, sleepers, old pipes, shifting portraits, and too many converging destinies. "I don't know how to stop being needed," he said quietly. Rowena was silent for so long, he thought she might leave the statement unanswered. Then she said, in a much quieter voice than usual, That is not the same problem as not knowing how to rest. Harry looked at her sharply. The founder's face remained composed, but there was something in it now that he had not expected from her. Recognition. Not of Harry's exact life. Never that. But of the intellectual and moral trap of becoming structurally necessary to systems that would collapse more comfortably around you if you vanished. How did you do it? He asked before he could stop himself. She understood at once what he meant. Not sleep, not war. How had Rowena Ravenclaw ever stopped being the mind everyone waited for in the room? The answer, when it came, was terrible. I usually did not, she said. Then she turned and walked away before he could ask the next question. That answer followed him into the night like a warning. On the 5th day, Voldemort found the fracture. Not physically, not by all spy or clever ministry report. Through loss. Too many Horcruxes gone too fast. Too many structures failing. Too many old symbols turning against him. Somewhere in the raw arithmetic of his mutilated soul, he finally understood that whatever was tearing pieces off his immortality was close enough to the fragment in Harry for the scar to become not only a wound, but a line. Harry was in the Great Hall when it happened. That mattered. Because the school was full. Breakfast again. Storm light at the windows. Students talking louder now that fear had lost its monopoly on noise. Helga correcting bread distribution because one first-year Ravenclaw was still hiding roles and therefore needed extra, not less. Godric arguing with Lee Jordan over the ethics of improvised staircase sabotage. Hermione Cross checking names from the rescued ministry lists. Ron eating as though surviving multiple impossible missions had only increased his commitment to toast. Ordinary. As ordinary as their life ever managed, Harry had just reached for his goblet when the scar split him open. No warning burn. No gradual ache. A hook of white, hot agony drove from forehead to spine so violently that the room tilted and his hand crushed the goblet without him feeling the glass. Water and blood hit the table at once. He heard shouting from very far away. Then Voldemort was there, not in body and mind, not vision first, intent, vast, cold, wounded, furious beyond any previous contact because now the losses had become undeniable. The diary, the ring long ago, the locket, the diadem, the cup. Bellatrix screaming. Gringotts breached. Ministry humiliated. Something ancient moving through Britain where no ancient thing should obey a teenage enemy. And through all of that rage came one clear realization from the Dark Lord's mind like a knife finding seam. You did this through him. Harry screamed. The hall exploded into motion. Benches overturned. Students ducked. McGonagall was on her feet. Snape's wand was already out. Hermione shouted Harry's name. Ron grabbed at his shoulder and got thrown aside by a pulse of magic neither of them cast. Because Voldemort had not merely found the connection. He had pulled. Harry felt it then. The fragment in him rising not outward but downward, as if trying to root itself through his whole body before it could be dragged. The Founder's bond answered instinctively. Old Office surged to brace the anchor. Hogwarts itself reacted with a violent tightening of ward pressure around the Great Hall. Too much, the world flashed. Godric's banner above the hall ignited red gold. Hufflepuff's table split under an amber shockwave that knocked plates into the air without touching a single student. Ravenclaw's windows went white with ward light. Every carved serpent on the Slytherin table writhed at once. Harry was at the center of it, not controlling, breaking. "Get them back!" McGonagall shouted. Students were already scrambling, older ones dragging younger, prefects moving, benches shielding. The Great Hall had become a magical pressure chamber around one boy whose scar now burned like a door set on fire from both sides. Hermione reached him second. Snape first, of course. Black robes cut through chaos, wand in one hand, face drained of even its usual controlled color. He slammed one palm against Harry's temple and hissed a spell Harry had never heard before. Deep, harsh, built not to heal but to interrupt occupation lines in thought. It bought perhaps half a second. In that half-second Harry saw what Voldemort saw through him. The Founders beneath the banners. The Carrows bound. The dragon over Gringotts. Salazar reclaiming tunnels. Rowena dismantling registry logic. Helga's feeding lines. Godric's patrol plans. Hogwarts no longer afraid of its own history. Then Voldemort saw something worse. Harry, not the child, Not the enemy. The architecture, the living vault, the place where founder power and Horcrux damage had begun overlapping. Rage became opportunity. And Harry understood, with a clarity that almost made him vomit, that Voldemort did not need to possess him anymore. Not the old way. He needed only to rupture the vessel at the wrong moment. The fragment in Harry answered his maker with ecstatic pain. The hall ceiling cracked. Students screamed. All 4 founders arrived at once. Godric through the west arch like a war charge made human. Helga from the lower passage carrying warmth so fierce it shoved panicked magic back a fraction. Rowena from the marble stair already casting structural correction lines into the ceiling fracture. Salazar from the dungeon door in a wave of green, black shadow so cold the torches dimmed. They did not hesitate. That was almost worse, because Harry saw their faces as they recognized exactly what was happening. Not generic pain. Not a scar episode. Voldemort had found the vessel and was trying to force it open from both ends. Hermione? Rowena snapped. Hermione was already moving. Blood on her sleeve from Harry's crushed goblet, face white with concentration and terror. She drew the silver severance sequence at Harry's left wrist faster than thought, activating the lines Rowena had embedded days earlier. His skin lit. The glyphs flared so bright it felt like being flayed by moonlight. Ron was back on his feet too, half shielding Harry from the nearest students and half refusing to let go of his shoulder, even while magic crackled through his own sleeve. Snape said something Harry did not catch and drove his wand hard against the floor. A black ring spread outward. Occlumency externalized, Harry realized dimly, a containment circle of pure mental discipline cast spatially rather than inward. The great hall shuddered. Godric caught the falling ceiling beam one-handed and threw it aside like kindling. Helga put both palms flat to Harry's chest. Warmth crashed through him, not soothing anchoring. Hearth, fire against abyss, receiving turned shelter. Salazar seized the scar line directly. No gentle magic, no comfort. He clamped one hand over Harry's forehead and hissed into the burning wound in a language so venomous and ancient it made the fragment convulse. Harry arched with a raw, animal cry. Rona's lines snapped shut around them in layered spheres. Hall containment, student shielding, founder stabilization, anti-possession theorem. She was sweating now, for perhaps the first time since her return. Even for her, this much simultaneous correction was nearly too much. And still Voldemort pulled. Through Harry's eyes he saw all of them. Through the fragment he felt the founder offices. Through the vessel, state he sensed a way to tear ancient return and living anchor apart in one violent burst that might kill Harry, scatter the founders, and gut Hogwarts' newly restored core in a single stroke. That was the true attack. Not anger, collapse. Harry knew it because Voldemort knew it, and that knowledge went both ways now. No, Harry gasped. The word was small against the pressure. Voldemort did not care. He saw another image then, not from Harry's memory, not exactly. From possibility. Hogwarts torn open from the inside. The founders flickering uninsured breaking into memory and ash. Students running through corridors full of failed wards and old power turned wild. Harry dead in the middle of the great hall, with the scar fragment ripped free, and everything he had done undone in one instant of ruptured containment. That was the fracture's promise. Harry was not only a weapon now, he was a fault line, and Voldemort had found where to strike. Somewhere beyond the agony, Harry heard Godric shout, heard McGonagall ordering evacuations, heard the bell tower begin ringing emergency sequence without anyone touching it, heard students crying, heard Luna's clear voice telling people which corridor not to use because the walls were arguing with themselves. And then something else happened. Not from Voldemort, from Hogwarts. The castle chose. Harry felt it like a hand of stone and vow and accumulated children pressing down around the great hall. The school had accepted the founders through him. It had watched the regime resisted, the houses corrected, the lower cellars reopened, the registry broken, the dragon freed, the wounded fed. Now, when the anchor threatened to become explosion, Hogwarts stopped waiting. The flagstones beneath Harry's knees split. Not random breakage, a path. The old receiving stone beneath the hall opened like a trapdoor remembering older instructions. Amber light from Helga's lower lines, and white geometry from Rowena's ward roots surged upward in braided force. The castle was making a choice no human had time to make. If Harry broke, he would break deeper, not wider. Containment over display. Survival over architecture. Move him? Rowena shouted. Godric was already there. He seized Harry under the shoulders. Helga kept both hands on his chest. Salazar never removed his grip from the scar. Snape maintained the black thought. Ring around them like a man holding shut a furnace with contempt alone. Together they dragged Harry into the opening, as the great hall sealed behind them in light and stone. The last thing he saw before the trapdoor closed was Hermione's face over the edge. Tear-streaked, furious, brilliant, terrified, and Ron beside her, white with panic and swearing he wasn't leaving. Then stone shut. Silence slammed down. Not true silence, the kind beneath the castle, thick with old wards and deeper functions. They had hauled him into the foundation levels, into the crypt, into the place where he had first called the dead. Appropriate, Harry thought wildly through the pain. Horrible. Then Voldemort hit again. No scenery, no theater. Directly, a spike of murderous will through fragment to vessel, trying to split Harry open before the Founders could stabilize him. Harry screamed and the sound seemed to come from everywhere in the crypt at once. The throne, days lit? The 4 Founder points around it flared. Of course they did, because this room had been built for receiving, for office, for dangerous continuance. It knew exactly what kind of failure was happening on its stones. Rowena moved first. Bind Cardinal? She slammed her wand into the central groove and the whole dais erupted into white, blue lines. Helga pulled Harry onto the throne mark itself, not seated, never seated, but laid across the receiving channels, as if aligning him to the room's oldest grammar. Godric drew his sword and drove it point first into the stone at Harry's right side. Salazar planted his staff at the left. The crypt locked around them. A fourfold geometry, but inverted. Not summoning, containment. Harry felt it instantly. The room did not welcome what was happening, it constrained it. Forced the fracture into lines the Founders could read rather than a blast that would tear the school. And still it hurt. Merlin, it hurt. The fragment in him was no longer merely wrething. It was learning under pressure, finding every pathway Harry had opened these last weeks, every route Founder power had taken through his system, every old grief he had turned into doorways. You called the dead through loss. You made pain architecture. You turned yourself into a house. Of course Voldemort could try to live there better than Harry. No. Harry choked out again. Though he was no longer sure whether he was saying it to Voldemort, the fragment, or the parts of his own choices that had made this possible. Helga leaned down close enough for her hair to brush his cheek. Listen to me, she said. Her voice cut through everything. Not louder than pain. More important than pain. You are not a vault because you carry things. Harry gasped. The fragment convulsed. Helga's hand stayed steady over his heart. You are not a house because people leave burdens in you. The scar burned hotter, almost angrily. You are a person first. The words struck harder than the magic, because that was exactly what Voldemort, and perhaps Dumbledore at his worst, and sometimes Harry himself had all failed to keep properly in view. Person first. The fragment hated it, he felt it, because personhood is boundary and Horcruxes depend on reduction. Rowena, seeing the shift, snapped another line into place over Harry's left wrist. Silver surged from the embedded glyphs and wrapped his forearm. Continue, she said to Helga. Godric's voice came like iron from the right. If he stands, he fights. If he falls, he is carried. Neither makes him a tool. Salazar's grip on the scar tightened until Harry thought the bone under it might split, and if the parasite answers otherwise, the Founder said softly, it answers me. That did it. For one impossible second the fragment in Harry saw not a convenient vessel, not a damaged child, not even the enemy who kept destroying its siblings, but 4 ancient authorities arranged in perfect refusal around the house they had dragged back from ruin, not gone, not even weakened much, but checked. Harry took one full breath, then another. Voldemort's presence remained at the other end of the line, cold, vast, waiting, now cautious because the fracture had not opened the way he expected. Harry could still feel him. Feel the murderous assessment recalculating. Not now, Voldemort seemed to decide. Not by force alone, the pull lessened. The fragment settled inward with a hiss like a blade drawn back half an inch. Harry collapsed fully onto the crypt stones. The founders did not move for several breaths. Neither did he. At last Rowena exhaled. A tiny sound, but after that degree of control it might as well have been a scream. "It is contained," she said. "Contained?" Salazar corrected. "Not tamed." Godric yanked his sword free of the stone. The ring of metal went through Harry's bones. Helga stayed kneeling beside him, one hand still on his chest until his breathing steadied enough not to terrify the room further. Harry opened his eyes slowly. All four founders looked down at him. No triumph in any of their faces, only grim truth. That frightened him more than the pain had. "What happened?" he whispered. Godric answered bluntly. "Riddle found the crack," Rowena added, because she could not bear imprecision even now, and attempted a bidirectional breach using the fragment's adapted vessel state. Ron would have asked for English. Harry understood perfectly. "He almost used me to break you," he said. "Yes," said Salazar. Helga's expression tightened. "And the school," she said quietly. Harry shut his eyes. There it was, the thing he had feared without fully naming. Not merely that he might die. Not merely that the fragment would hurt him, but that he had become dangerous to the people and place he was trying to save. A fault line. A living catastrophe in waiting. When he opened his eyes again, the founders were still there. Of course they were. He almost wished one of them would look angry, or disappointed, or ready to abandon the whole project as failed. Instead, Godric looked grimly resolute. Helga looked heartbroken and unyielding at once. Rowena looked like someone already redesigning 10 impossible solutions. Salazar looked, to Harry's shock, personally insulted. "Do not misunderstand the lesson," Salazar said. Harry laughed once, bitter and weak. "That I'm a liability." The founder's eyes flashed. "That Riddle noticed you late," he said. "Not that he notices rightly." Harry stared. Salazar leaned closer, voice lower. "He thinks you are architecture he can collapse because you were built from wounds," he said. "He has always mistaken damage for ownership. That is his oldest stupidity." Harry swallowed. The words did not make him feel better. They did make him feel less already lost. Rowena straightened from the ward lines. "What cannot let you remain in ordinary circulation until the internal pathways stabilize," she said. It took Harry a second to understand what she meant. Then dread spread cold and immediate. "You're isolating me." Helga looked away. That was answer enough. Godric said, not unkindly, "Temporarily." Harry pushed himself halfway up on his elbows despite the pain. "No." The word came fast, instinctive, panicked in a way he hated, because it made him sound younger than he felt. "No." Helga put both hands on his shoulders and pressed him gently, but immovably back to the stone. "Harry, I can still help." "Not like this," Rowena said. "Hogwarts is in the middle of everything. I can't just vanish into a room and watch it survive without your immediate hand for a little while," Salazar said. "Yes, you can." Harry looked from one founder to another and found the same answer in every face. Not punishment. Necessity. He turned his head sharply and found Snape in the doorway of the crypt, black, robed, pale, looking as though he had just descended from the hall once the students were secured and the castle stopped trying to split itself around panic. Their eyes met, and Harry knew instantly that Snape agreed. Not because he wanted Harry caged. Because he understood being too dangerous to remain ambient. That recognition filled Harry with a sudden, irrational hatred. He looked away first. "Where?" he asked. Rowena answered. "The Veil Chamber Annex." Harry went cold. Of course. An old receiving room near the Department of Mysteries echo, lines Dumbledore had once used in other ways. Not the Veil itself. That would be madness. But one of the death, buffer chambers Hogwarts had built as a countermeasure in older centuries, a place where founder-era necromantic pressure could be damped without feeding it. A room for dangerous thresholds. A room for him. "No," he said again, softer now. Helga's thumb moved once against his sleeve. Human. Present.
Yes.
There were arguments after that. Of course there were. Hermione came down once the hall had been stabilized, and nearly refused the decision on principle, until Rowena explained the exact mechanics of what had almost happened. Ron swore at everyone and then at the room and then at history generally. Ginny arrived white-faced and furious, looked at Harry one time, and stopped arguing because she recognized something in him that made argument feel selfish. That was almost the worst part. No one wanted this. Everyone knew it had to happen anyway. By evening, the annex chamber had been opened. It lay 3 levels below the founder's crypt, reached by a stair no student knew and a door the castle only reluctantly admitted existed. The room was circular, stone-lined, and threaded with silver, black warding unlike anything in the main school. Not cold, not cruel, just clear. A place built to let dangerous resonance settle without passing into the larger structure. There was a bed, a table, a fire niche, a narrow shelf of books Hermione immediately began filling despite tears in her eyes. A chair Ron declared, bloody insulting, until Helga conjured a second, softer one, a high slit window showing nothing but old earth and one line of torchlight. The room was not a prison. That made it harder. Harry stood in the doorway after everyone else had gone still and looked inside. A room made because people like him had always existed in some form, he thought suddenly. Carriers, thresholds, wounded anchors. The ones useful and dangerous enough to require special architecture so the world did not have to choose between abandoning and unleashing them. That knowledge hurt in a quieter way. He stepped inside. The wards acknowledged him with a low chime. Not hostile, personal. He turned back. Hermione was crying openly now, furious with herself for it. Ron looked ready to start punching walls until one agreed to apologize. Ginny held her chin too high and her hands too tightly folded, which Harry had learned meant she was closer to breaking something than tears. McGonagall stood behind them all, ramrod straight, face devastated in that disciplined way she had when duty and affection collided and neither won. Snape remained in shadow outside the stair arch. The founders stood nearest, not as judges now, as the people who had made the decision and hated it properly. Harry looked at Helga first, then Godric, Rowena, Salazar. Finally he said, because it had to be spoken aloud if he was to survive it at all. So now I'm the thing the castle has to lock away. No one answered quickly enough. Then Helga did. No, she said. Now you are the person the castle is protecting while we learn how to save him from what he carries. Harry almost laughed. Almost, because it was a beautiful sentence. Correct, warm, wise. And still it felt like exile. He stepped back fully into the room. The door did not shut at once. Perhaps the castle was kinder than the people inside it. Or perhaps it was waiting for his consent, such as it was. Harry looked at his friends one last time before the stone moved. Don't let the school go quiet again, he said. Ron let out a sound too rough to be a laugh. A's if we could. Hermione wiped at her face angrily. I'm bringing books tomorrow. Ginny said nothing. She stepped forward once, kissed him hard enough to hurt his split lip from earlier practice, and then stepped back before he could answer with anything comforting or false. Come back from this? She said. Not be careful. Not I'm sorry. Come back. Harry nodded because words were suddenly useless. The stone door closed. The sound of it settling into place was not a slam. It was worse. A finality done gently. Harry stood in the annex chamber alone and listened to the wards breathe around him. Above, Hogwarts continued. Lessons patrols, founder plans, student noise, war bread, fear, resistance. All the ordinary impossible work of surviving the end of an age. And beneath it all, below the school he had saved and endangered in the same breath, Harry Potter sat down on the bed in a room meant for dangerous thresholds and finally let himself understand the chapter title fully. The fracture in Harry Potter was no longer metaphor. It was architecture. And unless they learned to open the vessel without destroying the house, he would become the collapse Voldemort was waiting for. Isolation changed shape after the 3rd day. At first it was only absence. No great hall noise under breakfast light. No sudden arguments between Godric and McGonagall over whether corridor defense should privilege vertical angles over magical stamina. No Hermione arriving already annoyed at questions no one had asked yet. No Ron flinging himself into the second chair with a plate balanced dangerously on one knee and acting as if being forced to visit a magically unstable friend in a sealed threshold chamber were simply an inconvenient extension of loyalty. The annex room took all those missing things and made them loud. Harry learned its rhythms anyway. Morning began when the wards in the walls shifted from silver, black to a softer gray, letting in enough light through the narrow slit above to separate stone from shadow. Food arrived through a rotating hatch in the door, almost always warm, always good, always more than he thought he wanted. Helga's work, clearly, even when she did not come herself. Books accumulated on the shelf because Hermione interpreted rest as different kind of work. Ron came twice a day unless physically restrained by someone more frightening than he was. Ginny came less often, but when she did, she brought the outside world in with her, not softened, not curated. Just true. Student fights, victories, stupid jokes, anger, gossip, Fred and George's latest illegal supply line. Neville's frightening development into someone younger students now followed without noticing when it started. And always, above and around all of it, the castle breathed. Harry could hear it better down here. Not voices. Pressure changes, moving stair adjustments, distant ward hums. The old school thinking through stone. Sometimes, especially at night, he thought he could tell which founder was awake in the upper levels by the way Hogwarts' resonance shifted. Godric made the corridors feel straighter, as if even architecture were expected to stand up under him. Helga's presence broadened the warmth in the lower passages and softened abrupt drafts. Rowena sharpened the air near the western side until silence itself felt organized. Salazar made the foundations hum in green, black undertones like deep water over old tunnels. All of it continued without Harry. That was the point. And because it was the point, it hurt. He did not admit that aloud until the 6th day, when Hermione was in the chair opposite his bed, surrounded by copied pages, half-mutated seal diagrams, and 3 failed severance models. She had ink on her cheek, exhaustion under her eyes, and the look of someone who had not yet decided whether mathematics or grief was the more solvable problem. Harry had been pretending to read for most of the morning. She had been pretending not to notice. At last he closed the book. "It's getting on without me." Hermione looked up. The room held the sentence between them. Not bitterly, not theatrically. Just true. She set down the quill.
Yes,
she said. Harry laughed once, because of course she would answer the true question rather than the comfort-shaped one. That's brutal. It's honest. Same problem as always then. Harry, she said, quieter now. Did you want me to lie? He looked away toward the slit window. No sky visible today, only old earth, damp roots. One line of torchlight farther down the passage where patrol wards met necromantic dampening lines. No. Hermione nodded once. Then she stood, crossed the room, and sat beside him instead of opposite. Their shoulders did not quite touch. The school's getting on without you, she said, because if it couldn't, then everything you've done would only have made it dependent. That was annoyingly, infuriatingly correct. Harry rubbed at the heel of his palm. Still feels awful. Yes, Hermione said. It does. Another silence. Then, because she was Hermione and because she loved him too much to leave a truth half-finished, she added, "It also means you were trying to save a real place, not build one made entirely around yourself." That landed. Harder than comfort. Better than comfort. Harry stared at the stone floor. And because she had gone that far, he asked the question he had been circling since the cup. "If they have to open the vessel," he said quietly, "how close to dying is not necessarily final death." Hermione went still. For a moment he thought she might refuse to answer. Then she exhaled through her nose. "Too close," she said. He nodded. That was what he had expected. "That's not a proper measure." "No," she said, and there was anger in her voice now, not at him, but at the shape of the world that kept forcing children to ask these questions in sealed rooms under schools. "It isn't, but it's the honest one." He looked down at his left wrist, where Rowena's silver severance marks still lay just beneath the skin, faint until the scar flared. Then they lit like moonlit veins. "I keep thinking," Harry said, "that Dumbledore must have known something like this was always where it ended." Hermione did not answer, which told him she had been thinking the same thing. The answer came 2 nights later, not from a revelation in the room, from Snape. Harry had half believed the man would avoid him while he was contained here, either out of tactlessness so profound it looped back into delicacy, or because speaking honestly to Harry Potter in a threshold room, after months of founder uprisings and ministry sabotage, simply exceeded even Severus Snape's tolerance for absurdity. Instead, he arrived at midnight carrying a pensieve. Of course. The annex door opened under layered permissions Harry could not feel from inside, and Snape entered in black robes, pale face, and that permanent expression of having been personally insulted by the existence of other human beings. The silver basin floated behind him at shoulder height like a reluctant moon. Harry sat up fast enough that the room's wards chimed warning. Snape's eyes flicked to the sound, then to him. "You are still alive?" he said. "That's an odd greeting. It is an observation." The basin settled onto the table by the bed. Harry stared at it. For 1 second the annex room became the office above all over again, less safe, less true, full of old deception and buried instructions. His chest tightened. "What's this?" Snape did not answer immediately. He looked at the pensieve as though it too had offended him by existing now, in this room, under these circumstances. "Information long delayed," he said at last, "which appears to be the only sort you are ever permitted." Harry stared at him. Then, despite everything, barked one short laugh. Snape's expression did not change, but he did not look displeased by it. "So," Harry said, "this is it, then." Snape folded his hands behind his back. "If by you mean the final portion of the old man's manipulative foresight, yes." The words were acid. They were also not a denial. Harry swung his legs off the bed and stood carefully. The room's wards brushed him once like cool water, recognizing the shift. Outside the door someone paused. Guard or founder or simply the castle listening. Then the presence moved on. He crossed to the table. The pensieve's surface was still, no visible memory threads yet. "You brought this yourself?" Harry said. "That was preferable to entrusting it to anyone likely to ask me how I feel about the experience." "Fair." Harry looked up at him. "You knew." Snape's face became unreadable in the way only his could, opaque but not empty. Built from too much hidden at once.
Yes.
"You knew there was a piece of him in me." "Yes." "You knew I might have to die." Snape's jaw tightened once. "I knew," he said, voice very low now, "that the old man believed a sacrificial severance event was the only clean end state if the fragment remained attached to your living magical architecture." Harry closed his eyes briefly. There it was. Not poetry, not prophecy, not noble abstractions about love and choice and walking into death with courage. A clean end state. Horrible phrase, accurate phrase. Dumbledore's whole mind in 5 words. When he opened his eyes again, Snape was still looking at him with something like anger filtered through exhaustion so old it had become bone. "You disapprove?" Harry asked. Snape let out a short breath through his nose. "Do not provoke me into honesty more than I already am?" "That sounds like yes." "It sounds," Snape said, "like I have spent years watching brilliant men decide that a child's willingness to bear the unacceptable is indistinguishable from permission to give him more of it." The words hit hard enough that Harry forgot, for a moment, to be angry, because Snape had never spoken to him that way. Not directly. Not with the edge turned toward Dumbledore and himself rather than Harry, and because buried under all of Snape's poison, all his cruelty, all his impossible loyalties, there had always been one sickly bright thread Harry hated admitting existed. He noticed abuse even when he failed kindness. Harry swallowed. "Then why help him?" Snape laughed once. A dead sound. "Because," he said, "opposition and obedience are rarely clean categories under war, and because I was not given the luxury of helping only plans I liked." He reached into his robe and withdrew a single vial. Silver memory. He dropped it into the pensieve. The surface bloomed. "Watch," Snape said. Harry bent over the basin and fell. Dumbledore's office smelled of candle wax, old paper, and rain. Harry knew the place instantly even before the silver memory settled fully around him. He stood unseen at the edge of the room while portraits slept in their frames, and the high windows rattled with distant storm. Dumbledore was there, thinner than Harry remembered him in life, the cursed hand blackened further than usual and resting on the desk, as if it were heavier than bone ought to be. Snape stood before him, younger only by misery's angle, not by years. They were mid-conversation already. You ask too much. Snape's voice was low and furious. Dumbledore regarded him over steepled fingers. No, I ask exactly what the war requires. And because you can phrase cruelty as arithmetic, you take that for virtue. The memory. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, the ancient sorrow in his face was so familiar to Harry it made him want to break something. There is a fragment of soul in the boy, Dumbledore said quietly, attached at the moment of attempted murder, protected by his mother's act, parasitic upon his survival. If Voldemort is to die fully, that fragment must cease to live. Snape turned away sharply and struck the back of a chair with one hand. You speak as though he is merely carrying a cursed object. No. Then stop speaking like a strategist over a bridge and say it plainly. Dumbledore looked at him. Plainly then. The boy must die. Harry stopped breathing. It was one thing to know. Another to hear it with no haze around it. The office seemed to narrow. Snape's face had gone white with rage. You have kept him alive, he said, every word clipped and poisoned. To walk him like a lamb to slaughter. No. Dumbledore said, and for the first time his voice broke. I have kept him alive because he is alive. Do not dare simplify my affection, because you despise my conclusion. The room shook with the force of what neither man could bear in the other. Harry stood frozen in the memory, 19 kinds of grief and fury colliding inside him so hard it almost blurred. Snape laughed again, more viciously this time. Affection, he said. How generous a word to place on engineered sacrifice. Dumbledore did not defend himself immediately. That mattered. Harry watched the silence gather between them and understood, maybe for the first time, that Dumbledore had not only been wise and manipulative and secretive and burdened. He had also been guilty. Not because the conclusion was necessarily wrong, because reaching it had stained everything around it. At last Dumbledore said, Listen to me carefully, Severus. If there is another way, I do not see it. If there is another way, Snape said, you have not sought it hard enough. That, too, landed, because it was the accusation Harry himself had never known how to articulate. The memory blurred, shifted. A different moment now. Later, the office dimmer. Dumbledore weaker. The cursed hand bandaged. Snape standing nearer this time. There may be a possibility, Dumbledore said. Harry's heart lurched despite himself. Snape's expression remained hostile. A possibility. Yes, remarkably reassuring. Dumbledore ignored it. Voldemort took Harry's blood in his rebirth, he said. But doing so, he tethered Lily's protection into his own surviving body. So long as Voldemort lives, the sacrificial protection survives in him as well. Snape's eyes narrowed. He understood before Harry did. Dumbledore saw it. When Voldemort strikes the boy down, Dumbledore said softly, he may destroy only the fragment within Harry while preserving the possibility, only the possibility, that Harry himself can return. May. Yes, that is your salvation, Snape said. May? It is more than I had before. Harry wanted to shout at both of them. May. Possibility. Probability dressed in affection and offered to a child as destiny. Snape stared at Dumbledore for a long time. Then he said, with terrible quiet, and if you are wrong, Dumbledore looked older than Harry had ever seen him. Then, he said, I will have loved him badly. The memory shattered. Harry came out of the pensieve on his knees. The annex room tilted, stone. Fire niche table. Snape standing over him with the old blank expression back in place, because perhaps that was the only face he trusted to survive this. Harry laughed once, brokenly, because the alternative was smashing the pensieve against the wall and perhaps Snape with it. Loved me badly, he repeated hoarsely. Snape looked away. Wes! The room held that. Harry pushed himself upright on the bed and sat hunched forward, elbows on knees, staring at the floor. For several minutes neither of them spoke. Then Harry said, without looking up, Did he ever tell you to give me a choice? Snape's silence answered before the words came. No. That burned in a different way than the rest. Not because Harry had expected better, because some stupid, persistent part of him had still wanted it to be hidden in one of the missing corners. One instructance. Tell him. Let him decide. Trust him with his own death. Nothing. Snape stood unmoving, black against the silver dim room. I hated him for it, he said suddenly. Harry looked up. Snape's face remained composed, but only just. I hated him for many things, he said. That was among them. Harry let out a slow breath. It did not make anything easier. It did make the room feel less like old machinery and more like two people standing inside the wreckage of another man's impossible plan. Then Snape reached into his sleeve again. A second vial, smaller. He dropped it into the pensieve without ceremony. This one, he said, you are not meant to see. Which is why you should. Harry stared at him. Snape's mouth thinned. I have discovered, he said, that the dead are not the only ones improved by unauthorized interpretation. Harry bent over the basin again, and fell. A corridor at Hogwarts. Night, not Dumbledore's office now, but the passage outside the hospital wing. Torchlight. Stone. Rain against windows somewhere farther off. Snape stood alone at first, then turned as another figure approached from the shadows. Lily. Not memory, Lily from Harry's mind, not the warm, impossible figures from the stone in the forest. This was Snape's Lily, alive, furious, young, green-eyed, hands clenched, carrying love and judgment in equal measure, because that was apparently how she moved through the world. Harry's throat closed. He knew at once this memory was older than everything else that mattered and perhaps more dangerous for it. Lily stopped 2 paces from Snape. You knew, she said. Snape's face had gone nearly gray. Yes, you knew he marked families like lists. You knew there were names. I did not know yours. The answer came too fast to be defensive, too honest to help. Lily's expression crumpled, not into forgiveness, into something far crueler. Disappointment with history already growing around it. And if it had only been someone else's child? Snape said nothing, could say nothing, because there was no answer that did not damn him. Lily looked at him for a long moment, then said, quietly, If there is ever a child standing where I stood because men built their wars out of other people's lives, do not tell yourself duty is cleaner than cowardice, just because you suffered while doing it. Harry felt the words hit the memory, Snape like curse fire. This, then, was what he had never seen. Not only Snape's love, not only his guilt, but the sentence that had haunted his whole life afterward, the standard he failed and chased and resented and obeyed. Lily stepped back once, and was gone into the dark corridor. The memory ended. Harry came back to the annex room with tears on his face he had not noticed forming. Snape had moved to the doorway now, as if proximity had become too much for both of them. You kept that? Harry said. Snape did not deny it. Yes! Why show me? Snape's hand rested against the stone frame. Because, he said, you are not the only child old men have arranged around the edges of war and called it necessity. Harry looked at him through the blur of the room. The annex chamber, the cracked stone, the school above, the founders waiting outside these walls, Dumbledore dead, and still shaping them all through plans that never stopped costing children. He felt suddenly, fiercely tired of carrying their moral architecture. I hate him, Harry said. Snape's eyes darkened. No, you don't. Harry almost snapped back, then stopped. Because Snape was right. He was furious with Dumbledore, sick with grief over him, wounded by him in ways he would probably still be naming at 40 if he ever reached it. But hate. No. The worst thing about Dumbledore was that love and damage clung to him inseparably. Snape knew that too. Then I hate what he asked, Harry said. Yes, Snape said. That is more survivable. The silence after that felt almost human. At last Harry said, If it comes to it, if I have to do this, was he right? Snape did not answer quickly. When he did, his voice had gone very low. I do not know, he said. I know only that if you walk into death knowingly, it must be because you choose the shape of that walk, not because a dead man arranged your feet. Harry stared at him. This, then, was the thing Dumbledore never gave. choice articulated as moral requirement rather than logistical component. Snape turned toward the corridor. "You are still very irritating," he said without looking back. "Do not make me regret honesty." And he left. The door closed. Harry sat alone in the annex room with two memories burning in him like matched wounds. Loved badly. Do not let duty call itself clean. Choose the shape of the walk. Above him, far through the stone, Hogwarts shifted in its sleep. And Harry knew with final certainty that whatever came next could not belong to Dumbledore's plan unchanged. It had to become his. The Founders came one by one the next day. Not together. That mattered. Because what each brought was not consensus first. It was lesson. Godric came in the morning carrying no sword. That alone made Harry pay attention. He stood by the narrow window slit, hands clasped behind his back like an old commander trying and failing to remember how not to loom. "You have the face of someone choosing between despair and dramatics," he said. Harry let out a rough laugh. "Helpful. I am rarely decorative." No argument there. Godric turned from the slit window. "Listen carefully," he said. "Courage is not dying because death finally offers clean arithmetic. Any fool can become noble once the sums are simple." Harry looked up sharply. Godric held his gaze. "Courage is choosing the moment, when death serves life better than pride serves self." The words landed with the weight of hammered iron. Harry thought of Dumbledore's lamb for slaughter, of the cup's accusation, of his own instinct to turn being necessary into a kind of martyrdom, because at least martyrs get to feel morally finished. Godric seemed to read all of it. "If you walk to death," he said, "do it as a warrior breaking an enemy's strategy, not a child obeying an old man's diagram." Then he left. Helga came at noon carrying bread. Of course she did. She sat on the second chair and made him eat half of it before saying anything serious, which infuriated him just enough to keep him from retreating into abstraction. When at last she spoke, it was soft. "Love is labor," she said. Harry looked at her. "Not feeling," she added. "Not even sacrifice, though sacrifice may grow from it. Labor." Repeated tending. Choosing people again and again when no glory comes of it. She broke the remaining bread in two and set one half on the table between them. "If you die," she said, "thinking only of the purity of the act, you will misunderstand love in exactly the way tyrants do. They adore grand gestures because grand gestures cost less maintenance afterward." Harry stared at the bread. Helga's hand covered his once. "If you walk into death," she said, "let it be as part of the work of keeping others alive, never as escape from how much they will still need after." Then she stood, touched his cheek briefly with warm fingers, and went. Rowena came in twilight with no books and no visible magic, which was perhaps the most alarming version of her. She remained standing. "The mind you are using to assess this," she said without preamble, "has been educated in emergency for too long. Therefore you overvalue terminal solutions." Harry blinked. "That's rude." "It is accurate." He almost smiled despite himself. Rowena's face softened by a fraction. "Wisdom," she said, "is not the absence of decisive action. It is the acceptance of limits without worshipping them." Harry considered that. She stepped closer. "You cannot outthink mortality," she said. "Voldemort proved that badly. Dumbledore tried more nobly and still reached for certainty where only probability existed. Do not imitate either by pretending one final act will resolve all moral debt." Harry swallowed. "Then what is the right way to think about it?" Rowena was silent for one beat. Then, "As the next correct boundary," she said. "Not the final boundary, not triumph, not surrender, the next correct one." Harry let the idea settle. She nodded once, satisfied enough, and left. Salazar came last. Night. Of course. The room darkened before the door fully opened, as if shadow itself had learned manners just enough to precede him. He entered alone, staff absent for once, hands empty, face unreadable in green dim light. He did not sit. Neither did Harry. For a long moment they simply stood in the threshold chamber, both of them containers of difficult things. At last Salazar said, "You have begun to mistake yourself for the fragment because it adapted well." Harry exhaled. "That sounds like something I'd do."
Yes!
Salazar said. "It is an arrogant form of despair." Harry almost laughed. "Comforting? I do not comfort. I correct. Fair again. Salazar moved a pace closer. Power without self-rule is slavery, he said. Riddle is slave to his terror of ending. Dumbledore, in his better hours, was slave to outcomes he believed only he could carry. You, his eyes sharpened, are in danger of becoming slave to usefulness. That landed, perhaps worst of all, because it was the lesson Harry had resisted longest. Useful, needed, necessary, all the words that had shaped his life until they began to sound like identity instead of circumstance. Salazar studied him in silence, then added, very quietly, if you choose death only because others need you to, you remain ruled. If you refuse death only because others need you to live, you remain ruled. Power begins when you can look at both and ask a different question. Harry waited. Salazar's mouth barely moved. What serves the world best, and what leaves my soul mine? There it was. The sharpest lesson, not whether to die, not whether to live, whether the choice remained his in soul, not merely an outcome. Harry looked at the cracked stone on the table, then back at Salazar. And if the answer is still death, Salazar's face altered by the smallest degree. Not softness, respect. Then you will have surpassed the man who made you this house, he said. He turned to go. At the door he paused and said, without facing Harry, Riddle was never my heir. Harry knew, suddenly, that the statement was no longer about bloodline. It was an inheritance test offered across categories. Do not become mine by mistake either, Salazar seemed to mean. Take the useful part, refuse the rest. Then he left too, and Harry was alone. Not abandoned, prepared, which was somehow lonelier. The decision came at dawn, not in one flash, in layers. He sat on the bed with Snape's memories still raw in him, the Founder's lessons settling into place around them, Hogwarts breathing above, and the fragment in his scar quieter now, not because it was weaker, but because it was waiting. He understood then that waiting was its favorite condition. Waiting let other people decide his shape. Waiting let Dumbledore's old plan harden around him unchanged. Waiting let Voldemort choose the hour and angle of breach. Waiting let fear pretend indecision was gentler than cost. Harry stood. The wards in the room hummed once in recognition. He crossed to the table where the stone lay beside half-finished notes, cold tea, and one slice of bread gone stale overnight. He picked it up. Cracked black. Heavy. Familiar now in the way dangerous objects become familiar when they have repeatedly answered your hand. He looked at his reflection in its surface and saw, faintly, torchlight behind himself that was not in the room. The Founder's crypt, the forest threshold, the White Tom, all the doors death had given him over the last year. Then he spoke into the quiet room, to himself first, and perhaps to the whole architecture of everything that had brought him here. I'm not doing it because he told me to. The stone stayed cold. Good. This was not a magical declaration. Just truth, and truth should not need fireworks. I'm not doing it because being needed makes me feel clean. Still nothing, he breathed. And I'm not doing it because I want to disappear into a noble story. That one hurt. Because some part of him had wanted exactly that. To make all the grief and use and burden resolve into one act so complete, nobody could ask more afterward. But Helga had killed that fantasy with bread and logic, Godric with contempt, Rowena with boundaries, Salazar with the word slavery. Harry closed his hand around the stone. I'm doing it, he said, because he'll keep trying to make me the break until I choose where I open. The room's wards chimed softly. Not approval. Acknowledgement. Harry looked toward the door. It would still hurt. It would still terrify. It would still require timing, preparation, the last Horcruxes destroyed. Voldemort narrowed enough that opening the vessel did not simply make more ruin. But now the shape of it belonged to him. Not to Dumbledore's diagram. Not to Voldemort's hunger. Not to the fragment's adapted architecture. That was the last lesson of the dead. Not how to obey sacrifice. How to claim it away from those who would spend you. Harry went to the door and knocked once. The wards shifted. A beat later the stone opened and all four Founders stood beyond it, as if some part of the castle had known before sound carried. Helga saw his face first and inhaled softly. Godric's shoulders set. Rowena's gaze sharpened. Salazar went absolutely still. Harry looked at them and said, with more steadiness than he felt, When it happens my way. No one answered immediately. Then Godric nodded once. As it must. Helga's eyes shone, not with agreement to the death, but to the ownership of it,
Yes!
she said. Rowena inclined her head, all precision and grave respect. That is wisdom enough to proceed. Salazar's gaze held Harry's longest. Then, good. Harry stepped into the corridor. The castle shifted around him, no longer bracing in uncertainty, but aligning to a choice not yet enacted and still terrible. Above them, far through stone and stair and morning, Hogwarts was waking again. There were still Horcruxes left, still plans to make, still a final battle not yet arrived, still love and fear and bread and corridors and stupid jokes and frightened children and tyrants who needed ending. The walk into death had not begun yet, but Harry knew now where it would start. Not in obedience, in decision. And because of that, as he followed the dead back upward into the living school, he did not feel ready. He felt something harder and better. He felt responsible. War announced itself at Hogwarts not with a trumpet, but with silence. It began just after sunset. The castle had been restless all day, stairs pausing too long between landings, portraits whispering in bursts and then going rigid, torchlight holding too steady in corridors where drafts should have troubled it. Even the weather seemed to hesitate. Snow had fallen at dawn, melted by noon, and by evening the grounds lay under a skin of black wet earth, with low mist moving over them like breath from something sleeping badly. Harry felt it from the moment he stepped out of the annex chamber for the first time in days. The school was waiting. Not fearful, not calm, braced. The great hall had been converted entirely now, long tables pushed back, supply points set into alcoves, wards marked in pale chalk along the flagstones, Helga's food stations at the edges, still full, still warm, because some laws of resistance did not bend even when battle became imminent. The older students moved with too much discipline for their age. Neville gave orders without seeming to notice he had started doing it. Ginny and Luna ran messages in opposite directions like sparks from one bright center. Ron stood on a bench trying to get a group of fifth years to stop carrying extra cursed iron, because you can't hit Death Eaters to death with cookware, unless you are my mother. Hermione was at the staff days with McGonagall and Rowena, 3 maps floating over the table in white, blue layers. Godric stood in the middle of the hall with his sword bare. Salazar waited near the western doors, where every carved serpent in the stone had turned its head toward him and held. Helga crossed to Harry first, no speech, no hand wringing. No visible grief. She adjusted his cloak at the shoulder as if he were 15 and about to walk into bad weather. Then she said, "Eat now." Harry almost smiled. Helga. Eat now. He obeyed. That, more than anything else, made the moment feel real. Not because he was hungry. Because Helga refused to let apocalypse become an excuse for abandoning maintenance. She handed him a square of dark bread, a little packet of salt, and a hot cup of something bitter that steadied his pulse the moment it went down. Godric approached while Harry was still swallowing the last of it. "Scouts confirm movement," he said. "Forest line, outer gate, western grounds. They are coming in full." Harry nodded once. No one needed the name spoken aloud. Voldemort. Not through rumor or distant policy now. To Hogwarts. To the place he had always circled and never owned. To the school that had stopped being a haunted symbol and become open defiance under 4 returned makers and 1 boy he had failed to break cleanly. Rowena turned from the maps. "There will be 3 phases," she said. "Outer breach, internal inversion, throne convergence." Ron blinked. "I'm sorry, what is a throne convergence?" Salazar answered from the shadows by the doors. "The point," he said, "at which our enemy discovers this castle no longer acknowledges him as inevitable." That was not helpful, but it sounded impressive enough that nobody argued. McGonagall brought order where founder language chose theater. "Listen carefully," she said, and the whole hall obeyed. First and second years remain under lower house protection with the elves and evacuation teams. Third years and above who have chosen to stay take assigned positions only, no heroics, no private vendettas, no corridor dueling unless specifically ordered. She looked directly at Seamus Finnegan at that last one. Seamus looked briefly ashamed. Then the front doors boomed. Not a knock, a demand transmitted through wood and old iron by overwhelming outside force. The castle answered with a low groan. Every student froze. Harry felt the scar flare once, then quiet. Voldemort was there. Not inside his head yet, outside. Present enough that the fragment recognized its maker through distance and killing intent. And before anyone else could speak, the doors at the far end of the hall opened inward on their own. Not to admit the enemy, to admit Hogwarts. The house banners descended from the rafters scarlet. Gold, blue, green. They did not hang. They took position, each suspended in its own light over the 4 cardinal lines of the floor. Beneath them the old receiving grooves in the hall, hidden for centuries under flagstone wear and school traffic, lit in matching colors and ran like veins toward the center. The great hall had become another founder chamber. Harry heard Hermione suck in a breath. The castle's chosen its geometry, she whispered. Godric grinned. Not pleasantly. Good. He raised his sword. The hall answered with a bell, a sound from somewhere deep under the foundations, and every armored figure lining the walls drew itself upright in unison. The battle had begun before the first curse crossed the grounds. The outer assault broke across the grounds in black waves. From the battlements Harry saw them come, Death Eaters under disillusionment veils that snapped like oil in the mist, Snatchers and Ministry auxiliaries pressed into service, werewolves running low and fast along the tree line, conjured shield teams advancing behind heavy curse nets, and at the center of it all the pressure of Voldemort's will moving through the ranks like frost through standing water. Hogwarts did not wait. Rowena's first answer came from the towers. The castle's outer wards, long twisted and patched through the modern age, flared white, blue, and then changed shape in midair. Harry watched lines he had only ever seen on parchment lift into weather and architecture at once. Incoming curses bent off angle, conjured battering spells lost coherence 3 feet short of the walls. One flight of dark brooms, trying to crest the west parapet, found itself flying suddenly through a corridor of compressed starlight that turned open air into a labyrinth and dropped them screaming into the lake instead. Ron, beside Harry on the north wall, stared in awe. She made the sky academic. Hermione, already casting from the ward station below, shouted without looking up, "That doesn't mean anything!" "It means I'm frightened intelligently." Then Godric took the yard. There was no other phrase for it. When the first breach team reached the main gates and tried to blast through in formation, the iron bars of the portcullis folded back of their own accord. Not retreating, but inviting, the attackers surged forward, thinking they had broken something. They met Godric Gryffindor. He stood in the gate arch with a blade in one hand in battle, fire in the other, red, gold light running over the stone behind him like blood remembering why it moved. The first Death Eater's curse hit his shield and came apart into harmless sparks. The second he parried with the flat of the sword, so brutally the rebound stunned 2 men behind the caster. Then Godric stepped into them and the battle at the gate stopped being a siege and became a lesson. Harry had seen modern dueling. Fast, technical, lethal. This was older. Godric fought as if battlefield magic and sword work had never been separate disciplines at all. He moved through curses rather than away from them, turning angles into traps, stone into force lines, momentum into permission to break people badly. 3 men went down in the first 10 seconds not because Godric was stronger in a simple sense, but because he seemed constitutionally offended by the idea that combat should be graceful. The gate did not hold against him. It obeyed him. On the southern grounds Helga answered next. Not with spectacle, with land. The moment the werewolves and auxiliary lines hit the lawns under the greenhouses, the earth changed sides. Mud stiffened into ridged barriers beneath Hogwarts defenders and liquefied under attacking boots. Root lines rose in precise walls, not to kill, but to break charges and redirect bodies into kill, boxes the defenders could actually manage. Healing sanctums flared in amber circles behind the second line, where Madame Pomfrey and older students dragged the wounded under protections that actively rejected hostile magic. But Helga's true war was stranger. Everywhere the attackers tried to use fear to scatter children, her magic answered with orientation. Lost students found lit paths under their feet. panicked runners reached stairwells already open in the right direction. First, years in cellars felt warmth gather at the walls and stopped screaming long enough to listen to instructions. One corridor full of smoke cleared only where two younger Hufflepuffs needed to carry a third year with a broken ankle. Bread magic, Harry thought once, bitterly and beautifully. No, house magic. The kind that decides shelter is an act of war. And under the dungeons, Salazar Slytherin went hunting. Harry did not see all of that battle. Nobody did. The school felt it in the stone. Every secret passage Voldemort's people thought they owned turned on them. Serpent, marked side entries sealed after admitting half a squad and not the other half. Two Death Eaters trying to come up through an old drain route found themselves trapped in a corridor that slowly filled with black water and whispering stone until they surrendered to the first Slytherin prefect with enough nerve to open the correct latch. Dark creatures called by Riddle's followers, bound snakes, cellar things, old venom familiars, simply stopped obeying when Salazar spoke their first naming into the walls. At one point a scream ran through the lower floors that made even seasoned fighters on the staircases pause. Afterward Neville, white-faced and carrying a broken wand that was not his own, told Harry only. He found the men using the first years-old punishment corridor. Harry did not ask what happened next. Salazar, when he emerged an hour later onto the central stair, had no blood on him at all. That felt worse. The battle thickened. There was no single line once the first outer pushes failed. Voldemort adapted quickly. Of course he did. He began spreading pressure rather than concentration, probing for weak points, driving fear and exhaustion where direct entry failed. Windows blew out in the east corridor. The viaduct caught fire and had to be sacrificed. Two towers went dark under sustained curse. Wait until Rowena herself climbed the northern ramparts and rewrote the supporting runes by hand, while curses hit the battlements around her like meteor rain. Harry fought everywhere and nowhere. That was the strange thing about the battle once it truly took hold. The hall, the stairs, the courtyard, the covered bridge, the lower wards, the west gallery. Everything was happening at once, and Harry moved through it like an answer still being formed. He had left the annex chamber by decision. Now every corridor tested what that decision meant. He fought beside Neville in the second-floor gallery and saw the younger boy become, before Harry's eyes, something history would eventually have to name properly. Not the awkward child from herbology. Not the frightened student from Dumbledore's army. A war captain grown out of ordinary decency pushed too long under cruelty. Neville fought like someone who had finally understood that bravery and anger could share a spine without corrupting each other. He fought beside Ginny at the west stairs and nearly lost his breath not from fear, but from the clean, terrifying grace with which she moved now. Curse after curse laid down not recklessly, but with the kind of ferocious tactical intelligence Fred and George would have called unfair if it belonged to anyone else. He fought with Ron in a corridor choked with smoke and broken stone where three masked enforcers tried to push through toward the lower houses, and Ron blasted the support arch just enough to bury one man in rubble without bringing the ceiling fully down. How did you know that would work? Harry shouted afterward. Ron, panting, suit streaked, hair full of plaster dust, said, I've been living in a death castle with 4 founders and Hermione for months. I notice architecture now. Fair enough. He fought with Hermione in the entrance hall where Rowena's ward corrections had turned the space into a mathematical nightmare for anyone whose casting relied on brute sequence. Hermione stood in the middle of it with her wand, moving like a conductor's baton, redirecting incoming magic into dead channels and sealing corridor throats before breach teams understood the room had changed rules under them. A masked Death Eater tried to reach her from behind. Harry cut him down with the sword before the curse left the wand. For one half, second Hermione looked at him with naked relief. Then it was gone, replaced by focus. Harry, she snapped, if you bleed on the central lattice again, I will kill you myself. Noted. It felt almost like old life. Almost. Because Voldemort was still out there, outside the walls, waiting. He had not entered the field himself yet. That was deliberate. He was probing the school, letting fear, fatigue, and attrition do what frontal assault had not worse? Harry could feel him at the edge of thought now with intermittent clarity, not possessing, not controlling, but watching through the fragment, tasting the strain on the vessel, waiting for Harry to become necessary in the wrong place, waiting for the fracture. By midnight the dead had joined the living fully, not in mass resurrection, not grotesque spectacle, ghosts. Peeves led one charge of armored suits and portable insults so effective that even Godric laughed while cutting down a shield team in the West transept. The fat friar guided younger students through collapsing smoke corridors. The Grey Lady moved silently through Ravenclaw passages marking safe lines with moon, pale light. Even the bloody Baron took position in the dungeon levels not beside Salazar, but just far enough behind him to make visible what penitence looks like when given centuries and no release. The school was at war. The whole of it. Living, dead, remembered, stone, and still Voldemort waited. That was what made Harry understand the shape of the night. This was not merely the Battle of Hogwarts. It was preparation. Everything was being driven toward a center point. Toward him, toward the vessel. It was Snape who forced the next movement. Not in betrayal, not in hidden cleverness, in practicality as merciless as McGonagall's and uglier to watch. Harry found him on the central stair just after 1 in the morning, blood at one temple, robes cut through at the sleeve, wand still perfectly steady. Students rushed around them in both directions. Somewhere below, the lower court roared with dragonfire, colored light where Godric had decided a bridge no longer deserved to remain attached to its supports. Snape caught Harry's arm as he passed. Enough. Harry yanked against the grip automatically. I'm in the middle of... You are in the middle of becoming exactly where he wants you. The words stopped him. Snape's black eyes cut once toward the grounds. Harry followed the glance. At the edge of the mist below, beyond curse, range but not beyond dread, Voldemort stood at last in visible form with Nagini floating beside him in her protective sphere. White face, red eyes, long fingers around the wand, absolute stillness under the weather and fire and sound. He was not looking at the walls. He was looking at Harry. Because of course he was. He has stopped attacking the castle? Snape said quietly. He is attacking the decision inside you. Harry felt it then. Not a new pain. A direction. The whole battle's chaos had begun bending, invisibly but steadily, toward one question. Would Harry stay inside the school long enough for Voldemort to break the vessel there? Or would he choose the walk first? Snape released his arm. Do not make the old man correct by accident. Then he was gone down the stair into smoke, and shouting before Harry could answer. Harry stood still in the moving battle for 3 full breaths. Then he turned. Not toward the grounds. Toward the Founders. He found them not together, but converging, Godric in the upper hall, blazing from the last charge. Helga at the lower sanctuary threshold, hands bloodied from healing and warding both. Rowena descending the west stair with half the castle's defensive geometry, still visibly spinning in pale lines around her wrists. Salazar emerging from the dungeon arch, dark and wet-eyed with subterranean magic and fury. They saw his face and understood immediately. No one pretended otherwise. He has found the endgame, Rowena said. Yes. Godric's grip tightened on his sword. Then we kill him before he reaches it. Harry almost smiled at the simplicity. No, he said. Helga closed her eyes briefly, because she knew. Of all of them, perhaps she had known longest. Not from prophecy, from pattern. You have chosen the walk, she said. Harry nodded once. Around them battle still thundered. Students ran, curses hit stone. Hogwarts held. This little center of impossible history and living decision remained quiet anyway. Godric stepped closer first. You go to him knowing you may not return?
Yes.
You go because the vessel must open on your terms?
Yes.
And because if he tears it here, we lose more than you. Harry held his gaze. Yes. Godric's jaw worked once. Then he slammed one fist against Harry's shoulder hard enough to bruise. That is a warrior's choice, he said. Helga came next. Her hands framed Harry's face briefly, warm even through blood and ash and the winter cold sweat of battle. Remember, she whispered, you are not going to death to disappear. You are going to make space for the living. Harry nodded because he could not speak. Rowena touched 2 fingers to the silver marks at his left wrist. The glyphs lit. I have given the vessel a return path if return remains logically possible, she said. Do not squander it on doubt halfway through. Only Rowena could make resurrection sound like a theorem, and somehow that helped. Then Salazar stood before him, no speech at first. Only those green eyes, bright with old depth and no softness at all. At last he said, when you face him, do not let him narrate what you are doing. Harry understood. Not sacrifice according to Voldemort. Not obedience according to Dumbledore. Not martyrdom according to history, his choice, his language. He nodded. Salazar stepped aside. There, he said. Now go insult destiny. Harry laughed once helplessly, because of course that was how Salazar would bless someone. Then Hermione arrived. Of all the faces Harry had dreaded and needed before this walk, hers was worst, because Hermione saw the logic first, then hated it, then refused to let hatred make her less precise. Her eyes found his face, then the Founder's, then the choice standing between them all like a drawn line in air. No, she said. Not denial, grief. Harry took 1 step toward her. Hermione. No. Her voice broke. She straightened it with fury. No. You don't get to say my name in that voice as if that will make this simpler. He almost said he wasn't trying to. But he was. So he kept quiet. Hermione's hands were shaking, and she hated that too. She reached into her pocket, pulled out 1 folded strip of parchment covered in Rowena's writing and her own, and shoved it against his chest. The return theorem, she said. Compressed. You won't understand half of it, but the stone might, and I'm not trusting afterlife mechanics to old men alone. It was the most Hermione thing anyone had ever done. Harry took the paper. Then Ron was there too, face white, eyes red-rimmed, breathing hard from running in panic and fury, and a loyalty so old neither of them knew how to speak around it anymore. No speeches. Ron said at once. Harry blinked. I wasn't. No speeches? Ron repeated. You say one heroic thing, and I'll hit you before Voldemort gets the chance. That, absurdly, almost broke Harry. Instead he reached out and pulled Ron into a rough hug that was more collision than grace. Ron swore into his shoulder and hugged him back hard enough to hurt. Then Harry turned to Hermione, and she came into his arms too, smaller and fiercer than the whole war, gripping the back of his cloak like she could anchor him by force alone. When she stepped back, she looked murderous. Come back, she said. Not if, not maybe. Come back. Ginny was the last. She said nothing at first. Just walked straight up, caught his face in both hands, and kissed him like memory ought to fear losing its own shape. When she drew back, the battle was still happening around them, absurd and real. You know I'd tell you not to go if that would change anything, she said. I know. It won't. No. Her hand stayed at his jaw a second longer. Then make him sorry he needed you to understand this much. Harry let out a breath that might have been a laugh. That, he said, I can do. She stepped away. No one stopped him after that. That was the mercy and the cruelty of it. Hogwarts itself opened the path. The side door behind the Founders unsealed into the old forest passage leading out beneath the boathouse slope, the one the castle had used before for impossible exits and returns. The torches along it lit one by one in amber, blue, red, and green. The 4 houses, the 4 makers. The whole school letting him go not as discarded weapon, but as chosen vector. Harry stepped into the passage. Behind him the battle raged louder for a moment, as if the castle wanted him to remember what this was for. Then the stone closed, and he walked alone. The forest was black with war light. Mist hung between the trees. Far behind, Hogwarts glowed like a wounded star over the hill, towers lit by curses, ward fire, and the stubborn old brightness of not yet falling. Ahead, in a clearing marked by white mist and stillness, Voldemort waited with Nagini floating beside him. Death Eaters lined the edge of the clearing. Bellatrix, Lucius pale and brittle. Dolohov Yaxley, others Harry had learned to hate by face and consequence. They parted when he entered not from respect, but from something closer to awe sharpened by fear. Harry did not look at them long. He looked at Voldemort. And Voldemort smiled, not wide, not theatrical. The smile of a man whose calculations had at last come back into line. So, Voldemort said softly, the vessel walks, Harry stopped 10 paces away. The scar burned, yes. The fragment twisted. The stone in his pocket felt like frozen gravity. But his voice, when he answered, was steady. No. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Harry met them without lowering his wand or his head. The person chooses. Something flickered across Voldemort's face then. Annoyance, perhaps, or the tiny destabilization that comes when prey refuses the language prepared for it. Nagini hissed inside her sphere. The Death Eaters watched in utter silence. Voldemort lifted his wand. "There is courage," he said. "And then there is obedience misunderstood as virtue." Dumbledore's voice echoed through that, old and guilty. Harry almost smiled. "You'd know." Bellatrix made a choking sound of fury from the tree line. Voldemort silenced her with 1-minute turn of his fingers. For a second the clearing narrowed to wand point and choice. Harry thought of the Founders. Of bread. Of Snape's bitter honesty. Of the cup's accusation. Of Helga's hand on his chest in the crypt. Of Godric's contempt for clean arithmetic. Of Rowena's next correct boundary. Of Salazar's demand that his soul remain his own. Of Ginny's command. Of Hermione's theorem. Of Ron's refusal to let heroism become performance. Of Hogwarts breathing behind him like a nation that had finally remembered its spine. Then he dropped his wand. Gasps at the edge of the clearing. Voldemort's smile returned. Harry reached into his pocket and closed his hand around the stone. Not to summon a parade of comfort. To walk with the dead properly acknowledged. When he turned it in his palm, they came. His parents first, as before, not ghost pale now, but clearer somehow, because Harry no longer needed them to promise safety they had never been permitted to give. Sirius beside them, worn and alive-eyed even in death. Lupin grave and gentle. And with them now, to Harry's fierce surprise and sudden steadiness, Dumbledore, not because Harry wanted absolution. Because the old man had not been finished with witness either. Dumbledore's eyes met his. There was no speech first, just naked sorrow. Harry nodded once, not forgiveness, not refusal, witness accepted. Then he looked back at Voldemort. "I'm ready," Harry said. The Dark Lord spoke the killing curse. Green light hit Harry square in the chest, and the world tore open. He woke in a station made of nowhere. No, not nowhere. A place shaped to his understanding again, only this time it was not King's Cross, the old receiving stone beneath Hogwarts, vastly enlarged, clean, white gold, empty except for one long bench and a ceiling full of impossible dawn. The stone lay in his hand, cracked through and dark. Across from him sat the fragment, not in snake, face form, not as Tom Riddle, not with any beauty left. A shrunken, flayed thing of red eyes and raw soul matter, curled and screaming in a space not large enough to hide from itself. Harry looked at it. It looked at him. No words passed. Then Founder light entered the place. Not bodies, signatures. Red gold at his right, amber warmth at his left, white blue above, green black beneath. The 4 offices surrounding the station, not station with perfect boundary, the fragment shrieked. Dumbledore stood beyond it, not intervening. Watching, Harry understood. This was the open vessel, the house between life and death. The fragment forced into exposure at last, because Voldemort's curse had struck where it was rooted, and not where Harry's choice lay. Harry stood. The thing on the floor writhed. For one dark instant he pitied it. Not Voldemort. Not what it had done. Only the raw horror of a soul so mutilated it could no longer imagine relation except through possession. Then he remembered every child in the cells, every student in the hall, every life bent around one man's fear of ending. Pity passed. "What now?" Harry asked without turning. Dumbledore answered softly. "Now you decide whether to return." Harry closed his eyes briefly. There it was again, choice. No old plan without him. No prophecy. No founder command. He thought of Hogwarts. Of the battle. Of Nagini still alive. Of Voldemort outside the walls thinking he had won the vessel game. Of all the living work still unfinished. Then he opened his eyes. The fragment on the floor made a weak, grabbing motion toward him, as if he were still house enough to hold it. Harry stepped back. "No," he said. The founder lights tightened. The thing began to come apart. Not exploded. Not slain by sword. Unhoused, the soul piece shrank under truth, under boundary, under a person refusing to remain its architecture. Its scream went thin. Then gone. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old man seemed older even than death. "I loved you badly," he said. Harry let the words sit, then answered with the only truth he had left that did not simplify either of them. "I know." Dumbledore bowed his head. It was enough. Harry looked toward the far end of the white gold station. There was no train, only a line of opening light shaped exactly like the crypt path leading upward into the castle. "Then I'm going back?" he said. Dumbledore almost smiled, brokenly. "Yes," he said. "This time entirely yourself." The world snapped. Harry woke in the Forbidden Forest with mud under his back and cold rain in his face. Death Eaters were cheering. Voldemort stood over him. The Dark Lord looked terrible. Not weakened physically, not yet, but emptied in a new way Harry felt immediately. Something was gone from the connection. Not all. Nagini still lived, but the fragment in Harry no longer answered. The vessel was his own again. Harry kept perfectly still. Hagrid was sobbing somewhere nearby, captured, forced witness. Voldemort turned away with triumph coiling around him like rotten silk and ordered them to carry Harry's body back to the school as proof. Harry let them. Not from passivity, from strategy. The final lesson now belonged to the living. When they reached the grounds, when the Death Eaters shouted their victory into the shattered air outside Hogwarts, when the defenders on the battlements saw Harry limp in Hagrid's arms, and despair broke across the castle in one audible human wave. That was when the Founders returned to war in full. Godric's roar shook the parapets before his body even cleared the gate. Helga's wards flared so bright the wounded stopped bleeding for one impossible second. Rowena tore the enemy's command signals out of the air like threads from rotten cloth. Salazar dropped the serpent paths open under the Death Eater's feet and made the ground remember every betrayal committed upon it. And Harry opened his eyes in Hagrid's arms. The world broke, not in half, toward victory. Voldemort actually staggered. For the first time that night, perhaps for the first time in his life, the Dark Lord looked not furious or superior or coldly amused, but surprised. Harry dropped from Hagrid's arms, rolled, snatched his wand from Draco's stunned hand in one motion, and the Battle of Hogwarts became its last shape. Chaos, good chaos. Neville cut through Nagini's sphere under Godric's shouted timing, and brought the sword of Gryffindor down, in a single blazing arc. The snake's head hit the earth and Voldemort screamed, not in pain only, but in existential disbelief. No more Horcruxes, no more vaults. No more fragments left elsewhere to do his surviving for him. Around them the school itself seemed to inhale. The Founders converged, not to duel for Harry, to end the old pretender's advantages. Godric drove Voldemort off the open ground, and into the center of the entrance court, where real stone mattered more than dramatics. Helga's amber lines surged up under the flagstones, turning the battlefield into a sanctified boundary where predatory fear, casting lost half its bite. Rowena rewrote the dueling space in real time so every evasive apparition faint collapsed into visible geometry. Salazar called every serpent, signature and dark inheritance mark Voldemort had stolen and stripped them of response, one by one, until the Dark Lord stood not as heir or mystery or death master, but just a wizard with one soul and too much arrogance. And Harry walked into the center. The rain had stopped. Or perhaps the battle had simply become louder than weather. Voldemort turned toward him fully now. Harry felt the Founders at the edges of the space like cardinal points, not taking the duel from him, sealing it, making it honest. Around them, everyone stopped: students, teachers, Death Eaters, ghosts, armor, house, elves, the wounded half risen from sanctuary cots. McGonagall at the stair. Snape bleeding in shadow but still standing. Hermione and Ron white faced and fierce at the courtyard edge, Ginny like a drawn arrow not yet loosed. Voldemort's face had gone corpse pale with rage and loss. "What did you do?" he hissed. Harry answered plainly, "I stopped being your house." That landed. Harry saw it. Because Voldemort had understood Harry as conduit, vessel, damaged architecture. He had never understood the moral meaning of refusal except as temporary inconvenience. Now he would. "You think love has made you strong?" Voldemort spat. Harry shook his head once. "No," he said. "Everything did. And because this had to be said aloud, before all of them, before history could simplify it later, Harry went on. The dead you stole from. The houses you lied about. The school you tried to turn into a fear machine. The people you starved, indexed, hunted, cursed, and named weak. Every bit of power you took by making others carry what you feared. The founders' signatures tightened around the space. Not as applause. As law. You split your soul to avoid ending, Harry said. All you did was make it easier for us to strip you down to what you really are. Voldemort screamed and struck. Harry was ready. The last duel was not long. It could not be. All the length had happened beforehand in years, fragments, lessons, grief, corridors, bread traps, choices. This moment was merely the edge. Voldemort launched killing force. Harry answered not only with Expelliarmus, not only that familiar disarming truth, but with the severance rite the founders had built through everything they had taught him. His own spell rode the disarming line, fed by Godric's force, Helga's moral boundary, Rowena's precise geometry, and Salazar's nulling command against stolen dark inheritance. Not 4 spells, 1 synthesis. Red met green, then white gold black burst through both. Voldemort's wand spun from his hand. The severance line hit him square. For one instant, everyone in the courtyard saw him, as he had truly been beneath every horror, a man held together by terror of ending, and the labor of others forced to hold his fragments for him. Then the line completed. There was no dramatic disintegration, no ashes on the wind. Tom Riddle died the ordinary death he had spent his whole life fleeing. He hit the wet stones of Hogwarts' entrance court like a body, and only a body. Silence. Then the castle bells began. All of them. The battle ended in pieces after that. Not all at once. Death Eaters fled surrendered, or fought stupidly until they were disarmed by students who no longer mistook house colors for fate. Bellatrix tried to carve her way out and found Ginny, Hermione, and Luna in one line, with McGonagall arriving half a heartbeat later. The werewolves broke and ran into the forest where no predator answered them kindly anymore. Ministry auxiliaries dropped their wands in groups once the old inevitability snapped. Hogwarts stood, broken in places, burning in others, wounded everywhere, standing anyway. Harry turned in the ruined courtyard and saw the founders in the dawn. Godric Blood, bright and exhausted and grinning like war, had finally remembered how to mean something clean. Helga, suit streaked, tear-marked, hands still warm with healing and killing both. Rowena, pale with magical strain, one sleeve burned through, gaze already moving over the castle as if cataloging every repair needed before full grieving could begin. Salazar still as carved judgment, robes dark with rain and battle, looking not satisfied but settled in a way Harry had never seen before. The dead had returned to war, and the war, impossibly, had answered. Victory did not arrive like joy. It arrived like surviving a fall, and only later discovering what had broken. For the first hour after Voldemort's body hit the stones, Hogwarts moved on pure instinct. Wands were taken. Wounds were bound. Fires put down or controlled. Patrols swept towers and lower passages for stragglers and curses laid to kill after surrender. The dead were counted only when the living had stopped bleeding badly enough to make counting feel obscene. Harry barely remembered the first part of it. He knew, afterward, that he had not fainted, had not collapsed, had not done anything dramatic enough to satisfy the stories that would be told later by people who had not been there. Instead, he had kept moving. That was the trouble with crisis. It often postponed feeling by making motion more useful. He helped carry the wounded into the Great Hall, now a triage center again instead of a war chamber. He watched Madame Pomfrey turn ferocity into miracle 3 cots at a time. He saw Neville with his shirt sleeve burned away to the elbow and dirt across his face, directing younger students to water and blankets, as if he had always been born for exactly this kind of dawn. He saw Ron with a split lip and one arm wrapped in a sling, still somehow hauling benches into new healing rows, because sitting down would have made the world too real too quickly. He saw Hermione stained with soot, blood, and ink, moving from cot to cot with lists in one hand and emergency spell work in the other, because if she stopped organizing pain it might turn into grief and flatten her where she stood. Ginny found him near the western doors and touched his chest once, as if verifying he was still warm and not another impossible thing come briefly back. "You're here," she said. Harry looked at her. He wanted to say something large enough to hold everything that meant. Instead, he said, "Yeah." It was enough for the moment. Around them, dawn widened. The rain had cleared. Pale gold began finding broken windows and damaged stone. Outside, the grounds of Hogwarts looked as if a giant had walked through them in wrath and indecision. Trees splintered at the forest edge. The viaduct smoked. The lawns were furrowed by roots, impact craters, wandfire, and old earth risen under Helga's command. Farther off, the main gate still stood only because Godric had insisted it would, and because the gate, apparently, had agreed. And through all of it the Founders moved. Still present, still terrifying, still not quite possible. Students watched them with the strange, exhausted awe of children who had lived through something too large to fit into immediate memory. Teachers did too, if they were honest enough to admit it. McGonagall alone seemed capable of standing in the middle of shattered history and still telling people where to stack spare blankets. That, Harry thought dazedly, was a Founder-grade talent in its own right. But as the sun climbed higher, another truth began to seep through the edges of triumph. The Founders were fading, not vanishing dramatically, not flickering like poor ghosts in bad weather. Subtler than that. Godric's footsteps no longer rang quite as hard against the stones. Helga's warmth still held, but the rooms she left cooled more quickly than they had 2 nights before. Rowena's ward corrections remained brilliant, but her hands stayed longer over the damaged lines, as if the castle no longer met her power halfway with the same hunger. Salazar's shadow trailed thinner along the dungeon thresholds, and the serpent carvings stopped turning their heads after he passed, as though the stone had begun remembering distance again. Harry noticed because the stone noticed first. It had gone quiet at dawn, not dead, not empty, resolved. The cracked black surface still held cold, but it no longer felt like a hinge under strain. It felt, for the first time since he had opened the first rite in the forest, like an object that had nearly completed what it had been made to do, and would not long survive being asked for more. He stood in the entrance court around mid-morning, staring at Voldemort's body where it had been respectfully covered and moved aside from the central line of traffic, when Rowena came to stand beside him. Neither spoke for a time. The courtyard was quieter now, not silent. Never that, not after a battle, but quieter. The dead had been moved with care. Captured Death Eaters were under guard in spaces Hogwarts had chosen for them with visible disapproval. Somewhere farther off, students had begun the first shocked, practical work of clearing rubble because children in schools are always, eventually, told to stack chairs after catastrophe. At last Rowena said, "The architecture is correcting." Harry looked at her. The school.
Yes.
He understood immediately. Hogwarts had bent itself around the Founders' return because it had needed them. Because he had anchored them through violation, war, and ancestral claim. But that bending had always been costly, temporary. A magnificent breach of natural and magical order justified only by emergency and sustained through his will, the castle's need, and the Founders' own office. Now the emergency had changed. Not ended completely. Britain would not heal in a day. The ministry would remain a ruin full of paper and cowards and surviving opportunists for months, if not years. The dead would still be dead. The living would still need rebuilding, but Voldemort was gone. The Horcruxes were gone. The battle that had justified Founder continuance at full strength had passed. The world was beginning to reassert its older law. The dead do not remain. Harry's throat tightened. How long? Rowena did not answer immediately. Then, very simply, not long enough for human selfishness. He almost laughed. Because yes, that was exactly the problem. Not long enough for rebuilding all of Britain. Not long enough for another month of lessons. Not long enough for Harry to keep them. Especially not long enough for Harry. By noon the school knew. Not through formal proclamation. Through atmosphere, rumor, and the way impossible things carry their own endings in the air, once everyone is tired enough to feel them. The Founders gathered the students in the Great Hall, after the worst of the wounded had been stabilized and moved. The long tables had been brought back, though not fully reset. Some benches were missing. One section of floor still bore a black scorch the cleaning charms refused to touch. Perhaps out of respect, the The windows were patched temporarily in places with ward, glass that let light through in pale, uneven sheets. House elves moved softly at the walls with trays of bread, tea, broth, and the sort of sweet buns Helga had insisted on because, in her words, children who survive a night like that deserve the indignity of too much honey. No one objected. Harry stood near the front with Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, McGonagall, Pomfrey, and the others who had somehow become the spine of the school by simply refusing to bend when bending would have been easier. Then the founders took their places beneath the banners one last time. The hall quieted immediately. Even now, even after battle, there was something inhumanly arresting about seeing them there. The makers of the school, called back by forbidden magic and necessity, standing in the place their names had haunted for 1,000 years. Godric spoke first. Of course he did. He stood with no script, no polish, no intention of dressing his meaning in anything prettier than force. "You fought," he said. The hall listened with its whole body. "Some of you fought in duels, some in halls, some by carrying the wounded, some by holding lines, some by refusing terror when terror was offered as the price of surviving. Do not let anyone tell you later that only the deadliest acts counted as courage. Fear was here. You were here also. That is enough to name you by." Several students began crying at that, quietly, furiously, relieved and ashamed at once in the way people cry when praise lands on wounds they have not yet decided are allowed to exist. Then Helga stepped forward. Her eyes moved across every face in the hall, not the heroes first, not the prefects, not the older students who had done the most visible work. Everyone. "Some of you are hungry in ways food does not fix by noon," she said. Harry saw more than one younger student look up sharply. Helga's voice remained warm and firm as a hand between the shoulders. "That is not failure," she said. "It is aftermath. Eat anyway. Sleep anyway. Ask for company. Let yourselves be warmed. Let drawers stay full. Let kindness repeat itself until your bodies believe what the battle did not teach cleanly enough, that survival is allowed to continue." Hermione made a small sound beside Harry and wiped at her face angrily. Ron pretended not to notice and failed completely. Rowena came next. She stood very straight, white blue light faint around her, as if thought itself had begun to grow translucent. "Knowledge," she said, "will now come hunting." The room stilled again. History will try to simplify this war. Politicians will try to harvest it. Fools will turn survival into slogans and grief into faction. Do not assist them through laziness of mind. That sounded exactly like her. She continued before the younger students could decide whether they were being scolded. "Complexity is not the enemy of truth," she said. "It is often the condition required to keep truth from becoming propaganda. Learn names. Learn causes. Learn what institutions failed, and which people held where they should not have had to. If you rebuild without memory, you build appetites for the same ruin." Harry thought then of the ministry archives, the blood registries, the forms pretending detainment was temporary and therefore civilized. He saw McGonagall listening with her face set in lines of grim agreement. Hermione stood taller beside him, perhaps already hearing years of work in those sentences. Then Salazar Slytherin stepped into the center. Every Slytherin in the hall went still. Harry felt it. The house had changed most strangely under Salazar's return. Some of its students had gone through relief so sharp it looked like anger. Others through shame. Others through the destabilizing shock of discovering the founder whose name had been used to justify so much ugliness did not, in fact, admire cowards who called cruelty ambition. Salazar looked first at them. That mattered. "When men wear your symbols to excuse fear," he said, "they are thieves before they are leaders." The green banner above him stirred as though in agreement. "Ambition," he said, "is not hunger to dominate the weak. It is willingness to become more exacting with oneself than comfort would prefer. Cunning is not treachery. It is the art of seeing structures clearly enough not to be ruled by the stories frightened people tell about them." He let that sit. Then his gaze widened to include the other houses. "And blood," he said softly, "means nothing without conduct worth inheriting. Silence. A different silence from shock. The kind a room makes when something broken in language has just been reset and everyone knows it." Harry saw several Slytherins crying openly now. Not all from grief. From release, Salazar's expression changed by one impossible degree, enough to become something like mercy without softness. "Take your house back," he said. No one in the hall would ever forget that. Afterward, McGonagall spoke, because someone had to tell people where dinner would actually be served, and which corridors remained structurally unsafe, and somehow that practical transition felt holy in its own way. The school did not need only epic statements. It needed route adjustments and sleeping arrangements and a ban on entering the West Tower until Rowena stopped calling the upper beams structurally embarrassing. That, too, was part of living. The founders left their final lessons in work rather than ceremony. Godric spent the afternoon on the battlements with Neville, Lee Jordan, and half a dozen exhausted older students, walking them through what had held and what had nearly killed them. He did not romanticize any of it. He was ruthless about errors. But when he laid his hand on Neville's shoulder at the end and said, "You kept your people standing," Harry saw the exact second a boy became something history would have to honor eventually whether it liked him or not. Helga returned to the kitchens and lower cellars, not because she wanted to hide from Farewell, but because she refused to let Farewell interrupt feeding. Students found new stash drawers in their dormitories before sunset. 3 Hogsmeade families received enough winter stores to make the next month survivable. The feeding stone under the cellars was reset and recorded in new hands. Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Luna Lovegood, 2 house elves, and, at Helga's insistence, one very confused but earnest second-year Slytherin who had smuggled bread to frightened younger children during the Carrow months and therefore, according to Helga, already understood Covenant better than most adults in office. Rowena spent her last hours with Hermione. No one else was present for most of it. Harry only saw the end. The 2 of them in Ravenclaw Tower under twilight, parchments spread everywhere, the founder speaking quietly, while Hermione wrote as if speed itself could hold death in place a little longer. When Hermione came down afterward, face blotched and furious and luminous all at once, she had in her arms 3 new codices of ward theory, institutional repair ethics, and something Rowena called a short treatise on why ministries decay when built by men who prefer simplification to truth. Ron took one look at the title and said, "That's romantic, in your way." Hermione laughed so hard she cried again. Salazar's final work was in the dungeons. He did not take disciples the way Godric and Helga had, nor apprentices as Rowena had half accidentally done. But word spread by evening that every Slytherin who wished to enter the lower chamber beside the old water passage was permitted one private audience and one question. No one knew exactly what was said in those meetings. Harry only saw the students emerging afterward quieter, straighter, less haunted by the particular shame of inheriting a house name used as a political weapon before they were old enough to protest it. Draco Malfoy went in just before dark. When he came out, he looked as though someone had cut every excuse off him so cleanly he no longer bled defensiveness, only stunned possibility. Harry did not ask. Some reckonings belong to their own chapter even when unwritten. The true farewell began at sunset. Hogwarts gathered in the entrance court because the Great Hall, for all its grandeur, was too enclosed for what was about to happen. The sky above the school had cleared to a hard winter violet. The first stars showed faintly over the broken towers. Fires still burned in distant braziers and controlled repair pits, but the main battle smoke had thinned enough that the castle looked itself again from a distance. Wounded, blackened in places, scarred, but upright. At the center of the court, on the old founder mark that had lit during the final duel, the 4 founders stood together, not under strain now. Underending. Harry knew it before anyone spoke, because the stone at his throat had gone from cold to something almost like rest. The anchor lines that had once bound founder office through him into Hogwarts no longer pulled taut. They loosened, not snapping, releasing. The school knew too. Windows across the castle glowed one by one, not from human hands, but from older courtesy. Torch lines lit in paths from every house, every tower, every cellar, converging in sight toward the entrance court like the school itself had decided to stand witness properly. McGonagall took position at the front of the gathered students and staff. Snape stood in shadow at the far left, somehow still included because history is often uglier and truer than affection prefers. Hagrid loomed at the back, wiping his face on a cloth the size of a table runner. The ghosts lined the arches. House elves crowded the lower steps, more of them than Harry had ever seen together in one place. And Harry stood nearest the founders. Of course he did. He had brought them back. Now he had to let them go. Godric looked across the school one long time, taking in towers, battlements, students with split lips and raised chins, teachers blackened with repaired dust, survivors leaning against one another because dignity had finally given up competing with exhaustion. This, he said, voice carrying over stone and open air, will always be worth fighting for. The castle bells answered once. Helga smiled through tears she did not hide. Feed it well, she told them. Not only the school, the country, one another, all the places fear had hollowed. Do not let hunger become a political language again. Students were crying openly now. Teachers too. Even some of the ghosts looked less translucent with sorrow. Rowena's gaze swept the crowd, then the towers, then Hermione in particular, and finally Harry. Remember complexity, she said, especially when you are tired enough to prefer lies that sound efficient. Hermione put a fist to her mouth and nodded, as if the motion might hold her together. Salazar stood last. He looked out over the court, over his house, over the school, over Harry. There was no softness in him now either, only finality clean enough to honor. Do not let frightened men teach you what strength is, he said. The green banner above the doors stirred in wind that had not been there a moment before. Take back names whenever thieves wear them, he said. Take back symbols. Take back dark places. Take back what fear insists can only belong to monsters. Then he turned fully to Harry. The whole court seemed to lean toward that moment without moving. Harry's throat tightened. Salazar regarded him with the old sharpness, the old impossible calm, and something else beneath it now. Not affection exactly. Something harder one. You have the choice, Salazar said. Use it better than the rest of us did. Harry laughed once through the ache in his chest. I'll try. That, Salazar said, is all the living are ever honestly owed. Helga stepped forward then and took Harry's face in both hands, exactly as she had in the forest of his fear, and again in smaller ways after, as though the world kept presenting her children at the worst possible moments, and she kept accepting the inconvenience. You will not call us again, she said. It was not accusation. It was law, mercy, release. Harry knew it at once. The stone had almost spent itself. The natural order had tolerated this breach because Voldemort had broken the world so badly that emergency and purpose aligned hard enough to make the impossible briefly moral. But to keep them now, to hold them through rebuilding, because Harry wanted mentors, because the school wanted certainty, because the living feared being left with their own futures, would turn necessity into possession. And that would poison everything they had fought to correct. Tears blurred his vision. I know. Helga kissed his forehead lightly, right above the scar that no longer housed a fragment, but would never again pretend to be merely skin. Then she stepped back. The founder mark on the stones lit red, gold, blue, white, green, black. The four lights rose around their feet, not violently, but with the slow inevitability of a tide reclaiming shore. The air in the court changed. Harry felt it in the roots of his teeth. The old receiving architecture of the school exhaling what it had held past death for a season and no more. The founders did not fade like bad ghosts. They became more themselves for a moment than they had ever been since the summoning. Godric all battle and vow. Helga hearth and harvest and shelter. Rowena star and theorem and cutting truth. Salazar depth and silence and reclaimed dark. Then the lights lifted. Higher. The banners bowed. The bells rang. The house, elves keened softly, not with despair, but with the formal sorrow of old service magic recognizing the end of an age of proximity. Students reached for one another. Teachers stood straighter because otherwise they would have folded. Hermione gripped Ron's hand so hard he winced and refused to complain. Ginny moved closer to Harry without looking at him because some griefs need bodies before words. The four figures dissolved into their own signatures. Not broken. Not lost. Returned. Red gold went into the highest tower fire. Amber warmth ran downward into kitchen stones, cellar roots, and every pantry line Helga had restored. White, blue spread through the ward lattice until the castle's thinking architecture glowed like frost under moonlight. Green, black sank into the deep water, the hidden passages, the chamber below, and every reclaimed dark place that would no longer answer thieves. Then there was no one standing on the founder mark at all. Only Hogwarts. Only the school, lit from within by what it had remembered, and would now have to keep without direct hands guiding it. Harry stood unmoving long after the light had settled. He had not realized until the exact instant they were gone how much of his own breath had been set to the rhythm of their presence. The absence was enormous, not empty. Worse, full of responsibility. He looked up at the castle, and understood with sick, clear certainty that Helga had been right from the beginning. They had been interruption, not future. The future was the living. Night came slowly after that. No one wanted to move first. Eventually McGonagall did, because of course she did. She wiped her eyes once without shame, turned to the gathered school, and said in a voice so steady it made half the people listening cry harder, "Very well. We have much to do." It was a ridiculous sentence. It was the only correct one. The crowd broke in the shape of work. Some students drifted toward dormitories in groups, unable yet to be alone. Others helped the wounded back inside. The house, elves dispersed in streams toward kitchens and laundries, and hidden stairwells where care already waited to be repeated. Teachers gathered in twos and threes, speaking too softly to hear. Ghosts thinned into corridors. The banners rose back to their usual places, though Harry noticed they never again hung quite as they had before. Not in his lifetime, probably. They had learned they could bow. Harry remained in the court until only a few were left. Ron came and stood beside him, then Hermione on his other side, then Ginny, then Neville and Luna. No one said anything for a while. They did not need to. At last Ron exhaled shakily. "Well," he said. Hermione let out a sound halfway between laugh and sob. "Yes," she said. Harry looked down at the stone in his hand. Cracked black, quiet, he knew, with the certainty one sometimes only gets at the end of terrible magic, that it would never work like this again. Not because power had vanished from it entirely, but because the breach they had opened through grief, necessity, school blood, and war had served its final honest purpose. Anything more would be demand, not covenant. The resurrection stone had not been made for ordinary mourning. It had been made for the most dangerous emergencies of inheritance and ending, and it had nearly ruined him even while it saved the world. Harry closed his fingers around it one last time. Then he looked at the grounds beyond the courtyard where Voldemort had fallen. At the torn lawns, the damaged towers, the school still full of frightened children who would wake tomorrow hungry and alive. At Hogsmeade, smoke rising in thin lines from chimneys that still existed. At the first stars over Scotland watching as they always had while humans kept making and breaking orders beneath them. "I'm not using it again," he said. Hermione glanced at him. No argument, no lecture, only tired understanding. "Good." Ron nodded at once. "Very good." Ginny slipped her hand into his. Harry looked back at the castle. The old founder lights had settled now into subtler things. Warmer kitchens, straighter battlements, sharper wards. Reclaimed dark, they were gone and not gone, the way real legacies are gone. Not bodies, not voices at your shoulder, structures, standards. Work left behind in the shape of places and people now responsible for carrying it. He opened his hand. The stone lay in his palm, small and ugly and world-changing. Then, without ceremony, he walked to the edge of the old founder, Mark, knelt, and pressed the cracked ring into the earth, where the receiving lines met beneath the court. The ground took it, not swallowed. Accepted like a seed too dangerous to be worn and too necessary to be discarded thoughtlessly. Harry stood. And in that small act, more than in the duel or the curse or the station beyond death, he finally understood the last price of distorting the natural order. You do not get to keep miracles simply because they helped you. You pay for them by releasing them when the world can stand on its own legs again. He took a breath. Cold air, smoke, stone dust, Don's memory still clinging to the walls, though it was long past dark. Then he turned back toward Hogwarts. Not because everything was fixed, because it wasn't. The ministry would have to be rebuilt or replaced. The dead would still be dead. The wounded would carry aftermath in bodies and habits and dreams. The houses would need refounding in practice, not just name. Britain would try, as Britain always did, to turn complicated truth into easier stories, and then live inside the lies until someone made it stop. There was, as McGonagall had said, much to do. Ron bumped his shoulder. You all right? Harry thought about it. About the Founders gone. About Dumbledore dead and still difficult. About Snape alive and still impossible. About the fragment gone and the scar only a scar now, though not a harmless one. About being a person first, not a vessel. About choosing useful over admired. About walking into death and back out of it with the choice still his own. No, he said honestly. Ron nodded. Good, you'd worry me if you said yes. Hermione huffed a tired laugh. Ginny squeezed Harry's hand. Luna, looking up at the tower windows as if listening to something no one else quite could, said softly, The castle sounds less lonely now. Harry followed her gaze. He thought she was right. Because for a brief, impossible season, Hogwarts had been given back its makers, and in losing them again properly, it had perhaps become fully itself at last, not as a museum haunted by names, but as a living institution forced to deserve them. A new golden age, Harry thought, would not feel golden at first. It would feel like rebuilding with grief still in the mortar, like truth in the ledgers, food in the drawers, wards repaired ethically, dark places reclaimed, children taught better names for strength, and no one ever again allowed to turn sacrifice into policy without first answering to the people expected to bleed for it. That would be enough. More than enough. Harry Potter turned with his friends and walked back into the wounded, breathing school. Behind him, under the earth of the entrance court, the stone lay quiet. Above him, Hogwarts stood, and ahead of him, uncertain, difficult, undeserved, entirely alive, waited the future the dead had returned just long enough to give back to the living.